as a member of the Cloud sect, is still somewhat useful. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou immediately spoke and had him taken away. Duang Wishing responded and then carried him out of the main hall. Also, if you see Hua Wudao, let him see the teacher as soon as possible. Yes, disciple will comply. Lu Zhou then glanced at the standing figure beside him. The maid from Yanyu Palace, inquiring about Yi Tianxin's well-being over the past few days. The female disciple panic, immediately kneels down, reporting to the chief, other than being physically weak. There are no other major issues. Lu Zhou nodded after hearing this. Considering Bai Min's constitution, this little illness is nothing to him. Until the truth is unclear in Longyu village, Lu Zhou doesn't plan to take any action against her. Then he got up and entered the secret room. San Wan Tian. The mental state of the beheading sword has deteriorated from before. Release the restraints and check the panel to find there are still 6,212 merit points. Still need over 1,000 more to buy the Dharma body. Next, I have to figure out how to gather more merit points. The truth about the Yulong village mission has not been completed yet. The generous rewards have not yet been obtained. Lu Zhou, with a slight fluctuation in his mind, began trying his luck with the draw. Ding! This draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, lucky value added. But he couldn't resist drawing once. Ding! This draw cost 50 merit points and 8 lucky points. Received the 5 chi enhancing the Tao. After hearing the prompt, everyone was stunned. Can it be done like this? Originally, it takes 8,000 merit points to afford. But now only 50 points are needed. After use, the instantaneous presence of the 4 images method is replaced by the 5 elements union, and the 8 channels have long been connected. So at the moment when the energy consolidates into the 5 chi of primordial creation, the primordial energy is like a tide, rushing and irrigating the whole body, making one feel extremely comfortable. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and stretched his muscles. I still need to reverse the card. Compare the things obtained from past draws. Thank you for your patronage. But overall, I still made money. This lottery consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage and lucky value added. After that, the next 5 consecutive hands were all in the same suit. Thank you for your patronage. Instead of continuing to draw lots, he opened the item inventory to see if any new item cards had appeared. In the treasure chest, at the very bottom, he discovered a purple treasure chest. A mysterious treasure chest is displayed in the notes, priced at 2,000 merit points, available for 1 day only. Is it a limited time offer? This reminds Lu Zhou of the format of some games on Earth. This typical style is the characteristic of unscrupulous merchants. Instinct tells oneself, there should be something good in this mysterious box. Without hesitation, he bought it. In a flash of light, the treasure chest appeared in front of them. A purple box, exactly like the one on the system interface. After observing for a moment, Lu Zhou found that there was no opening on this box. It's completely sealed off. He then swung his palm and struck the box violently. But the box remained unresponsive. Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. He picked up the weapons around him, just started bombing at this mysterious box. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yuana and Ming Shirin heard the movement in the secret room. So they began to guess, estimating that the master didn't make a big harvest this time in the Yulong village. In a fit of pique, Ming Shi smiled and looked at Xiao Yu at the side. Junior sister, do you have time to practice the farewell sword technique with me? The master made me. Xiao Yu cried with grievance. Isn't this obviously to bully oneself? Ming Shirin feels a little strange to see her crying. At this time, Duan Wuxing's voice suddenly came from a distance. Lao Si, that's great. It is said that the master has given you a Tianjia weapon. I am really anxious. Now that you have this good weapon, it can withstand more hits than before. Hurry and speak. He forcibly left here carrying Ming Shirin. In the secret room, Lu Zhou stopped his movement in frustration. Despite trying all methods, the box remained intact, without a single trace of damage. What does this lockbox mean? Did you spend 2,000 points of merit? He then remembered his weapon. I wonder how sturdy it is when it meets Wuming. There was a bang as it was swung casually. Wuming's sword collided with the mysterious box. Sparks flying. Lu Zhou first raised his hand and looked at the unnamed sword. Found no traces, no damage. Then looked at the box, which was intact like the unnamed sword, but there was a slight scratch on it. The scratch on the box disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's actually able to restore to its original state. The material of this box is extremely peculiar. The nameless sword can even cut through the pinnacle weapons of the Black Knights. It can cut through anything. The material of this box is stronger than the celestial steps. Since the system sold this box, it must have its uses. Being too anxious is useless. When the ship reaches the bridge, there will naturally be a way. Lu Zhou pondered here, and decided to abandon further study of the box. Then he took out the celestial book and started pondering. At the same time, in the hall of the Qingyu altar of the Jingyi Dao, Elder Wu Zhangchu explained the ins and outs of the matter to the sect leader Zhang Yuanchan. The leader of the Masha sect, Ren Buping, deliberately led you away, clearly using the strategy of drawing a snake out of its hole. Ji Tiandao took advantage of the situation to enter and kill. I've already told Elder Zhang that dark arts cannot be trusted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but frown. Zhang Chu, are you sure what you saw was Ji Tiandao of the Dark Sky sect? And the sword demon Yu Shangrong? Absolutely true. Even if I lie. There were so many disciples present at the Qingyu altar, who can testify that this finger was cut off by the sword demon's sword. The crowd started discussing after hearing this. If the sword demon made a move, could you still stand? Zhang Chu was about to explain, but Zhang Yuanshan's voice came through. There are still many doubts about this matter. Do not pass judgment without confirmation. Put aside the matter of Zhang Chuoqi for now. Zhang Chu was filled with indignation upon hearing this. Elder Zhang died in vain after speaking up. What? Do you want to avenge him? When this statement was made, the whole place fell silent. Who dares to cause trouble at the Demon Pavilion? After the Shindu Secret Service's 4 Dark Riders went missing, the only expert in the world who has reached the Gucci realm through demonization, Swiss Shinchan of the Mocha sect, became untraceable. They were all buried in the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Who else dares to go there? Now all we can rely on is waiting. Waiting for Jishianto's real deadline to approach. When that happens, the Demon Heaven Pavilion will naturally cease to exist. Meanwhile, in the town of Tangzi, tens of miles away from Jintingshan, a young man couldn't help but advise the master. Do you really want to go to the magic temple? It is said that those people are all evil and wicked demons. If you have an unexpected event, and haven't finished speaking, the old man beside him shook his head with a bitter smile and interrupted him. In the past 20 years, I've hesitated many times. Sometimes I was afraid. In case Jitian now gets too old to fight, this knot in my heart will go with my master. By then, I will die without regret. Hua Wudao sighs, being torn between righteousness and evil. If not for the identity of a senior of Yun sect, I would never have delayed until now. You are still young. If there are things you can't understand, then don't dwell on them. It will be when I reach your master's age that I will understand everything. Young people can't persuade their master. You truly don't understand. And you don't want to. Respecting the master's decision, he took the cup and left. Let's not mention this matter again. Ting crushed the teacup in his hand. Seeing this, the waiter hurried forward to alert the master. Your hand is bleeding. Hua Wudao shook his head and said it's okay. Do you have any medicine? Master, it seems to be unstoppable. It's okay. I just need to lie down for 2 days. After comprehending the celestial scripture, Lu Zhou felt refreshed. He glanced at the merit points remaining on the system interface. There are still 3.862 points left. Hoping to accumulate merit points through these tasks. Seems very slow. Right, devout worship can also earn merit points. It's time to let a few disciples get active. He was about to get up. The sudden sound of Xiao Yuan outside. Master, someone is seeking an audience at the foot of the mountain. It's Hua Wudao. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Hua Wudao to come so soon. He really has a fear of the strong. Still dares to come to the magic tower. Bold, indeed. Teacher is coming out. Xiao Yuan immediately trotted over to the teacher. You've become young again. After hearing this, Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. If you have time to flatter me, you might as well practice diligently. You'd better learn from your 4th senior brother when you're free. Those in the main hall have all gathered. Duanmu's statement. Shirin, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Chong all waited below. For a female builder. After Lu Zhou arrived, he bowed to Gizhu Hua Wudao. Lu Zhou nodded after listening. Ask how Zhao Yu's reflection is. Whether the witchcraft has changed for the better, Ming Shi hurriedly replied. 5th sister has been deeply reflecting every day during this time. No deterioration for now. Upon hearing this, Lulz, who immediately instructed to pay close attention. At this moment, a female disciple led Hua Wudao and his apprentice into the main hall. The crowd's gaze immediately shifted over. Hua Wudao's expression was calm and serious, neither hurried nor slow. The young man was obviously nervous. As soon as he entered the main hall, he began to look around anxiously. After walking to the middle, Hua Wudao bowed and greeted. "We meet again." Lu Zhou glanced at him and spoke to offer a seat. Hua Wudao also sat calmly on the chair without being polite. "I should have come to visit earlier, but there were important matters to attend to, which delayed it until today." Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and looked at him calmly. "You come from the ancient feud between righteousness and evil. And yet you dare to swagger into my Motian pavilion. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Perhaps I would have been afraid a few years ago. But I am no longer the same person I was back then. I have seen through life and death. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here today." Xiao Yuan walked up to the young man and startled him. "You are really brave." The young man, seeing this, hastily took a few steps back. Hua Wudao frowned and trained a useless sentence. "Master's face has been disgraced by you." Lu Zhou coldly glanced at him. "Courage is commendable," Hua Wudao replied calmly. "I focus on the path and am obsessed with cultivation. The struggle between righteousness and evil has nothing to do with me. Enlightenment comes from hearing a word or a laugh. Sounds good. But you are after all an elder of the Cloud sect." When I heard Hua Wudao say he's heading north, I had already resigned as an elder. People value reputation and power. Among the Tianluo three major sects, the Cloud sect is the first. Many people covet the position of elder. He actually resigned from this position. Hua Wudao looks calm. "I am old and will eventually return to the dust. Today, coming to the Motian Pavilion, I have no other intentions. I just want to untie the knot in my heart. 20 years ago I was defeated by Brother Ji. Since then, my cultivation has not progressed an inch. This has become the ridicule of the Tianluo three factions, and a big joke for cultivators. It is also a major knot in my heart." Duan Wuxing heard this. With a cold snort, "The critical matter in your heart has nothing to do with my master." Hua Wudao continued calmly. "If it started because of Brother Ji, then it should naturally end with Brother Ji as well. I've been pondering for 10 years. When Brother Ji defeated me with those moves at first, Ming Shirin scoffed at him, saying he was talking nonsense. Brother Ji, it's all you're doing. Besides, you haven't made any progress in 20 years. Are you here at the Temple of Magic to pick a fight?" Hua Wudao was stunned after hearing this. This is the Magic Sky Pavilion, the place that scares people. He's facing the current #1 demon in the world. Calling Brother Ji seems inappropriate. "I was rude." Lu Prefecture nodded. Hu Su looked at him indifferently. "This disciple has never been well behaved. But what he said is what I think." Ming Shirin was overjoyed to hear this, and showed a smug expression. Hua Wudao didn't mind Ming Shirin's attitude. "I came to the Motiange for one purpose, to untie the knot in my heart. Even after 20 years, I still don't consider myself a match. If you lose, you lose. Your stagnant cultivation has nothing to do with me and my grievances. Do you think the Mo Heaven Pavilion is a bodhisattva that helps the world?" Lu Zhou's tone carried a hint of coldness. These words left Hua Wudao speechless. Ming Shuri He smiled, proudly taunted that your skills are not as good. "There is no one else to blame. Even if you hold a grudge against the Demon Sky Pavilion, it is useless." The young man next to Hua Wudao, witnessing my master being humiliated, made my blood boil. "My master came here in good faith, yet you insult him in such a manner. It's simply outrageous." Ming Shirin's indifferent chuckle. "What can I say? Is it bullying to speak the truth?" Seeing his own master being humiliated, the young man was instantly filled with anger. "It's simply intolerable." But before he could finish his words, Shifu was scolded by Hua Wudao to shut up. "You've made me lose face. Step back, disrespectful disciple. I hope everyone can forgive." Ming Shirin became a little impatient and urged. "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point." Hua Wudao then directly spoke up. "It's still the same. I only have one purpose for coming to the Magic Tower. That's the 3 moves to untie the knot in one's heart. Just 3 moves will do." Lu Zhou Yuan understood some of it. The 3 moves from 10 years ago? To be honest, even if this part of the memory is not missing, he also can't remember everything clearly. He has defeated countless opponents over the years. Just being able to call out Hua Wu's name is already showing respect. Where could he still remember what moves he used? Hua Wu nodded in agreement. "Back then, I possessed the strongest protective energy in the Taoist sect, but still couldn't withstand it. For 20 years, I have diligently studied and continuously improved. Brother Ji can use any moves. I only defend and never attack, if I can untie the knot in my heart. I will live in seclusion from now on. Mingxue couldn't help laughing out loud. You're really shameless. For 10 years, you have been studying the turtle shell technique, and then you come over to let my master beat you up. You keep saying that the mental trauma from getting beaten up can be resolved. To be honest, you're the most shameless person I've ever met in my life. Hua Wudao was somewhat speechless, and had to admit that what he said made sense. This approach of mine is simply absurd. Who in the world spends 20 years studying defensive techniques, only to walk up to an opponent and ask to be beaten up? At this moment, Duan Muxing takes a step forward, wielding the Overlord spear. Hua Wudao, yours, stop being shameless. How about giving me 10 years? To specifically study your defensive move? If in 10 years I still can't kill you. Duan Muxing. You research for 20 years, and I only research for 10. Even 5 years is fine. It's a bit hard for the young to watch, master. Shall we leave then? There's no need for this. Disciple has long said. How could Maotian Pavilion possibly regard us highly? Shut up. He then took a step forward. Dropping to one knee, I ask for nothing. Knowing I am not a match for you. Yet this unresolved feeling will be a lifelong regret. Seeking advice from Brother Ji to resolve this feeling. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the grand hall felt somewhat pressured. Some even came forward to challenge. There have been more than one organized attacks, and also ambushes. But only this one who came to kneel and request a beating. This is the first time. Hua Wudao once again speaks loudly requesting the Lord's teachings. Xiao Yuan kicked the turtle on the ground. Go away! Hua Wudao. Do you really want to untie this knot? Of course, this is my lifelong wish. And I hope the Lord can go all out. Lu Zhou looked at him with interest. The righteous and demonic sides were originally opposed. You're asking me not to fear the laughter of the world. Hua Wudao sighed deeply. In response, there is no distinction between righteousness and demons in the world of Dian. It's just someone trying to create a division between us. In that case, I will grant you this opportunity. Thank you for your generosity. But I have conditions. Firstly, you are not qualified to fight against me. Ming Yeshe and Duan Muxing will stand in for me to stop him. Only they are qualified. Secondly, my time is precious. If you lose, you must agree to a condition from me. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. The young man was somewhat unconvinced after hearing this. How prestigious his master was in the Cloud sect. How many people came to respect and fear him. Yet the demon pavilion suffered such humiliation, but he was interrupted by Hua Wudao just as he was about to say something. I brought you here to broaden your horizons. But you dare to intervene in your master's affairs. The young man panicked immediately when he saw his master angry, and answered that he did not dare. If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, I will sever the master-disciple relationship with you, Hua Wudao said, and then took a step forward. I can agree to your request. As long as it doesn't involve your sect, I agree to all the other conditions. Very well, Lu Zhou looked at him and nodded with a smile. Ming Shirin then walked out from the side. I'll take a good look in place of master. How strong is your so-called tortoise strategy? Hua Wudao shows no anger. Standing with hands behind his back, he exudes confidence. Please say these 2 words. As he says it, a protective barrier made of characters also emanates from him, enveloping the surroundings. This move is called the 6 Harmonies Seal. It is an extremely complex Taoist seal. Practitioners who can refine this seal to the extreme are extremely rare. Hua Wudao's 6 Harmonies Seal is even more unique. Under his feet seems to have appeared a circle of about 2 meters in diameter. Just like the pattern of the Tai Chi, living and breathing. To be able to condense the vital energy to such a level, these 20 years have not been in vain. This is also enough to show his obsession with cultivation. After seeing this move, Ming Shirin changed his dismissive attitude. The chi condensed into a powerful force amidst the gesture changes. Countless powerful seals filled the sky. Then they shot towards the opponent. However, at the moment when the Gang Yin made contact with the shield suddenly expanded and sent the Gang Yin flying. Ming Shi was also sent flying. He took a few steps back before stabilizing his position. Clearly, this defensive move was successful. Hua Wudao wins. Mingshi coldly snorted. Summoned his own celestial weapon. Come! Farewell Hooksheath. Seeing this scene, Hua Wu Dao couldn't help but frown. Unexpectedly there is a heavenly tier weapon. The reason why heavenly tier weapons are important is because it has a particularly important function. Breaking through the gang naturally means the ability to break through gang chi, including protective gang chi and dharma body. Ming-Shirin, wielding a weapon, immediately collided with the opponent. Numerous residual images converged, launched an attack at the same spot on the shield. But the next second, those 6 characters once again shone brightly. Surprisingly, the 6 combined to block at that point. The gongqi rebounded and Ming-Shin was knocked back several tens of meters. The more aggressive his attack, the stronger the rebound force. Seeing that his attacks were useless, Ming-Shin also got angry. Come again. Ming-Shi is somewhat dissatisfied and wants to come back. At this point, Duan Wuxing blocked him with the halberd. Let me do it. Step back. Beiji Cave Ming. Energy form Dharma body. As he finished speaking, the 3 Zhanghai Dharma bodies stood in the hall. Under the control of Duan Wuxing, the Dharma body had no effect on the hall. Lu Zhou watched calmly. Ming-Shi is not a fierce power type after all. Emphasizing agility. For 2. The opponent stays curled up in the 6 harmony seal. Ming-Shi is at a great disadvantage, under Duan Yu's swing of the halberd. Hundreds of gun shadows suddenly appeared. Hua Wu Dao noticed the situation. The 6 characters beside him merged again and prepared for defense. Truly worthy of the renowned Demon Sky Pavilion. A heavenly weapon in everyone's hand. Upon their contact, a resounding roar echoes endlessly. Countless gun shadows all smashed onto this shield. A ripple appeared in the universe. A moment of dimness flashed by, but soon it gleamed with a golden light. Zhou Jifeng, who was watching from the side, was stunned. The Taoist 6 harmony seal is truly a marvel of heaven and earth. It's the first time I've seen the 6 harmony seal used like this. Pan Chongya also echoed in shock. I too am from the Jingming sect and know the 6 harmony seal. Everyone is only focused on studying the way of attack, but neglecting defense. Today's battle has widened my horizons. At this moment, Duan Wuxing snorted coldly. Just playing defense won't get you anywhere. Come again. As he spoke, the shadows of the guns around him once again increased in power. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back and casually gave a reminder. Using a targeted attack to counter the strongest defense isn't always the most cost-effective. Since we know to attack the weak points, we should follow through with it. Duanmu nodded at the words and thanked his master for the guidance. Then he leaped into the air. Countless gun shadows all gathered together. Under the blessing of the Baji Dongming Fa's Hen, the gun shadows are no longer discernible. Tianyi's ultimate move bursts forth and fiercely shoots towards the opponent. Hua Wudao was somewhat surprised to see this. I didn't expect the disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion to be so strong. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. After saying that, he took a step forward with a bow stance. That circle unexpectedly changed its appearance. Expand the Tai Chi figure. The 8 diagrams surround. Hua Wudao competes to use the 8 diagrams method, applied in the 6 harmony seal. Regardless of how powerful this move is, just the spirit of daring to try. It's amazing. At this moment, countless gun shadows converge and burst onto the 6 harmony seal. Under the collision of energy, a series of vigorous ripples instantly spread outwards in all directions. The powerful 6 harmony seal. Even Master San's consecutive powerful moves couldn't shake it. This Hua Wudao really has some skills. 6 harmony seal combined with the 8 trigrams figure. The protective power with strange and strong energy is fully demonstrated. Duan Wuxing shouted. It's not over yet. While speaking, a strong and vigorous aura envelopes the Overlord's spear. Spinning, it launches another attack. Hua Wudao speaks solemnly, but it's still not enough. Immediately after, 6 large characters formed by Seal's script overlap together. At the same time, the gossip diagram also begins to rise, and merges with 6 large Seal characters. The chaotic vitality mixed with sound, but instead forms a strange sound wave impact. It's very much like a mixed sound skill. Obviously he had anticipated that this move would be attacked in a pointed manner. Everyone quickly mobilized their energy to resist this strange sound wave. Only Lu Zhou remained calm with a clear mind in his heart. The impact of the strange sound wave, it only lasted a few short breaths. Then it disappeared and ended. Hua Wudao choked and retreated. The halo below dissipated in the air. Du Muxing also felt the force of the impact. bounced back 3 steps before barely stabilizing his body. He looked at the other person with incredulity. He didn't expect Hua Wudao to be able to withstand this move. He only retreated 1 or 2 steps. Hua Wudao was also somewhat surprised. The 6 characters of Lahedian were actually scattered by the stab of the Overlord's spear. I asked myself that no one can break this move. Before coming to the moat hall, I have found more than one practitioner of Yunshenji's cultivation. None of them have succeeded without exception. I didn't expect to be forced to retreat by Duan Wuxing. If he were a little stronger, that move might have already broken through the 6 continents seal. You have such clever means. Duan Wuxing frowned and wanted to come up with 3 more moves. Hua Wudao shook his head after listening. I admit that you are strong. But the 3 moves have already ended. In accordance with the prior agreement, it should be the turn of the master to take action next. Duan Wuxing wants to fight again. I didn't go all out just now. 1 more move and I can break your 6 harmony seal. Hua Wudao shook his head and refused him. If it weren't for my carelessness, I'm afraid you still wouldn't have been able to force me back. This 6 harmony seal only displayed 50% of its power. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. 50%? The 6 harmony seal was able to withstand Master San's ultimate move. You only used 50% of your strength. I have never seen a Dao imprint with such a strong defense. At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly walked down from the steps. This 6 combination imprint is the Dao imprint you've been practicing diligently for the past 20 years. Hua Wudao replied seriously. Yes, Lu Zhou said calmly. If this seed makes a move, you are very likely to die. Hua Wudao pondered for a moment. Please enlighten me, master. If I die, it's worth it. It's good to come out. You have to compensate for breaking things, Lu Zhou said and walked outside. Hua Wudao and others followed closely. He did not seem to perceive Lu Zhou. There is no fluctuation of any aura on the body, and no mobilization of elemental energy, but not daring to be careless at all. As soon as a step is taken, a Bagua pattern appears under the foot, surrounded by 6 seal script characters for heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire, shimmering dazzling golden light. Stronger and more powerful than before. It's not over yet. 2 characters backslash, and backslash, appeared on his palms, a total of 8 large characters in golden seal script. When the vitality intertwines, all the martial seals rotate with these 8 characters. I didn't expect that in the previous situation. He could still hide his true strength. The 6 combination seal has upgraded to the 8 combination seal plus the 8 trigrams diagram. Duan Wuxing saw the situation and couldn't help but frown. He didn't say much. Just now, he only used 5% of his strength. I wonder if Master can break this move. Hua Wudao, who was ready, made a gesture of invitation. At this moment, Lezhi quietly took out a prop card. And with a sudden sweep of his right hand, the shining card immediately shattered in his hand. In the next second, a fierce vortex appeared in the sky above. A thick lightning suddenly magnified. Enveloped in a burst of energy, it descended from the sky in an instant. Everyone was stunned to see this scene. It's actually thunder energy. How is this possible? I have never seen him use this move in all the years I've followed him. Hua Wudao's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to resist, but he barely had a chance to form the 8 union seal around him. The shape took form with a resounding boom. The barrier was instantly shattered, disappearing without a trace. Even more terrifying is, his shrinking technique seems to have had no effect. Hua Wudao spat blood and collapsed on the ground. Lu Zhou shook his head at the scene. Lei Gang's props card triggers a 10% chance to deal critical damage to the target. I don't know if it's your good luck or bad luck, but being able to dodge a 1% instant kill attack can be considered as good luck. Whether it's a hit or a severe injury, it doesn't matter. It's better than being dead. Speak in the hall. Lu Zhou looked at him and walked back into the hall. Xiao Yuan, the young man waved his fist in disbelief. You compensate for the smashed things. If you don't compensate, I'll kill you. Hua Wudao trembled as he walked into the palace unsteadily. At this time, the atmosphere in the palace was unusually quiet. Du Muxing was shocked and increasingly frustrated in his heart. 8 trigram seal, lacking even the ability to perform a single move under the master's guidance. Yet he himself cannot even slightly shake the 6 trigram seal. Ming Shirin has also started to have wild thoughts. The master has always been hiding his true abilities. Starting from driving away the top 10 masters, he knew that the master had many hidden cards, but no one knows exactly how many. Xiao Yuan looked at the master with a look of admiration. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng swallowed their saliva, not yet recovered from shock. It's not surprising that Hua Wudao was defeated by the Pavilion Master. What's surprising is that the Pavilion Master used Thunder Force. Thunder Force, as the name implies, is the condensation of Qi into a force. The force is powerful. When you reach a certain level, you can be as powerful as lightning. It is an extremely rare and terrifying means. Long ago, Thunder Qigong disappeared. Today, Thunder Qigong only exists in history books. But no one has truly learned it. Not to mention seeing the appearance of Lei Gang in reality. Hua Wudao kneels down on one knee. He is unwilling to believe that it is Lei Gang in his heart. The young man is eager to rush over to help him up. Hua Wudao gestures for him not to come over. He had never expected to be defeated by the tactic of thunder strikes. If he had known that Jitian had mastered such a method, there would have been no need for him to come to Motian Pavilion and court humiliation. In the end, it's rather ironic. For the weak, it's not frightening to lose. The scary thing is that there is no dignity after losing. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly and said Lei Gang, that must be Lei Gang. Maybe it's because no one else can do it. That's why they are more certain that this move is called Lei Gang. Flower has no way, it's difficult at the moment. He stood up and coughed a few times. I originally thought that after 20 years of hard work and research, this move would definitely be able to withstand your 3 moves. Unfortunately, I was wrong, completely wrong. Defeated in just 1 move, what's the point of 3 moves? After self-mockery, he spits out blood again. Originally wanted to untie the knot in his heart, but didn't expect the knot to seem to become even more serious. He recovered and bowed, willing to accept the bet. As long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect, I agree to all other conditions. Seeing him so straightforward, Lu Zhou didn't beat around the bush either. I have a question to ask you. Just answer truthfully. Who is the real mastermind behind the Yulong village? Upon hearing this question, Hua Wudao widened his eyes, and hesitated to answer. Why? Don't want to say it? But once this matter is mentioned, it will have far-reaching implications. Xiao Yuan pointed at him angrily and said, What's wrong with you? Since you've already lost, you should honestly admit it. Looks down on the fragility of the flowers and is without a way. Hello, I am a senior member of the Cloud sect. Even if what you say is not a golden rule, at least it can be considered as a firm and reliable word, right? Is your fondness for being inconsistent also considered as being upright and honest? I'm blank. Zhou Jifeng came up with a way to move back at this time. Senior Hua, I do have a method. It is important to hear the answer to this question. In that case, you only need to tell the master of the pavilion. That's it. Don't tell me the Lord knows about it. You must know that the world will be in chaos. Why haven't we seen any chaos? Pan Zhong added. Hua Wudao is in a dilemma and frowned in contemplation. Duan Wuxing snatched the overlord's spear in his hand, and burst out a chilling murderous intent. Don't fucking beat around the bush, just say it if you don't want to. Then I'll leave both of your lives. Hua Wudao sighed heavily. I promise to answer seriously. I will not disclose this to others. If possible, please ask the Lord to make another request. Ming Shirin immediately got angry when he heard it. You can even break your promise to my master. Still have the face to talk about this? It doesn't matter. I will give you 2 choices. First, reveal the mastermind behind Yulong village, and join my Jiting mountain. The position of the Elder of the Magic Sky Pavilion is meant for you. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They looked at him with surprised eyes. Lu Zhou truly admires Hua Wudao. After all, he can withstand Duang Mu Xing and Ming Shirin. Attack indicates that this person's martial arts skill is very high. Turtle withdrawal technique. But if used properly, it can be used for both offense and defense. Hua Wudao move has not used the Bai Jia Dong Ming to retain strength to deal with the second and third moves. But he lost after 1 move and got injured. More importantly, this person does not distinguish between good and evil in his heart. Act according to your heart. Hua Wudao heard these 2 choices. He was immediately stunned on the spot. To come from our own Cloud sect, if he were to fall into the demonic path, it would bring shame to our little Cloud sect. I'm afraid it will be a laughingstock among the practitioners of the world, but it's equally difficult to say the secret. It's really a dilemma. Lu Zhou looked calmly at him. This is already my biggest concession. Ming Shirin began to urge you have left Yunzong. Is there anything else to worry about? Although he despises this timidity. Once the master speaks, they won't object. Besides, the motage is increasingly weakened as fresh blood is added. Perhaps it will reshape the former glory. He secretly stole a glance at his master while pondering. This doesn't seem like someone who's nearing the end. Instead, he is becoming more active and vigorous, seeing the other party still hesitant. Lu Zhou is also getting impatient. 2 choices, choose one. Under the heavens, to receive such treatment at the Motian Pavilion, you're the first. My patience is limited. After a dozen, I will see the answer. Hua Wudao's heart rate accelerated and respectfully bowed. What if there is no answer? Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin preemptively spoke. Then it's the same as Fan Xiuwen. Forbidden in the Demon Tower. Until you understand. Of course, you already see through life and death. Our demon. There is nothing else in the tower. There are many places to live. Southeast, northwest pavilions halfway up the mountain, and many old places to live. As well as the back mountain. The cave of reflection feels cold. Don't expect to be able to escape this Jintingshan barrier. Even if 10 top masters appear together, they can't break through. By then I will inform all practitioners in the world. Let's say that the Cloud Sect's Hua Wudao is not trustworthy. Run to the Magic Sky Pavilion and bet, but if you lose, you won't admit it. Hua Wudao was speechless when he heard this. Many people know about my visit to the Magic Sky Pavilion. If not for this reason, he wouldn't have needed to resign from the position of Elder of the Cloud Sect. It all begins and ends with the problem, and there will be no regrets. Xiao Yuan smiled at him playfully. I'll start counting. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Quickly tell me your decision. Hua Wudao hadn't had time to think. He counted to 10. He shook his head and sighed. Master, please don't. Hua Wudao did not scold the disciple as before. Go back to Cloud Sect. From now on, you are no longer my disciple. Elders of Cloud Sect, someone will teach you what to say when you go back. Hua Wudao is dead. The young man intended to say something else, but Hua Wudao's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. I told you to get lost. The young man trembled in fear, and quickly disappeared without looking back into the main hall. My apprentice is a bit foolish. I hope the master won't be upset and give him a chance to live. Master Lu smiled faintly at him. People with different aims cannot form an alliance. Please, have a seat. Master said please, almost within the Sky Demon Pavilion. Something that has never happened before. It also demonstrates his regard for Hua Wudao. You'd rather enter the Sky Demon Pavilion. Then reveal the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village. Hua Wudao fell silent for a moment. Please forgive me, Master. Aren't you afraid that I will interrogate you rigorously in the future? If that's the case, then I can only seek death. Ding has obtained a subordinate in the Transcendent Realm. Hua Wudao has a loyalty rating of 5. Lu Zhou glanced at the prompt, nodded in satisfaction. You are different from Fan Xiuwen. You are much luckier than him. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were very tactful and bowed. I've met Elder Hua. Hua Wudao blushed a little and felt uncomfortable. Ming Xin chuckled. Aren't you just afraid of being laughed at by the world? This is easy. From now on, you should change your name. The previous Hua Wudao will be considered dead in the Demon Sky Pavilion. You don't need to say anything more. Should I call you Hua Wu, or just Wu Hua? Hua Wudao, how could you be bothered by these things? It's just a title, nothing more. It doesn't matter what it's called. His heart is in turmoil, and he just wants some peace now. At this moment, Xiao Yuan walked over from the side with a messenger bird in hand. Master Jiang Aijian's flying book. Lu Zhou didn't let her read it, she presented it. Because he had a premonition that this flying book was important. It's not suitable to read it out. After he took it, he opened and checked it. Mastermind behind the scenes in the Yulong village. It is the current second prince of Duding, Duding Jiang. In the battle, General Ning, the guardian of the Sin, spoke. Assisting operator, the leader of the Black Cavalry, the senior, Fan Xiuwen. I suffered heavy losses to obtain this clue. To be honest, if I can't make it up with a good sword, I feel like I would be very sad. After reading it, Lu Zhou calmly crushed the letter. With this information, everything became clear. In fact, during the time that Fan Xiuwen and Hua Wudao both refused to mention, he had already guessed that Jiang Aijian's letter simply confirmed his speculation. Xiao Yuan curiously asked the master what was written above. Lu Zhou did not hide the truth. The answer was that it was the mastermind behind the battle at Dutian River. Upon hearing this, Hua Wudao stumbled and fell to the ground. His face turned extremely pale. We're at a loss from this wave. Xiaoyuan was puzzled and asked in confusion. Isn't it just a mastermind behind the scenes? Why is everyone so nervous? After hearing this, Lutz Ho didn't say anything. If it were an ordinary person or a high-level practitioner, it would have been simpler. Just follow the rules of practice. But unexpectedly, it has actually involved the prince. The prince's dispute should have nothing to do with ordinary people. The stability in the scorching heat is based on the royal family. Whether it's the soldiers guarding the four corners, or the great practitioners acting in light and shadow, they have all become the benchmark for the stability in the scorching heat. It's no wonder that Hua Wudao is unwilling to speak out this name. Lu Zhou pondered and then instructed. To tell Jiang Aijian that the seat has prepared a good sword, and to come and get it himself. Little Yue felt wronged and said that he had relayed two worthless pieces of news. Master is about to give him such a good weapon. The disciples don't have one yet. Lu Zhou's brow furrowed at the audacity. This has been said more than once. That weapon already belongs to the royal family. Keeping it is useless, master. Xiao Yuan immediately changed her tone and apologized when she saw the master was angry. Lu Zhou then slowly got up and walked towards the secret room. After the master left, Ming Shi began to persuade Xiao Yuan. Junior sister, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Our master has always favored you the most. How could he forget you when even I have a weapon? The sheath of my farewell hook is so well crafted. The one I would give to you wouldn't be inferior. Guan Wuxing caressed the hegemon spear in his hand. He muttered. Old West is right. Moreover, with your talent, you will definitely advance to the Yuanshan tribulation realm sooner or later. By then, master will surely give you one. A weapon better than the overlord's spear. Xiao Yuan ignored the two of them, left the main hall in anger. Ming Shirin and Guan Wuxing looked at each other. Pen Zhong stepped forward at this point to explain. Mr. Nine at this point saw the parting hook sheath and the halberd. Angry. Noticed the two men's eyes were somewhat malicious. He immediately found an excuse and hurriedly left. Oh no, Mr. 3 and Mr. 4. I suddenly realized that I haven't even started learning the Six-Yang Palace. I'll take my leave now. Right after, Guan Wuxing grabbed Ming Shirin by the collar. Lao Si, let's go. Accompany me for some practice. After entering the secret room in Luzhou, his gaze stayed on that mysterious box. This thing can even be carried by Wei Ming. It seems that the Tianjia weapon is ineffective against it. This box must be opened with a special key. The fourth brother has a lot of points. Maybe we should let him handle this box. Since the box was purchased from the system mall, we don't have to worry about others having bad intentions. After Lu Zhou made up his mind, he didn't continue to pay attention to the box. Instead, I took a look at the system, the remaining merit points on the panel. Currently, there are still 4,726 weapon points. The law body of Wuqi Chaoyuan is obtained by lottery. The selling price of Lu Jialai is 12,000. Can't afford it. It's probably impossible to accumulate merits in the normal way. Certainly can't afford it. Just have to take it one step at a time. Then he opened the heavenly book and began to comprehend it. 3 hours later, Xiao Yuan arrived outside the secret room holding the messenger bird. Master Jiang Aijian has replied. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Zhou woke up from his state of enlightenment. Compared to the feeling of comprehending the heavenly books in the past, now it feels like entering a state of emptiness and immersion. Those unfamiliar characters have all been etched in my mind. With his thoughts moving, the characters will appear one by one. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. It's just a matter of feeling right. What's the matter? Xiao Yuan then read the contents of the letter out loud. He said that he couldn't come to the Moat Tian Pavilion because the place was too dangerous. The best sword should be delivered by someone else. He's not showing enough respect. Otherwise, I will go to Runan to arrest him. Lu Zhou shook his head and walked out of the secret room. No need to have anticipated it early. He treasures his life and of course won't come in person. Xiao Yuan snapped back with her hands on her hips. He really thinks too much of himself. Lu Zhou casually said. Zhang Aijian is no ordinary person. Someone who can access palace archives cannot be an ordinary person. Xiao Yuan showed a curious expression upon hearing this. Then who is he? Those who are from the heart are not ordinary people. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he went to the North Pavilion where prisoners were held. He arrived at the place where Fan Xiuan was imprisoned in no time. 2 female cultivators were guarding outside the door. When the master of the pavilion arrived, they quickly bowed in respect. Open the door. The two who received the order dared not delay, and immediately opened the big door. Lu Zhou then walked into the dim and damp room. This is where the Matian Hall puts the sundries. It's most suitable for temporarily detaining prisoners. Fan Xiuan is now tied to a middle pillar. Completely devoid of his former leader of the Black Knight demeanor, he chuckled, if Motian Hall only has this ability. I'm afraid that's not enough to make me speak the truth. Lu Zhou looked calmly at him. I already know the truth. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuan was shocked. Impossible. General Changning. Lu Zhou only said these 5 words. He didn't mention the second prince. Fan Xiuan's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat. I concede. Lu Zhou shook his head, gazing at him calmly. Wei Zhuo's words are not enough to make you bow down. So, there is someone else who can control the leader of the Black Knights. Upon hearing that, Fan Xiuan, just when the calm mood raised waves, he excitedly asked, how did you do it? How did you do it? Do I still need to report to an inferior? I would like to know whom are you obeying? Fan Xiuan replied with a dark expression. I don't know what you think, but just because you don't tell me doesn't mean I don't know. No matter who it is, who can make you so obedient? Must be the confidant of the second prince. Is the red person a woman? A woman skilled in witchcraft. These few sentences completely shattered Fan Xiuan's psychological defense. He struggled hysterically enough. I'm begging you to let her go. Who would believe that a former blacklister is now a lackey of the royal family, unafraid of torture? All for the sake of protecting a woman. Fan Xiuan, speak. Who is she? Fan Xiuan sighed and answered herself. Unable to speak, nor willing to speak. In fact, the identity of the target is already very clear. The difference between speaking and not speaking is already small. Why does Fan Xiuan still want to hide it with death? Just as Lu Zhou was feeling strange, in Fan Xiuan's eyes, a flash of crimson light suddenly appeared. It was at this moment that a female cultivator from Yanyu Palace hurriedly ran in to report. Master Wu is in trouble. Lu Zhou's gaze has been on Fan Xiuan all along. After hearing the news outside, he sighed regretfully. Then he turned and left. Outside the door, Xiao Yuan urged the master with an anxious face to hurry. Senior 5 has gone mad. The main gate closed again, plunging everything into darkness. In Fan Xiuan's eyes, a hint of crimson flashed again. At this point, many people had already gathered at the entrance. Female cultivator from Yanyu Palace, Elder Hua Wudao, has also arrived here. A strange expression appeared on his face. I never expected such evil techniques in the world. It's actually witchcraft, Ming Shi asked Elder Hua urgently. Do you have a way to save her? Hua Wudao shook his head after hearing this. I'm afraid only the master can solve this. Soon after, Lu Zhou arrived here with Xiao Yu. The people outside the cave all bowed at the same time. Lu Zhou waved his hand and walked into the cave. At this time, Zhao Yu was acting like a madman, running around in the cave. Soft energy was laid out on the walls around, to prevent her from self-harm. Zhao Yu's clothes, Li Lu's eyes were absent-minded. In the middle of her eyebrows, that bright red lotus appeared even more enchanting. Ming Shiying and Duanmu are anxious to seek love. Master, 5th junior sister has been controlled by sorcery. Please take action as soon as possible, Master. Junior sister Zhao Yu should not be put to death. I hope Master will show mercy. After Lanzhou cast a glance around, he calmly spoke. This is the fate she's brought upon herself. It's also her own fault. If she had just stayed honestly in Jintingshan. How could this have happened? Zhao Yu saw her master arriving, and immediately rushed forward with an anxious look. He was still shouting that he would kill me. Ming Shiying quickly mobilized his vitality, restraining her body. 5th sister is incoherent and speaking nonsense. I don't know what mysterious witchcraft she's under. I can't believe it. Apprentice asked Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong said this kind of sorcery can only be undone if the spellcaster is willing to do so. Otherwise, I don't believe it. Please, Master, take action. Where is Pan Zhong? A female cultivator nearby answered. He went to the West Pavilion to look for relevant books. What Pan Zhong said is basically correct. This witchcraft is extremely evil. It can confuse people's minds and control them to become puppets. Fortunately, Zhao Yue's willpower is amazing, coupled with a good foundation in practice. It's really not easy to be able to sustain until now. Lu Zhou frowned and grabbed directly. The true energy entered Zhao Yu's meridians through the arm. He found that her extraordinary meridians and collaterals had all been controlled by the power of Yeshu. Unlike Mingshi, Zhao Yu is filled with sorcery, and immediately countered the vitality of Lu Prefecture. Suppressed the cultivation of the Bofinci 8 meridians, at this moment appears extremely weak. The just activated vitality, all were devoured by the power of witchcraft. A strange smile appeared at Zhao Yu's mouth. I finally found you, old thing. As the words fell, the witchcraft actually followed the meridians. The past has eroded into the palm of Lu Prefecture. There is no panic on the face of Lu Prefecture. I don't know if it's because of willpower, or the perception of danger. The state of insight of the heavenly book has actually appeared. Extraordinary force seemed to receive a command. Quickly gathered towards the palm. With a bang, it directly hit Zhao Yu's forehead. Under the shock, she immediately flew backwards. Seeing this, Mingshi hurriedly dodged and caught her. The glowing moon fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The lotus flower on her forehead slowly dissipated into the air. She struggled to lift her head, still wearing a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. You're ruthless, old man. After saying this, he fell to the ground and fainted. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back and walked outside the cave. Take her to the southern pavilion. Mingshi responded quickly and helped his junior sister up. The lotus flower on the forehead has indeed dissipated. At the same time, the vitality in the body is operating independently. He felt extremely joyous after experiencing it. It seems that junior sister Zhao Yu's sorcery has been resolved. The people outside the cave heard these words. They all showed an incredible expression. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace spontaneously applauded. Hua Wudao couldn't help but sigh. Such evil witchcraft. The pavilion master can actually unravel. It really broadened my horizons. Just at this moment, Panchong came running from a distance with a pile of books, panting heavily. I found them. The classics of this sorcery are all here. Zhou Jifeng looked at him speechlessly. The sun will set by the time you arrive. After Ming Shirin handed Zhao Yu to the female apprentice, she came to her master's side. Master, was junior sister Zhao Yu controlled just now? Lu Zhou nodded. It was indeed a method of manipulating the mind through witchcraft. Elder Hua, what is your suggestion? Hua Wudao shared his views. The witchcraft on Yao Yu has been lifted. Presumably, this person will not make any more moves in the short term. When the witchcraft was lifted, the practitioner attempted to control, but suffered backlash. Lu Zhou sighed. Continue to ask Elder Hua if you know this person. I have only heard of him. I really want to know. You would rather stay than reveal the identity of the third prince. Is it really just for the stability of Dian's world? Hua Wudao shook his head at the words. I'm afraid only the sect leader and the second prince know about these. It seems that Yunzong did have some secret dealings with the royal family. Hearing his words, Hua Wudao blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Zhou then turned the conversation and looked at Xiao Yuan. Fei Shijian Aijian. I have given him this good sword. Zhao Yu was taken to the south pavilion, and soon woke up from the coma. The female cultivator who was taking care of her showed a happy expression. Mr. Wu, you're awake? Zhao Yu looked around in confusion. What's happening to me? Wasn't I in the meditation cave? She heard her say. The female cultivator recounted the ins and outs of the matter. Zhao Yu was somewhat incredulous at the words. You mean, Master lifted the witchcraft restriction on me? The female cultivator replied, yes. The senior gate master made a move with his palm and defeated the witchcraft. That witchcraft is very frightening. Fortunately, Mr. 3 and Mr. 4 arrived just in time. Mr. 5 was told by the senior gate master that the witchcraft prohibition had just been lifted. It would be best to rest for a while. Don't worry too much about your vitality cultivation. It will recover sooner or later. Let me help you bathe and change first. Zhao Yu nodded and replied. Half a day later, 2 prompt tones reached Lu Zhou's ears. Ding, releasing the witchcraft prohibition of Zhao Yu, received 1,000 merit points. Ding, completion of the investigation of the truth of the Yulong village, received 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhou sighed with satisfaction after listening. The side mission has been completed. Next, I have to accumulate merit points in other ways. At this time, a female cultivator walked in to report to the sect leader. Jiang Aijian from the foot of the mountain seeks an audience. Lu Zhou immediately ordered him to come up. Shortly after, Jiang Aijian, led by the female cultivator, appeared at the Mo Tian pavilion, curious about his new surroundings. He looked around with a blade of grass in his mouth. Hey, when did you join the Demon Sky Pavilion? Is it scary here? They say this is the lair of the demon leader. Aren't you afraid at all? I didn't expect there to be so many women in the Demon Sky Pavilion. Wow. This tree is nice. The bluestone pavement is also nice. He only straightened up when he walked into the main hall. Ming Shi Yuan looked at him with interest. Is this Jiang Aijian? Xiao Yuan angrily went up and kicked. It's him. Such a thick-skinned person. Duan Muxing deliberately gave him a few more glances. Since the master values this person so much, he must have some exceptional qualities. Jiang Aijian quickly bowed respectfully upon entering the main hall. Senior, I'm not used to such a big scene. Hurry. Bring me the good sword. Once you do, I can quickly leave the mountain. Lu Zhoujiang, stroking his beard, uttered his name. Jiang Aijian sat down and said slowly. Hearing this, Pan Chongli immediately took out the golden toilet. There's no need for this. We've known each other for a long time. You'd better give me the sword quickly. I'll leave now. After hearing this, Lu Zhou chuckled. He waved his hand casually. The female cultivator next to him understood. She then handed over a long sword. Jiang Aijian curiously picked up the long sword and gently gripped it. Unexpectedly, with a click, the long sword broke into powder. Oh no, senior. Is this the good sword you said was worth me personally coming to take? Ming Shirin smiled and explained. This sword is the best one in the Magic Sky Pavilion. It is made of the finest 1,000-year-old wood. And the patterns were meticulously carved by the master craftsman. Duan Muxing took over the conversation. The disciples of the Demon Temple have all practiced with this sword, practiced swordsmanship. The sword demon Yu Shangrong once used this sword to kill thousands of enemies. Jiang Aijian was speechless upon hearing this. This is such a damn scam. Even a wooden sword can be so pompous. Who should I reason with? Senior, my heart is feeling cold. Lu Zhou looked at me with a faint smile. This sword is indeed good. Don't you want it? Jiang Aijian is about to cry, feeling wronged, elder. You said you hate people who don't keep their promises the most. This wooden sword you're praising so highly isn't really a treasure. Although I love swords, my brain is normal. I don't want this sword. No. Then you have to compensate. Lu Zhou looked at him with a smirk. Jiang Aijian realized it, and broke out in a cold sweat. This sword is extremely precious to my Motian pavilion. Yet you destroyed it. If the sword is not compensated for, I'm afraid Lu Ko won't continue to say the rest. Duan Muxing Mingxi and Little Yuer. With a vigilant look, he tightened the weapon in his hand. Watching as several people approached step by step, Jiang Aijian hurriedly waved his hand, refusing. This sword I'll compensate. How much do you need? Ming Shi, because of a smile. Can this be measured by money? Then what do you suggest? How about I find a craftsman to make a replica for you? No, it must be the original wooden sword. Jiang Aijian fell into thought at these words. I guess I understand, old predecessor. Let's get to the point. Lu Zhou slowly stood up and approached. I like dealing with smart people. Jiang Aijian sighed helplessly. If you were smart, you wouldn't fall for your tricks. Lu Zhou looked at him calmly. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. Several times he used me to remove obstacles in the palace. Jiang Aijian, you are the first one who dares to act arrogantly in front of me. Jiang Aijian's face changed drastically when he heard this. He hurriedly backed away. Then turned and fled outside the main hall. However, at this moment, a bald old man slowly approached. The protective shield emanating from his body directly stopped him in his tracks. Mount Yunzhua Wudao. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Aijian smiled wryly and hurriedly explained. Xiao Yuan danced around with the Wolf's Fawn club in hand. Quickly closed the door. I'll see where he's running to. Brother, catch him and beat him up. Jiang Aijian cried and begged constantly with a mournful face. Oh my goodness. I have no grudges against you. There is no need for this. Why use weapons? Lu Zhou arrived slowly at his side at this moment. This is the so-called love sword in the cultivation world. One of the 3 sword fanatics who treats the sword as life, Jiang Aijian. It's all just reputation. Reputation is just empty fame. Lu Zhou glanced at him meaningfully. Jiang Aijian's reputation is just a facade for deception. Who would have thought that such a free-spirited person in the cultivation world would be the majestic third prince of the great Yuan Empire? As soon as these words were spoken, the Magic Sky Pavilion fell silent. How could such a strange and slippery person, who fears death and loves life, possibly be the third prince of Great Yen? What part of me looks like a member of the royal family? Master, could it be that your eyes are failing you? Although the disciples were suspicious, they kept their doubts to themselves. Pan Chong curiously looked at the female cultivator next to him. Why are you blushing? Jiang Aijin was startled for a moment. You, with such an appearance, how could you be the third prince? Seeing that Lu Zhou refused to admit it, he just smiled lightly. My esteemed disciple, it took Yi Tianqin 5 years to investigate the case files in the palace. The mastermind behind the scenes that was found is actually me. And how did a casual cultivator like you accomplish that? Jiang Aijin honestly replied, saying he had friends in the palace. Hua Wudao continued. Continuation. What kind of friend can mobilize such a confidential matter? Jiang Aijin was speechless and didn't know how to explain. Hua Wudao then bowed to His Highness. Jiang Aijin's reflex action. Subconsciously, he responded with an excuse. He realized his mistake in speaking, and anxiously slapped his thigh. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Well, Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back. I have plenty of time to not look at him anymore. I'm not afraid of you not admitting it. Jiang Aijin naturally understands the meaning behind this. Du Wozai worked hard to pass on the message to the Maotian Pavilion. Senior, you are really making yourself suffer by doing this. Mingshi raised his eyebrows and said less after listening. Since you are the prince, the obstacles removed by the magic tower are also your obstacles. This is equivalent to using the magic tower. Who has the guts to do this? Even the supreme master of the Netherworld sect, Yu Zhenhai, didn't dare to use the magic pavilion when he wanted to expand his influence. Jiang Aijin quickly waved his hand upon hearing this, feeling wrong. You're really unjustly accusing me. I have told the old seniors. I really hate the intrigue and deceit in the palace. So I left the palace. The internal conflicts and struggles in the palace, no matter how many obstacles the old seniors can clear, I can no longer return to the identity of the prince. Your Highness, then why do you still maintain contact with the palace? Hearing this, Jiang Aijin sighed helplessly. Although I am a prince, I also have some close friends. I'm not afraid to tell you. I long for an ordinary life. But in this scorching world, it's so difficult to be self-righteous. I can only take the name Jiang Aijin, to be a carefree wanderer. Hua Wudao, after listening respectfully, spoke of the 3 great sword maniacs. All of them are at the level of the Yuan Xinjie realm. Your Highness, to have such cultivation as a carefree wanderer, is truly admirable. Jiang Aijin shook his head. It's just a reputation. Lu Zhou continued to question. Well said. If you have no ulterior motives, why betray your elder brother? The mastermind behind the Yulong village is the second prince, and you are the third prince. Not maintaining your own brother, and still stabbing him in the back. Who would believe there's no selfish intent? Hearing this, Jiang Aijin sighed bitterly. The most heartless person in the world is the prince. Inside the palace walls, apart from etiquette and rules, it's about power and status. There's no such thing as family affection. Get to the point. Do you know why I have to investigate the matter of Yulong village? Jiang Aijin responded with confusion. Is it for your 6th disciple? Not just that. Do you know Ding Fanqiu? At the mention of Ding Fanqiu, Hua Wu's brows furrowed. Ding Fanqiu is a member of my cloud sect. As soon as his words were spoken, Ming Shiring turned to Elder Hua with a stern look on his face. Please be mindful of your current status and your tone of speech. Ding Fanqiu has been impersonating the martial arts master and causing trouble everywhere, damaging the reputations of our sect and Mount Muxian. According to our rules, he should have been thrown into the mountains long ago, to be eaten by wild beasts. Hua Wudao blushed and said no more. Master Lu paused. He continued. Ding Fanqiu has informed me. The true purpose of Dushianjiang Yulong village is to find a special bone. Is this true? Jiang Aijin scratched his head. Lu Zhou stared at him intently. Do you think I'm easily deceived? He felt a little embarrassed being stared at by the senior. Since you already know, why ask again? For the past 10 years, we've been salvaging the Tianjiang River inside the palace. As for the sunken corpse, do you think we can gain anything from it? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's question, Jiang Aijin hesitated and answered that they gained nothing. What kind of special bone is it? Jiang Aijin was evasive. Seems very concerned that so many people are listening. You should understand. At this point, hiding it makes no sense. He immediately put away his nonchalant attitude. Started taking it seriously. I have no need to lie to the old senior. To be honest, I have been away from the palace for many years. I'm afraid many people have forgotten me. Some friends from the prince's palace are probably no longer around. In a few years, perhaps there will never be a third prince in this world again. In order to investigate the matter of Duding River, 2 people were killed by a random sword. Of course, their lack of skills is to blame. The second prince is temperamentally violent and unsuitable to lead the country's military. I believe in you. What do you think? Could that special bone be the bone of the common people? Jiang Aijian no longer concealed his opinion and spoke out. There are rumors in the palace that the bones of Bai Min can break the limit of life expectancy, but I don't think so. If that's the case, what's the point of salvaging these 10 years? The focus of salvage may have shifted from Bai Min's bones to something else. I've already said what the senior should say. I do have some selfish intentions. I can also give up this good sword. After listening, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. I promise to fulfill my pledge to use the good sword. After saying that, he threw the royal token into the other's hand. Jiang Aijian widened his eyes with some doubts. The royal token. Lu Zhou gave him a meaningful glance, which was correct. I bestow upon you the royal token in the form of this fine sword. Jiang Aijian seems a bit confused. This thing would be quite useful for someone in the palace. Wouldn't it be a waste for you to give it to me, old man? I value my life. I wouldn't dare to use this thing to command others. After hearing this, Lu Zhou began to explain. The nominal purpose of this item is a royal token. In reality, it is also the key to the royal treasury. Otherwise, why would the royal family keep it for so many years? His meaning makes people search everywhere. Jiang Aijian, upon hearing this, broke the token in half. And indeed found a key with a dragon carving falling out from inside. Elder, you've made me suffer. The innocent is guilty, while the guilty conceals his crime. If the people in the palace find out about this thing on me, they will all come to kill me. Lu Zhou will hand over the Hu's beard, calmly speaking, this thing is most suitable for you. You are the prince and the lover of the sword. Only you can get close to the inner chamber. Don't be too quick to refuse. What I want to tell you is that there is a good sword kept inside. Dragon Roar sword. Hearing these 3 words, Jiang Aijian trembled with excitement. A look of surprise appeared on Hua Wudao's face. Dragon Roar sword. It is a top-tier weapon that became famous in the world hundreds of years ago. Sharper than the same level. Many people in the cultivation world are looking for it. Later disappeared in the cultivation world. I didn't expect this good sword to be in the Imperial Palace. No wonder, no wonder. Xiao Yuan curiously asked Elder Hua. Is this sword really good? Of course it's good. This sword is also a divine weapon in the Tianjia. Weapons reaching the Tianjia often need to recognize the master to achieve the greatest power. Different from the Dragon Roar sword, so far, this weapon has not found its owner. All the previous owners who used it have failed to recognize the master. The implication is that the Dragon Roar sword to this day, the greatest power has not been unleashed yet. What can be certain is, it will not be weaker than the average celestial weapon. Xiao Yuan hesitated upon hearing this. Master, this weapon cannot be sold to him too cheaply. Jiang Aijian hurriedly put the key into his pocket. Then, he shamelessly said, Take care, old senior. I like it the most. Don't worry, in the future, when you need my help, I will be even more dedicated than before. I am very satisfied with this thing. It's worth the trip. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Everyone, don't stare at me like that, girl. With that, he waved and walked out of the main hall. At this time, Lu Zhou stopped him and conveyed the message on behalf of the main seat. Wei Zhuyan is the chief culprit of the Battle of Dutian River. The main seat hopes that he will personally confess his guilt. As soon as this was said, the great hall fell silent. Jiang Aijian stopped in his tracks, showing a troubled expression. Are you joking, old master? Wei Zhuyan holds heavy military power and is an important minister of the country. Forcing him to confess may lead to turmoil in the country. Moreover, his cultivation is extremely high. There are rumors that he has the ability to rival Fan Xiuwen, the leader of the Dark Cavalry. There are many courtiers in the palace. It's probably harder to get him to confess than to move a mountain. Lu Zhou's expression still shows no emotion. When someone reaches a certain position, they won't admit their mistakes, even if they've made them. I understand this principle. Unfortunately, I don't like it. Then aren't you afraid of offending the second prince? It's not advantageous to have so many strong enemies on Mount Jinting. I know that the strength of the Emotian Pavilion is astonishing, but in this world is there any king? The entire cultivation world can be as stable as now. How could the royal family not have means? You're wrong. Wei Zhuyan will die sooner or later, it's just a matter of how he dies. Jiang Aijian stood still for a moment, lost in thought. I will have someone deliver the message. Before leaving, he really wanted to know, How Lu Zhou saw through his identity. Because my ability to obtain information alone is not enough. But after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. It doesn't matter. After saying goodbye, he turned and left without looking back. Mingshi bowed as a courtesy. Master, although this person is unruly, he doesn't seem like a prince. I think he can still be considered a talent. Why not keep him here? No need. This person has other uses. At this time, Hua Wudao stepped forward. Guild leader, I have something to say, I'm not sure if I should say it. After hearing this, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow and paid attention to your identity. My tolerance is limited. Upon hearing this, Hua Wudao immediately nodded. I dare not say more. Mingshi looked at him with a faint smile. Elder Hua, you are no longer a member of Cloud Sect. You are now an elder of Magic Heaven Sect. Many have sought in vain. If you want to change your mind, you can leave at any time. Whether it's a foe or a friend, think carefully before choosing. As the words fall, Duan Muxing raised the tyrant's spear in his hand and smashed it down. On the freshly laid bluestone floor, he smashed out a wealthy family again. Anyone with ulterior motives shall be executed. Lu Zhou looked calmly at Hua Wudao. If it weren't for his loyalty of 5 points, just now, solely by speaking for Ding Fanqiu, Lu Zhou can't tolerate him. Seeing his expression stiff, Lu Zhou casually mentioned the powerful 6 harmonies imprint. It's still not perfect. This was heard by Hua Wudao, who is a practicing fanatic. Suddenly brightened. I asked the senior for advice. Lu Zhou then immediately revealed his Jian Ta Fei Sian to Jia for several leaves. I haven't progressed in 20 years and still have 6 leaves. Duan Muxing and Mingshi were stunned after hearing this. No wonder they take turns attacking. They cannot break through the defense of Hua Wudao. For this level of strong opponent, even without using the Union Seal but protecting themselves with Gang Qi, it's not something they can break. Master Lu casually mentioned that the beige of the North Pavilion has the classics of the 6 Harmonies seal. Elder Hua can freely peruse them. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua quickly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. It is said that the Motian Pavilion houses many treasures. Thank you, Lord Xia. Whether it's classics or weapons, they are the goals pursued by practitioners. Since the barrier of Zimasheng Dao and Tianjianmen was broken, they searched everywhere, just for these treasures. The main hall has just regained quietness. 2 Yenyu palace maids hurriedly ran in. The pavilion master Yi Tianxin has regained consciousness, but it's not looking good. After hearing this, Lu Zhou led several disciples to the south pavilion. Upon seeing him, the maids waiting at the door, they all kneeled down to see the Lord. Lu Zhou ignored them. He pushed the door open and walked in. At this point, he saw Yexing lying calmly on the bed. His skin and hair were extremely pale. When she saw the master coming, she quickly got up from the bed, but accidentally fell to the ground. Weak, she struggled to crawl to Lu Zhou's front. Master! Lu Zhou looked at her with a faint expression. Do you already know about this? I know my sins are heavy and irredeemable. After Yi Tianxian finished speaking, he began to cough violently. Bright red blood splattered onto the ground. The female cultivator beside her hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Disciple has a request. Disciple wants to personally kill Wei Zhuyan to avenge the people of Yulong village. Afterward, disciple will accept death as penance. Master Lu looks on indifferently. Your cultivation has been abandoned. How can you kill Wei Zhuyan with your own hands? Yi Tianxin was speechless, and her face became even more ugly. In her current situation, it's not just about fighting against Wei Zhuyan, who has an extremely high level of cultivation. Even an ordinary person might not be able to defeat him. If it weren't for the meticulous care of the Yenyu Palace female cultivators, I'd have turned out differently long ago. Yi Tianxin deceived her masters, betrayed her sect, and committed numerous evil deeds, tarnishing my reputation. Do you have anything to say? The words made the people nearby scratch their heads. Master, do you also have a reputation? Yi Tianxin knelt on the ground and respectfully replied. Disciple has nothing to say. Then this seat will grant you death. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he picked up his hand, and directly slapped towards Yi Tianxin. This sudden change caught everyone present off guard. Then a gentle aura followed. It hit Yi Tianxin's chest. In the past, this bit of spiritual energy wouldn't have hurt her. But now, she has no cultivation. This strike is enough to take her life. Yi Tianxin fell to the ground with a thud. The pupils gradually dilated. Lu Zhou faintly spoke and helped her up. Hearing this, 2 female cultivators hurried forward and helped Yi Tianxin onto the bed. Through the just now shot, Lu Zhou found no trace of true qi in Yi Tianxin's dantian qi hai. There was indeed not the least bit of true qi. He then picked up his palm, about to probe towards her brow. Several people besides simultaneously kneel and beg for mercy, but Lu Zhou does not intend to punish Yi Tianxin. Instead, he slowly places his palm on Yi Tianxin's forehead. A faint aura revolves around his whole body. Xiao Yun'er was a little curious. Why did Master do this? Ming Shirin glanced at the situation inside the house, then took the two of them and walked out. They arrived outside the door. He let out a long sigh. Tianxin's senior sister has always been a person with a tough destiny. She was fearless and joined the Demon Sky Pavilion in the past. Her talent was average, but her cultivation progressed rapidly. The massacre of Yulong Village was probably one of her driving forces forward. Junior Tianxin is cold and unfeeling. She shows no complaint towards Master's harshness. Ring of Passion. Ring of Passion. I still don't understand. Ming Shirin shook his head. Explained that Tianxin's martial arts skills. That's her natural talent. Bai Min has always had extraordinary talent in cultivation. Looks like Master's palm is more likely to bring misfortune than good, but it's hard to say for now. If the Master really wants to kill her, he should have done it when she was captured. There was no need to wait until now. If junior sister Tianxin dies, it's her own fault. The fate of those who betray the evil Tian Pavilion as they deserve. If she doesn't die, it's because her destiny is not over. Dumu's suspicious inquiry, are you suggesting that Bai Min may have a special ability to save her life? Ming Shi frowned, possibly. I don't know much about the affairs of the Democratic Party. At this time, Lu Zhou slowly walked out of the room. He left a word and left straight from here. The fates of life and death are determined by destiny. Ming Shirin, distraught, then entered the room. He took Yi Tianxin's wrist and checked it. Finding no breath or pulse. Has she really died? Refusing to believe, he activated his energy, pouring it into Yi Tianxin's body. No matter how he injects his energy, Yeti Yangtsen remains indifferent like a stone, blocking all the energy outside. He quickly turned and asked the two female practitioners, did the Master say anything before leaving? Life and death are predestined. What's important is the blessing from heaven. Whether one can survive is up to the mansion leader's will. Hearing this, Ming Shirin murmured to himself. So it is. Meanwhile, inside General Changning's mansion, a guard brought in a letter from the palace. It must be opened by you personally. Wei Zhuyan took the letter and carefully read it. After watching it, he was so angry that he smashed the table with a palm. He's got some nerve. Even a small wizard dares to command. This general cannot accept it. The guard cautiously inquired the general. What has made you so angry? Wei Zhuyan waved his hand and gave orders. Then replied to General Ben. Your Highness, just say that General Ben is already aware of this matter. In the future, I will not attend any banquets. Time flew by quickly. After returning to the Matian Pavilion in Luzhou at night, Wu Ming picked up the unnamed and randomly attacked the mysterious box. But after hacking for a while, apart from brief traces on the mysterious box, nothing else happened. It has returned to its original state. The box's sturdiness exceeded his cognition. Does it need a certain kind of key? At this thought, Lu Zhou inserted Wei Ming's into it, inside the groove above the box. In the next second, Wei Ming might have been bounced out. Lu Zhou, anxious, picked up the box and began to shake it. The three disciples outside the sealed room looked at each other in amazement. Is Master angry again? There have been quite a few things happening these days. It's normal for Master to be angry. Is senior brother Tianxin and senior sister really okay? I'm not sure either. Master said to watch over her fate. The stone door of the secret room slowly opens. Lu Zhou comes to the front of a few people carrying a box. Mingshi, because you often come up with the most ideas on ordinary days, this box is extremely mysterious, temporarily leaving it to you to find a way to open it. Mingshi smiled wryly after taking the box. He just loves such simple tasks. Lu Zhou gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The current merit points are 8762. Looks quite high. Actually, I can't afford Fazhen Liujiao's price by far. We used to rely on continuously buying prop cards to save our lives. But now the price of prop cards is increasing. We have to spend more effort on improving our skills. The skills of these disciples are still good. However, relying on them to carry out a mission like killing Wei Zhuyan is still too far-fetched. How much have the three of you advanced in your cultivation recently? Duan Muxing hastily answered when he heard the master's question. Disciple Tianyi is expected to make a breakthrough soon, and is hopeful to achieve the second leaf of the Dharma body within a month. Mingshi closely follows behind, currently at the first leaf of the Dharma body in cultivation. Is there anything concealed? Lu Zhou glanced at him. After all, when this guy confronted Zhang Qiuqi, he deliberately kept a trick up his sleeve. Master, your disciple speaks the truth and dares not conceal anything. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at the little Yuaner beside him. The little Yuer's cheeks were flushed. Stuttering, she opened her mouth at the peak of the divine court realm. After saying this, she knelt down with a thud. Disciple, you must enter the primordial divine realm as soon as possible. Among the 9 senior disciples, apart from the 8th and 5th disciples, only Xiao Yuan is still in the Xinting realm. She feels embarrassed herself. To truly stand firm in the world of cultivation, at least 5 or even 6-leaf cultivation is required. Now the strongest is barely close to 2 leaves. Duan Muxing is indeed a bit weak. Ding Fanqiu is at the 5-leaf level. Fan Shuwen is at the 8-leaf level. Hua Wudao is at the 6-leaf level. When comparing, it feels like my own disciples are somewhat inadequate. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou calmly spoke. We still need to work harder in our practice. The 3 of them replied in unison. We will obey, Master. At this moment, Yao Yu walked in slowly from outside. She knelt down respectfully. The sinner greets the Master. Lu Zhou approached and asked her to lift her head. He found that the golden lotus on Zhao Yue's forehead had disappeared. Master, your disciple is grateful for your mercy. My cultivation has now recovered by 20%. It will take 1 month to fully recover. I know I have made a mistake. I hope Master will give me a chance to make amends. After you arrive in Luzhou, I will slowly turn around. I will give you a chance to make amends for your crimes. Thank you, Master. Your disciple will not let you down. In the past few days, write down the techniques you have learned and present them. When they heard this, several people looked puzzled. Disciples obey. The reason why Lu Shui did this is because he is not sure what these apprentices have learned is a complete technique. The missing part of memory is very likely related to the apprentice. If there is a deficiency in the imparted skills, it will greatly hinder their progress in cultivation. And next time, for the bubble tea, put less sugar. It's not good for your teeth. Having said that, they let a few people leave. On the way back, the 4 of them looked good. Lao Si, you're pretty smart. What's the master up to this time? Mingshi started to fiddle with the box in his hand. I had no idea. He seemed more interested in studying the box than memorizing martial arts techniques. Zhao Yu sighed. Regardless, Master has indeed changed a lot. 5th junior sister, you are luckier than Tianxin junior sister. Tianxin junior sister's life and death are uncertain now. We don't even know if she can make it through. Yao Yu asked in surprise upon hearing this. What's wrong with junior sister Tianxin? Ming Shirin said she has fallen into a deep sleep. Don't ask too much. I can't guess what Master is thinking. Didn't you say Master is simple-minded? You can't even guess. Sure, 3rd senior brother, I didn't say that. Master is still very clever. Xiao Yuaner seemed to have heard something. Oh, I see, you're calling Master silly. Mingshi, because of the state, immediately hugged the box and left, feeling guilty, not afraid of godlike opponents, just afraid of pig-like teammates. After arriving at a quiet place behind the mountain, he placed the box on the rocks and carefully inspected it, stroking his chin. It was different from any box he had seen before. There were no seams, no gaps, no lid. It was perfectly square. I don't care about the box. The heavenly weapons are all swept away. With this thought in mind, he picked up the parting hook scabbard and swung it violently. Sparks flew everywhere. Both the parting hook scabbard and the box are intact. He widened his eyes and continued his research. I am really stupid. The things my master taught me. The moonlight spilled on the box. A special pattern appeared in front of his eyes. Why does this pattern look a bit like my farewell scabbard? Mingshi curiously put the farewell scabbard on the groove pattern. I didn't expect the weapon to get stuck in it. How is this possible, for him? This farewell hook is his life, and cannot afford any mistakes. He grabbed the farewell hook and kept swinging it back and forth. The surrounding stones were smashed by him. The departure hook never came off. Is it possible that the master regrets giving me the weapon? So deliberately thought of this method to take it back. Mingshi has a heart that wants to cry. Just then, Duan Muxing came over with the Overlord's spear. Senior brother, what are you doing? I've been looking for you everywhere, Ming Shirin answered helplessly, pointing at the box. Senior brother, I'm afraid I can't practice kung fu with you. My farewell hook sheath is stuck. Duan Muxing didn't seem to agree with the situation. It's just a broken box. You take a step back. As he finished speaking, he waved the Overlord's spear and poked it at the box, only to find his arms numb. The box is still safe and sound. Ming Shi pointed to a circular slot next to it at this time. Senior brother, why don't you try using the Overlord's spear to insert it? Duan Muxing didn't say a word. He directly plunged in with the Overlord's spear in hand. With a click, the slot of the Overlord's spear suddenly got stuck, as if triggering a mechanism. The two weapons popped out the next second. Lai Mingshiri quickly stepped forward and took the parting hook scabbard back in his hand. I understand, master. This box needs the weapon of each of us. Put them all in the slots, and it will open. This is the Bishu sword, this is the Changxing sword, this is the Duoqing ring, this is the peacock feather. Duanmu is amazed by the superb craftsmanship. Such exquisite box. I wonder which master designed it. I have no idea, but fortunately, I've discovered the secret to opening the box. However, it's useless even if I find it. The peacock feather is in 7th junior brother's hands. The Biu sword and Changxing sword are in the hands of the eldest senior brother. Under the sun and the heaven, there is no certainty to make them willing to give up their weapons, Kongbo said helplessly. Then he sighed. I dare not look for big brother and second brother. In a while, I will report to Master Piao truthfully. When I heard this, Duanmu chuckled, saying that Master Piao was still resting. Why not practice? Miang Shi was momentarily speechless. Third brother. I recommend Elder Hua. He has been concealing his strength. But you still haven't been able to break his defensive technique. Do you understand? And he is a master with 6 leaves. Very suitable as your sparring partner. Duan Muxing's eyes lit up after hearing. It makes sense. I will go find Elder Hua right away. Elder Hua Wudao, who is sleeping at the moment, suddenly sneezed for no reason. Time passed quickly. The next day, Lutz Ho gathered a few people, and they started playing the flight chess he invented. But it seems that he is not very lucky. It's really fun. It looks like he's about to lose. Just at this moment, Ming Shi brought the box here. Master, I have found the key to open the box. The box requires 6 weapons to be inserted into the groove pattern. Master, please look at the box floating in the air. This is the Biu dagger, Changxing sword, and this is the peacock feather, and the affectionate heart. Master, I and third apprentice brother's weapons are placed together. Open this gap. It's estimated that 2 more gaps are needed to open it. After hearing this, Lujin nodded. Well done. Ming Shi, thank you, master, for your compliment. Previously, Lu Zhou had also thought of this point. He even tried changing the shape with unnamed, but failed. Obviously, there are no loopholes to exploit. Open the box. I need the help of weapons like the Biu blade and Changxing sword. But at the moment, these villains have already left Motian Pavilion. It's not very realistic to rely on them. Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, Zhao Yu expressed her own opinion. Master wants to open this mysterious box. The apprentice believes 4th brother is the best candidate. After hearing this, Lu Zhou started to inquire. How do you know? The peacock feather is in 7th brother's hands. 7th brother is close to 8th brother. It's not difficult for 4th senior brother to find 8th junior brother with his ability. With 7th junior brother's mind. It's also not difficult to contact 1st senior brother and 2nd senior brother. Disciple believes they will also be very curious about what's inside the box. At that time, we will find a way to open this box. Ming Shirin stood aside, somewhat speechless. Master, we still need to discuss this matter in detail. The eldest and 2nd senior brothers have profound cultivation. What if he wants to kill the disciple and take the box? What should we do? Lu Zhou shook his head. Wei Wei slightly smiled, making Zhenhai and Yu Shangrong the top disciples, but is lenient towards you juniors. Since joining the Motian Pavilion, there has been no infighting. I believe they won't hurt you. Ming Shirin cried at the words, and knelt down with a thud. My disciple, do not doubt it. Lu Zhou watched him with interest. This matter needs no further discussion. Do not disappoint me, my student. Ming Shirin had to reluctantly hold the box. I agreed to come. Lu Zhou understands. There is no one more suitable than Ming Shirin. Only he can among many evils. In the midst of a dilemma. It's impossible for a person like you, who is thin-skinned, to become the head of the family. Moreover, in my memory, Yu Zhenhai and Yu Shangrong have never done anything to betray their fellow disciples. He couldn't help but frown in contemplation. What could be their reason for leaving the Mo Heaven Pavilion? At this moment, a female cultivator arrived at the door. She informed the pavilion master Yi Tianxin that there were no changes today. Lu Zhou nodded in response, indicating that he understood. Beside him, Xiao Yuan, who was feeding the chickens, couldn't help but inquire, Master, Senior Tianxin won't really die, will she? Lu Yong didn't know how to answer this question. But if she dies, will the master be happy? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou gave a cold snort. Have you all finished transcribing the techniques I assigned? Not yet. Why don't you go copy it now? Seeing the master angry, she immediately got up and dashed out. Just as she got outside, she saw a messenger bird flying towards her. Like lightning, she sprang into the air, and caught the flying letter in her hand. Master Feishu is Jiang Aijian's messenger. Under the continuous gestures, Xiao Yuan began to recite. Elder, I have already had someone deliver your message to Wei Zhuyan. As expected, Wei Zhuyan didn't take it seriously. Also, you were right. There is a big figure in the palace who is at odds with Wei Zhua. After hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded, just as he expected. Wei Zhua's current position is greatly influential, and he commands a large army. Someone actually stepped forward to make him give up everything. This is almost impossible. Fei Shujiang loves his sword. This matter has been known to the seat. Xiao Yuan is a little angry, master. Wei Zhuyan is so infuriating. I'll go down the mountain and kill him. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows and asked in return, assassinate 7 leaves or even 8 leaves in the divine court realm, a master? Xiao Yuan lowered her head in embarrassment at the words. Wei Zhuyan achieved the position of commander-in-chief of the 3 armed services. He relies not only on personal cultivation, but also on influencing the whole situation with the slightest movement. He is different from Fan Xiuwen. Fan Xiuwen is originally a pawn of the Dark Department from the blacklist. Even if he dies, the Daiyan royal family won't be too concerned. But Wei Zhuyan is different. Many want him dead. Xiao Yue widened his eyes, and asked in confusion what to do now. No need to worry. What I want is not just Wei Zhuyan's life. Half a day later, in the mountain stronghold at Minghu Port, a subordinate hurriedly came to face Xu Honggong. Throat reporting to the village chief, something is not right. Someone has invaded the mountain stronghold. Xu Honggong was startled. What's the panic for? I, as the king, who dares to intrude upon the fierce Tiger Ridge, just finished speaking, and then Ming Shuyan's voice came from outside. He seems to have become more imposing during this period. I turned to see the 4th martial brother playing with the box. Suddenly appeared in the cave. Xu Hong was so scared that he hurriedly knelt down. There was no more arrogance from before. Senior brother, why did you come? Ming Shuyan joked with a smile. Why can't I come? Are you thinking of joining my fierce tiger bandit gang all of a sudden? That's great. From now on, you will be the leader of the fierce tiger bandit gang. I'll give you the title of the evil king, and I'll be your right hand. Seeing him act so fawning. Don't bother me. I will not leave the Motian pavilion. I am here on a mission. Xu Honggong suddenly panicked. What mission? Is it time for house cleaning? Ming Shuyan looked at him with a sneer. I really don't understand. How can you, with such little courage, dare to leave the Magic Sky Pavilion? You don't have the cultivation of the eldest senior brother. Just based on this fat body? Xu Hong heard a little embarrassed. Brother, don't hit me like that. Actually, I'm quite smart. Ming Shu is somewhat speechless, only you. That's right. If not for my intelligence, I would have been caught by the master at Qingyu Alta that day. Oh, come on, your master just doesn't know whether to catch you or not. He's not in a hurry. If you see Laochi, see if the master dares to take action. Xu Hong was saw through and quickly changed the topic. 4th brother, since you've come to me, it's not to arrest me. What's the matter? I will do my best. Ming Shu pointed to the box next to him, and explained. Master has a mysterious box. 7 junior martial brothers are needed to open it with the weapons of the 1st and 2nd senior martial brothers. The dragon seeing 7th junior martial brother is elusive. I had to come find you. It's just a lousy box that I can cut open with one stroke. Why would I need a celestial weapons? Xu Hong, co-captain, he drew out a big knife from one of his subordinates. Ming Shuyan also did not stop. With keen interest, he watched the spectacle. A spark splashed with a bang. The blade broke directly in half. The broken blade rebounded and happened to stick into the subordinate's body next to it. Xu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness! What kind of box is this? It's so sturdy. Ming Shirin leisurely looked at him. If I knew, would I still need to find you? Fourth Master really is impressive. The decline of the Magic Heaven Pavilion. The entire cultivation world is waiting for the respected master's impending end. By then, all the treasures in the Magic Heaven Pavilion will be taken by others. Why not take the opportunity to leave? Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Ming Shirin's furious rebuke. Shut up! Disrespectful nonsense. Leaving the Mo Tiange is one thing, but to slander the master behind his back. What has the master done to wrong you? Shu Hong was scared and kneeled on the ground again. Scratched his head and thought carefully. Just got beaten up a lot. No other hatred really. Mingshi glared at him as if hating that iron cannot become steel. Do you know Sixth Sister? Now that your cultivation has been abolished, life and death are uncertain. Listen to my advice, don't confront the master. I can understand if you leave the Demon Sky Pavilion, but if you do something that betrays the master behind his back, I will not let it go. Seeing Mingshi's cold gaze, Shu Honggong quickly reached out and swore as a senior brother. I am really wrongly accused. Since I left the Motian Pavilion, I have never done anything that would betray my master. Last time you asked me to investigate the kidnap case of the CI family, I have found out. Someone is really causing trouble in Mengha Gang. That's framing and shifting blame. Mingshi raised his eyebrows and looked at him. I didn't ask you about the junior apprentice's ethnicity. You're so eager to jump to conclusions. Hearing this, Shu Hong mourned with a blank face, not knowing what to say. I know it wasn't you who did the Siji family's matter. You don't have the guts. Fourth senior brother is the reasonable one. Did Master say anything? Master never cared about you at all. Don't overestimate yourself. To get back on topic. As for the box, you saw it too. Do you know where seventh brother is now? Fourth brother sure loves to joke around. How would I know where seventh brother is? Fourth brother can go to Wulong and have a look. It is said that the headquarters of the dark web is there. Lao Ba, you didn't used to be so scheming. Do you want to harm me? As soon as the words fell, applause came from behind the screen. Si Wien walked out slowly from the inside. Ming Shiring saw the situation and glared at Lao Ba, and said, You don't know? Si Wien came forward and bowed. See fourth brother. Ming Shi looked at him with a frown. Although Si Wien is his junior brother, but it's really awkward to see his carefree appearance. Smart people are not easy to control. He still prefers to stay with Lao Ba. Lao Chi, you're quite cunning. You've been eavesdropping from behind for so long. Si Wia smiled faintly and walked to the stone table. Fourth brother, you're kidding. I've been at Minghu Ridge all this time. Brother, come and knock on the door, let's have a chat. I just didn't expect fourth brother to come. Since you've heard it, I won't beat around the bush. I'll borrow your peacock feather. After hearing this, Si Wia, his gaze fell on the mysterious box, and he began to size it up. It was the first time he had seen such a peculiar and eerie box. His master had countless treasures, so it was normal to have a box like this. The peacock feather can be borrowed, but there are a few things. I want to have a sincere chat with fourth brother. Ming Shi is very cautious and doesn't want to listen to his confusion. There's no need for that, I'm not like you. Since you can borrow it, you'd better not come. First, put the peacock feather in this slot. Si Wia responded with a faint smile. Long time no see. Fourth senior brother is much more cautious than before. And with that, he took out the peacock feather. The peacock feather floated silently in his hand and rotated 360 degrees. Zhu Hong beside him watched with envy. I wish I could have a celestial weapon too. Si Wien glanced meaningfully at Ming Shirin. If there's a certain treasure in the box that controls you and me, would you still open it? Ming Shirin was instantly stunned after hearing this, his deep eyes gazing at the other party. I've always been curious. Back then, senior brother too and you. Why did you both really leave the Demon Sky Pavilion? Hearing this question, Si Wia put away the peacock feather and smiled calmly. Fourth senior brother, if someone holds a knife to your throat, and you are unable to resist, can only choose to escape, would you run? With so many enemies of the Motian faction, since the siege of Jintingshan by the top 10 masters, it's just waiting for the master's ultimate fate. When the time comes, even if the first and second senior brothers haven't left, they won't be able to withstand the locust disaster. Ming Shirin snorted at the words. Afraid those people are even inferior to the glowing insects. Are you so confident in Master Lao that you don't care? Shut up, Lao Chi, don't forget who you are. Lao Ba, It was my momentary confusion that let you deceive me, I don't blame him. But can't you tell right from wrong and see through the lies? You seemed completely indifferent to his behavior of disregarding the law and being unscrupulous. Fourth senior brother, since you know I can distinguish between right and wrong, how could you not know that where I stand is not unjust? You are very good at sophistry, in any case. Our master has imparted to you a lifetime of cultivation. This is an ironclad fact. Fourth senior brother is too kind. It's hard to imagine that we haven't seen each other for such a short time. Fourth senior brother is so dedicated to upholding master. If you ask me in the name of senior brother to open this box, I have no other choice but to open it immediately. But if it's for something else, I'm sorry, I can't obey. If we can't negotiate, Ming Shirin won't waste any more words. He slammed his palm down and smashed the table next to him. Then, like lightning, he struck towards Siwuya. Siwuya is naturally fearless. He effortlessly withstands the opponent's attacks. In the blink of an eye, stones within the stronghold are scattered by the clash of energy. Shu Hong is anxious to watch but dares not intervene. Stop fighting, senior brothers. If you keep fighting, my little stronghold will be completely destroyed. Siwuya smiled and kept retreating. The fourth senior brother has actually broken through the Yuan Xinjia realm. It's really cause for celebration. Ming Shi pursued closely, and the Qi raged around him. You rebels! As the senior brother, it's my duty to clean up the mess. Ming Shi stomped and swiftly approached. Siwuyan fearlessly kept blocking his attacks. Fourth senior brother, you've been on the mountain for too long. Although you luckily broke through the Yuanshan realm. But you've been suppressed for too long, you can't deal with me. The clash of vigor is constantly shattering the surrounding buildings. Shu Hong couldn't bear to watch. He, a man of little significance, could only stand by obediently, joining the ranks of the onlookers. You're wrong. Ming Shiyan's eyes were cold and calculating. The surrounding aura suddenly surged. With a flick, the weapon slipped from its sheath, thrown out at an extremely bizarre angle. At the same time, Siwuyan's peacock feather also radiated light. Countless Qi-formed hidden weapons protected all around. Amidst the collision, the banging sound was incessant. After the fight, both sides backed away in the air. Tactfully, they did not continue to fight. The spiritual energy disappeared and peace was restored around. Siwuya looked surprised as Ming Shiyin departed. He didn't expect that fourth senior brother not only broke through the Yuanshan tribulation realm. Jing also acquired the Tianjia weapon, Ming Shi's indifferent response. But it was no match for seventh junior brother, who had long possessed the peacock feather. Senior brother admonished junior brother, which was only right and proper. Junior brother made an inexcusable mistake and apologized to fourth senior brother. Don't worry about compensation. This box belongs to master. You and the second senior brother's weapons are needed as keys. The decision to open or not is up to you. Ming Shirin finished speaking. Then he snatched Shu Hongdong's buns and stuffed them into his mouth. Siwuya took the last bun. He asked suspiciously what was in the box. I don't know either. But since master values this box so much, it must not be an ordinary item. Aren't you afraid that we'll open this box and take away the treasure? Master has long anticipated this. The key to the final stage is the Ring of Amour. Tianqin apprentice sister has already been captured and detained by the master. The sentimental ring is in the master's hand, as the final step of the key. Siwuya sighed when he heard this. He had heard from the second senior brother that the master had changed a lot before, in terms of both his style and temperament. It's completely different from before. Now it seems indeed so. As he finished speaking, his light fell on the mysterious box. He repeatedly praised it as a masterpiece. All the Zhuhong instantly became spirited. Anything that can impress seventh senior brother must be valuable. Upon hearing this, Siwuya tapped Lao Ba's head. Greedy! This item cannot be measured with money. Master unexpectedly possesses such a magical box. The interconnection between the graphic card slots. If you're not careful, you'll get stuck. With that, he placed the peacock feather into one of the holes. With a click, the box made a crisp sound. The peacock feather flew out and was caught by Siwuya. The peacock feather pattern disappeared immediately. This indicates that the peacock feather has served its purpose as a key. Siwuya smiled faintly. Fourth brother, are you satisfied? Ming Shi then immediately handed the box to him. This is what you should do. Also, I know. Only you can contact the eldest and second senior brothers. So the box is entrusted to you for now. I'll come to Lao Ba to pick it up in 7 days. Siwuya shook his head when he heard this. I can indeed contact the eldest and second senior brothers. Under the heavens, There is nowhere in the deep web that I can't find. The problem is, the master and the second senior brother are not as open-minded as I am. This box is probably unable to open. Hearing this, Mingxue smirked. Are you so afraid? The box contains the treasure to deal with you. Siwuya calmly replied. Nothing to hide from fourth brother. If I were really afraid, I wouldn't have put down the whole. Jingling Mingxue ignored his objections and handed the box directly to him. This is the best way. I believe that the eldest and second senior brothers will also understand. At least our master is still alive. The implication is that the master is still alive. Even if you're not in the Mo Sky Pavilion, he will always be the master. If you really provoke the master, even if you're close to death, he might still come after you. I will accompany you on the road to the underworld. Siwuya naturally understood the meaning of these words. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, he readily agreed. Fourth senior brother, please rest assured. I will pass the message on to the senior brother, and the second senior brother. Mingxue nodded in satisfaction. Lochi, were you involved in the kidnapping of the Skiakas? Siwuya blandly replied no. We seek results in our work. But we also have our own principles and bottom line. The Motian Pavilion has never had internal conflicts since receiving disciples. There were none before, and there will be none in the future. I hope it stays that way. Mingxue finished speaking and waved his hand before walking towards the cave entrance. After arriving outside the cave, he flashed and flew away from here. Lao Ba and Zhu Hong wiped the sweat off their faces, then sat down on the ground. Siwuya still seemed calm. Lao Ba smiled and never looked back. Things have come to this point, there's only one way to go. Master has dominated the world for many years. Perhaps there are still many treasures that have not been brought out. This box is not simple. Zhu Hongdong climbed up and asked in confusion. Could it be a weapon? Siwuya said calmly. It's not impossible. Then why did you agree to open this box? This box is extremely special. If it's not opened, this treasure is probably going to be sealed in the box forever. Master, his time is running out. How many years can this treasure be used for? It's better to open the box and let the treasure reappear in the world. Just now when I was fighting with the fourth junior brother, did you see the weapon in his hand? Zhu Hong replied that he saw it. I also found it puzzling. Fourth senior brother is usually in the Motian Pavilion. He hasn't comprehended the essence of the Qingmu heart technique. His cultivation has been suppressed, yet he was able to spar with seventh senior brother for so long. Is that weapon a Tianjie rank? Siwuya nodded after hearing the explanation. This matter cannot be made public. In case there are people with ill intentions targeting the Demon Heaven Pavilion, if this is truly a top treasure, it will definitely lead to greater conflicts in the future. Lao Ba seemed puzzled by the words. Seventh brother always keeps a close watch on the Motian Pavilion. What's the difference if there's one less or one more? Siwuya shook his head and spoke. I'm talking about the matter with this box. If it really is a top treasure, it will inevitably cause greater conflicts in the future. After speaking, he gave orders to his subordinates to go to Anyang. Several practitioners in black robes around him responded and followed him, soaring onto the bird floating in midair. He glanced at Lao Bei before leaving. You should lay low for a while. The cooperation between the Masha clan and Jingyi has fallen through. They wouldn't dare trouble Motian Pavilion but will definitely come after your mana license. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hong trembled in fear for a moment. Senior brother, this was all your idea. How can you blame me? Siwuya looked calmly into the distance. Although Zhang Yuanshan had openly challenged the Mo Heaven Pavilion several times, but in reality, this person is extremely timid. He is a coward. Otherwise, when you and the master appeared in the Qingyu altar, could he not rush back with his cultivation at the Yuan Xinjie realm? Zhu Hong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It's not my fault. Siwuya waved his hand and explained, no, people like this all have a common characteristic, which is that they bully the weak and fear the strong. Under Fengpan's urging, they slowly drove away from here. Zhu Hong's eyebrows furrowed as he recalled the words just spoken. The implication was that Zhang Yuanshan was suggesting that Manhwa gang was easy to bully. Thinking about this, he let out a snort. I'm not that easy to bully either. An hour later, Vipin slowly landed near Anyang. A subordinate stepped forward to inform the leader. The area has been taken care of. No one will know your whereabouts. Siwuya listened. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Leader. Senior Jianhua has been mingling in the world recently. Your sudden visit. I'm worried that Senior Jianhua will be angry. You've always misunderstood. Senior brother, I will make my own judgment. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Anyang City, the green-robed swordsman Yu Shangrong gazes into the distance with deep eyes. Then he drinks alone, thinking how much longer before he finishes the wine. Hearing this, the waiter next to him trembled and replied, "It takes about half an hour from Qingyang to Anyang. It should be there by now." Just as the words were spoken, footsteps could be heard here. Just then, several practitioners walked straight into Yu Shangrong's private room. Yu Shangrong didn't look at them. "Qingyang bandits stay. The rest can leave." When the shop assistant heard this, he was ecstatic. He ran even faster than a rabbit. Several practitioners looked at the blue-robed swordsman in front of them. "Who are you, sir?" Yu Shangrong did not answer their question. But instead I interjected. "Are you all bandits from Qingyang Mountain?" "Bandits. We're just trying to make a living. And running this tavern is not easy. I hope you won't make things difficult." Yu Shangrong raised his wine glass and finished it in one gulp. "Since that's the case, it's easy to handle. I'll be leaving it to you to handle it. My sword doesn't like to be stained with the blood of lesser practitioners." At these words, the crowd was startled and quickly backed away. "Who exactly are you, sir?" The man in the green robe put down his wine glass. He revealed a faint smile. "I am Yu Shangrong, the sword demon, the leader of the horse bandits." Hearing this name, his heart was shocked beyond measure. Instinctively, he turned and fled outward. Regardless of its authenticity, he decided to run first. However, before he could take a few steps, numerous hidden weapons suddenly shot towards him, almost turning this group of low-level practitioners into hedgehogs. Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly. Frowning, "Junior brother, you've really spoiled my mood for drinking by doing this. I really dislike the smell of blood." Siwuya entered the private room with a smile. The mysterious treasure chest quietly floats beside him. Wuya dampened his senior brother's interest. "I will host a separate banquet for you, senior brother, on another day." Apologies to senior brother. Junior brother's intentions end here. But it's a pity about these horse thieves. I promised to let them end it on their own, but I didn't follow through. It's my fault for interfering indiscriminately. Brother, you're such a charming person. Why lower yourself to deal with these inferior horse thieves? Upon hearing this question, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. Little junior sister is innocent and naive. Her affairs are my affairs. Siwuya was stunned. Second senior brother truly dotes on little junior sister. There's no endearment. When I and senior brother left the Moat Sky Pavilion, junior sister had not yet started her training. Siwuya was somewhat curious as to why. Yu Shangrong calmly replied. I have had several encounters with junior sister. I believe she treats people sincerely just like me. Upon hearing this, Siwuya was speechless for a moment. Second senior brother, let's stick to the point. He then gestured with his hand. The mysterious box fell on the table. This is the master's box. It needs our weapons to make a key to open. Yu Shangjie smiled slightly after examining the box for a moment. The master is really interesting. Stay on the mountain, without forgetting to find something for our senior brothers to do. Perhaps the master wants to take this opportunity to test it out. Seventh senior brother is deep. Doesn't even know what the master is thinking. Siwuya nodded. Helplessly replied. If it were before, I would have been confident to figure out some of it. But after this period of time, I'm a bit puzzled. Master took the opposite approach. Kill the 3 leaders of the Masha sect, left Xian Chan first, then capture the leader of the Black Rider, Fan Xiuwen. There is strong backup outside. High monks of the Buddhist sect, disciple Pan Zhongtian of Shoujing Mingdao and disciple Zhou Jifeng of Jianmen, even Yanzong's Hua Wudao. There was no news after going up the mountain. After hearing this, Yu Shangjie gave him a meaningful look. His tone was weak and uncertain. The 7th junior brother does lack some confidence. Siwuya's eyes firmly looked in the direction of the Matian Pavilion. This information comes from the dark web. But there are always many contradictions. Just this support from the Buddhist sect is not credible. The involvement of the Buddhist sect in the matter of the altar is indeed true. Perhaps this eminent monk from the Buddhist sect is none other than the master himself. He is well versed in various esoteric methods. If a new approach is found, it may well encompass the strengths of various schools. Senior brother, do you want to open the box? It's up to you. Master's end is approaching. If he finds a new way, I'd rather wait and see. Yu Shangrong remained silent for a moment. I don't like using my brain. Although sometimes I don't quite agree with your approach. On this matter you should be right. With that, behind me, a light red glow appeared. and a long sword slowly flew out, inserted into the slot of the mysterious box. Clicking sounds followed. The patterns on the box kept changing. In the next second, the Changxing sword popped out, and flew back to Yu Shangrong's back. Yu Shangrong looked somewhat surprised. The box isn't open. Si Wuya shook his head. Answer still requires senior brother's BU knife. 7th junior brother is exceptionally bright. What do you think is in this box, in your opinion? It's not heavy. It's unlikely to be precious metals or jewelry, nor heavy weaponry. If this box can contain something, I hope it's a treasure map. A treasure map? You can find treasures similar to the bones of Bai Min. Yu Shangrong hesitantly said the bones of Bai Min are fake. The treasure is real. It's just that no one has found it. The palace has salvaged the Chen household for 10 years with no results. The possibility of revealing the truth about the murder of Bai Min has been essentially ruled out. At this point, Yu Shangrong let out a light sigh. I hope Sixth Sister can resolve this inner conflict. Let's not bring it up. I'm afraid she can barely protect herself at this moment. The master's methods are more harmful than good. Yu Shangrong nodded and looked out the window as he stood up. The eldest senior brother is not at Pingdu Mountain. He should be in Chengdu. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya paused for a moment. Senior brother has been practicing in seclusion. Many tasks are usually carried out by his subordinates. Why did he personally go this time? To the perilous place like the capital city? Yan Shangjie remained calm. I don't like the way my senior martial brother conducts himself. That's why I killed Chen Wenjie. My sword lies ahead. If you step over the sword with your neck exposed, you'll only end up with a severed head and blood flowing. Si Wuya also didn't know what to say. Sighed. Said you and the eldest senior brother have different positions. There is no right or wrong. 7th junior brother, you've always had the most far-sighted view. Do you think what the senior martial brother did is right? Si Wuya pondered for a moment, and answered that the senior martial brother's actions were not right. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong showed a satisfied smile. It turns out that 7th junior brother indeed has a unique insight. Just then, on the streets of Anyang City, groups of soldiers and horses appeared. Every few dozen people, there would be 3 to 5 crimson-robed practitioners walking among the troops. Yu Shan pointed to the long line of soldiers and horses and said, You guessed right. Wei Zhuoyan has sent someone. Si Wuya chuckled. Wei Zhuoyan always had disagreements with certain people on political views, but always just a grasshopper on a rope. Besides, Wei Zhuoyan is too ugly. Yu Shangrong heard this and questioned in confusion, asking if 7th junior brother will make a move. Si Wuyan shook his head, saying he will first observe the situation as before, decide when necessary. Second master also likes this. Those who know me have no boundaries, either does my martial brother. Since second brother is like this, then I will go to the divine city. After Yu Shangrong heard this, his eyebrows raised. Help me pass a message to him. I don't want to get involved in his affairs, but he better not meddle in mine either. I will definitely convey the exact words. Si Wuya finished speaking and gave a slight bow, then he quickly disappeared into the inn. Yu Shangrong glanced at the messy house next to him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. The one who owes the debt will have to pay. As he finished speaking, he gently pushed down. The entire restaurant collapsed into ruins. Above Fei Pan, the subordinate of the Dark Web went forward to report to the leader. Just now we saw Senior Jianmo. It seems that he headed towards Jinting Mountain. Don't worry. Second senior brother has his own sense of propriety. Right. Has there been any news about the sword St. Luo 13 from the Yun Tian Luo 3 sects? If there is any information, report it in time. I believe this is the kind of opponent. I presume second senior brother will be very pleased. After saying that, he issued the order to head to the God capital. The leader of the God capital has the Imperial Guard protecting it. Normal flyers are strictly prohibited from entering. I'm worried we might run into trouble. Si Wuya listened and smiled confidently. I have the token of His Majesty. I can go smoothly. The leader is wise to set off. Meanwhile, inside the Magic Sky Pavilion, Luzhou glanced at the system interface. There are currently 892 points of merit. Still need over 3,000 more to purchase the Six Flames Union. He now has a delusion that it is the perfect time for a lottery to win. After hesitating for a while, he made up his mind to draw a card for me. Thank you for your patronage. It ruthlessly pulled him back from the illusion to reality. He came to his senses completely. His current luck has accumulated to 8 points. According to this rule, there should be many lucky values waiting to accumulate. Let's not draw anymore. Ming Shirin also has it tough. Taught a lesson to Lao Ba and gained some merit points. In the blink of an eye, I've spent almost all my money. At this moment, Duan Wuxing and 2 others rushed over from outside the Motian pavilion. Seeing their appearance, Lu Zhou calmly inquired about the matter. Jiang Aijian's flying book. Wei Zhuyan sent about 3,000 men. They have passed on Yang. Wei Zhuyan doesn't know how to behave. He refuses to admit his guilt, and that's fine, but daring to send troops. Master, 2G requests to go down the mountain for a battle. We must slaughter them all. Zhao Yu and Little Yuan also agree. After hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Wei Zhuyan dares to send so many people to Jinting Mountain, seems to have come prepared. Xiao Yuan, our master, is a little puzzled. Wei Zhuyan, is he even more powerful than the experts of the 4 great families? Lu Zhou explained. It's not about the skills of these people. Not to mention 3,000 soldiers. Even tens of thousands of soldiers wouldn't be put in the eyes of the master. Gao Yu speculated that the master's meaning is, these people may not be here to fight. Duanmu nodded. Indeed, it is possible. Just during the conversation, a female disciple walked in and told the court master that Mr. C has come back. Soon, Ming Shirin quickly rushed over here. The master and his apprentice went to Minghu Hill and gave a good lesson to Tu Zhuhong. Also, I met Lao Qi on Minghu Hill, and he agreed to open the box. I will go and pick up the box in 7 days. Master, should I bring Lao Ba back next time? Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this. Lao Qi and Lao Ba are closer. Catching Lao Ba will lose the clue to Lao Qi. Lao Qi is cunning. Let's keep it for now. Lao Baomingxi bowed respectfully again when he heard the words. Master, you are insightful. Lu Zhou glanced at him and continued. Have you met Lao Qi? Mingshi nodded. Lao Qi's mind is too deep. The disciple also doesn't quite understand what he wants to do. He is not in the Star Pavilion. But the disciple has always been his senior brother. Ask him to use the peacock feather. The box still lacks the weapons of the eldest senior brother and the second senior brother. There shouldn't be any problem with old Seven's methods. Lu Zhou naturally knows in his heart. This group of disciples is probably eyeing the treasure in this box. Mingshi smiled. Hehe. This box is extremely mysterious, cannot forcibly break open this final weapon. The affectionate ring is in the master's hand. They cannot take away what's in the box. Lu Zhou has already guessed these. Thinking like Lao Qi, it's unlikely to let such a treasure chest go unchecked. The treasures that Motianga has revealed are already enough, one more or one less. It will not attract the attention of practitioners around the world, instead of keeping the treasure hidden in the box forever. It's better to open it. Without a solid plan and conspiracy. Who can outsmart these 9 disciples? Let's put the matter of the box aside for now. Hearing Master's words, Xiao Yuan approached and handed over the copied manual. Master, this is the martial arts that I transcribed. Please take a look, Master. Lu Zhou then took the reading glasses. Carefully examined it. The Qingyu Jian emphasizes the connection between body method and boxing method, efforts to communicate the vitality of heaven and earth into the body. To achieve the purpose of enhancing cultivation. This technique has already taken control of the world. It is an incredibly profound and unparalleled technique. Fortunately, in the Ji of Lu Zhou are the formulas and methods for practicing this technique. And I have mastered them completely. Just by watching it once, you'll know where the omissions are. Carefully count them. There are approximately 10 crucial martial arts missing. So, Lu Zhou asked? Xiao Yuan to bring the 4 treasures of the study over. Writing and drawing, completing the missing parts of the Tai Chi Yujian. After completion, I was even more surprised, because after these 10 sentences are missing, Xiao Yu actually relied on her own talent and cultivation, mastering the missing parts. What's even more precious is that she did not fall into demonic ways due to the missing techniques. However, I have improved and perfected the techniques. From now on, you will practice this technique. Upon hearing Master's words, little Yuana was moved to tears of joy. Thank you, Master. Disciple will definitely live up to Master's expectations, and soon enter the realm of Yuanshin tribulation. Zhao Yu and Du Muxing will also transcribe their own manuals. Submit it. Ming Shirin will not miss this opportunity. Hastily went back and transcribed it. Almost no mistakes in Tiany's decision, just a few sentences missing. Lu Prefecture completed the mnemonic after a cursory look. It was the crucial missing parts for the Mingyu technique. The Mingdu technique is an authentic and supreme internal martial art with profound and mysterious power. When in use, the skin becomes as transparent as crystal. The power does not dissipate outwardly but instead converges inward. By doing so, the practice can reduce internal energy consumption, and even increase the power, reaching a state of endlessness, transcending self and others, forgetting the self and achieving the ultimate in the art of toughening sinews. I'll obey, master. She completed the skill, the Tiani Judgment God Jade skill, and gained 600 merit points. I'll obey, master. She completed the skill, the Tiani Judgment God Jade skill, and gained 600 merit points. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised to hear the system prompt. Ji Tian now had always kept some tricks up his sleeve when teaching his disciples martial arts. Aside from the suppression in martial arts, there were also restrictions on personal weapons. The removal of these restrictions has indeed surprised the disciples. After completing the exercises, he put down the brush in his hand. I have completed your exercises. After completing your exercises, in the future, do not disappoint me in your practice. Upon hearing this, the three disciples quickly bowed in respect. Disciples will never disappoint their master's expectations. Seeing this scene, several disciples were instantly excited. At the same time, Si Wuya bid farewell to Yu Shangrong and headed to the divine capital. Within the divine capital, a giant flying mount slowly rises from the Chiwang mansion and flies towards the outskirts of the capital city. Around Fei Hua, practitioners are densely guarding the area. Seeing this scene, Si Wuya smiles lightly. The senior brother is skilled and bold. We really went to the Chiwang mansion. The subordinate next to him asked the leader. Shall we go after them? Si Wuyan shook his head. No need, wait here. He finished speaking and then held the mysterious treasure chest, and flew towards the huge vine. Although this vine was huge, it prioritized comfort, and was only average in terms of speed. A middle-aged man with distinct facial features stood straight ahead on Fipin, overlooking the land. He is Yu Zhihai, the top disciple of the Mo Tiange, and also the current leader of the Yuming sect, the #1 demonic sect in the world. It takes 3 hours for the leader to travel from Shindu to Pingdeshan. Leader, please rest early. The female subordinate beside him respectfully spoke. The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. It is rare for me to leave Pingdeshan. One must appreciate this beautiful landscape. Only by standing high above can one understand how to take in the vast landscape. Standing at the highest point, the leader of the cult of Yuming, even God could be stepped on by you as the ruler of the world. Hearing this, the master's words, Yu Zhihai frowned. No matter what you say to them, they just nod and bow. Having no personal opinions is truly boring. At this time, a subordinate stepped forward to report that someone was approaching. Yu Zhenghai spoke indifferently and said, This person has extremely high cultivation. He said that you will definitely meet with him. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's interest was piqued. Interesting, he said as he approached with hands behind his back. He ascended the other side of the cliff. At the top, he saw a person holding a mysterious treasure chest, standing in midair below. It's been a long time, senior brother. Si Wuyan immediately greeted him to come up. Hearing Yu Zhenghai's order, the 4 great guardians below moved aside left and right. With a flickering figure, Si Wuyan landed on Fipin. Hello, senior brother. Yu Zhenghai looked at him and smiled lightly. You're overwhelmed with work every day. How come you have time to visit me in Shindu today? Senior brother is joking. My work is far from being overwhelmed with tasks. Unexpectedly, the eldest junior martial brother made the long journey to personally leave the Pingdu mountain and arrive at the Chiwang mansion. Your second senior brother killed my people. If I don't personally take action, he probably would make another move according to his temper. Senior brother, calm down. It's just the killing of Chen Wenjie. The sword fanatic Chen Wenjie openly joined the Dark Abyss sect, but privately colluded with the 3 sects of the Yun Tian Luo. Second senior brother actually helped the eldest senior brother to eliminate them all. That's a good thing. How could I not know about Chen Wenjie's background? Chen Wenjie is just a pawn. At least there is this pawn. You can openly restrain the expert of the Pure Brightness sect. Although your second senior brother is humble, he is foolish and too simple-minded. He never knows what I'm thinking. Susu heard this and chuckled. Brother said it's slouchy. Wuya knows all and speaks all. You always have the big picture in mind. Do you think what your second brother did is right? Upon hearing this, Si Wuya was stunned for a second. Second brother is wrong. Yu Jinghai showed a pleased expression as if he found a kindred spirit. Those who know me are boundless, junior brother. Seventh younger brother has unique insights. If I can conquer Shindu, how would you react? Junior brother will certainly give full support. Second senior brother asked me to pass a message to eldest senior brother. He said he doesn't want to be involved in eldest senior brother's matters. Yu Jinghai raised his eyebrows after hearing it, still the same temperament. No more mention of him. Today, it's rare to see junior brother Wuya. Don't be disappointed. Prepare the wine. As the order was given, two subordinates hurriedly brought the wine up. Si Wuya was somewhat speechless, but senior brother loves wine, so he doesn't mind. Flattering senior brother. After 3 drinks, Yu Jinghai asked him about the purpose of this trip. What does 7th junior brother want from me? Si Wuyan put down his wine glass. Pointed to the box beside. This is master's box. Yu Jinghai frowned slightly after listening. Since I came out of seclusion, I heard that the master himself had accomplished it. Forcing back 10 top experts, now staying in the magic tower to enjoy. What explanation does this box have for my later years? This box is extremely mysterious. The celestial weapons are unstoppable. You need all 6 weapons to open it. Now we are only missing the Grand Senior Brother's King's Azure Dragon Blade, and the 6th Junior Sister's affectionate ring. The affectionate ring is currently in the Master's possession. After listening, Yu Jinghai was a little puzzled. Master has quite a few treasures in his hands. And still has such intentions. Do you know what's in this box? Si Wuya shook his head and answered that he didn't know. The more precious it is, the more it should be opened. Treasures should not be sealed by dust. If the eldest martial brother wants to conquer the god realm, the more treasures, the better. Yu Doubtless Honghai said it makes sense. Picking up with his right hand. As the light flickered, the emerald sword appeared in his palm. Si Wuya thought he was going to open the box, and pointed to one of the sides. Place the card in the slot to start. Add Jinghai. But did not put the sapphire knife in his hand. The 7th junior brother has also made a choice. If I disagree to open the box, what will you do? When Si Wuya heard this, he smiled faintly. This box was brought down the mountain by the 4th brother Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin is holding the Tianjia weapon. It should be the pattern on this side. Like a hook, like a knife, the card slot has been triggered. 4th senior brother gave me 7 days. If I can't open it, Master will probably be angry. When people get old, they tend to get irritated. Yu Jinghai naturally understands what he means. In the blink of an eye, the Biu jade sword spiraled towards Fei Pan below. Si Wuya's gaze also looked downwards, and found that Fei Pan had already arrived at the main helm of the Blue Dragon altar. Every gongqi had taken the form of the Biu jade sword. The essence of the Biu sword is shrouded in thick gongqi. It stirs the qi like a large windmill. The dispersed qi condenses into gang, forming numerous small Biu swords. This move is precisely the signature technique of the eldest senior brother. Even a master of the same level as Dakshuanshanshang doesn't dare to underestimate him. The practitioner of the Qinglong altar looked up. He realized that it was too late for the knife rain. For practitioners with average cultivation, they are no match for the sharpness of the Biu knife. Instantly shattered into pieces, even some half-height dharmakayas were instantly split open by the sword rain of Dakshuanshanshang. Yu Jinghai indifferently gave the order for the 4 great protectors to tidy up. As the words fell, the 4 of them left Fei Pan and flew downwards. The 4 huge Baijia cave dark dharma bodies connected in a row. Underneath each seat, there were at least 6 golden lotus leaves. Si Wuya knew that the Netherworld sect was very powerful, but to such an extent, it still exceeds his estimation. Apart from the 4 great guardians and thousands of followers, there are also many powerful practitioners scattered all over the place. Under senior brother's personal ability, to be able to gather so many strong individuals to join the Netherworld sect, their methods are truly astonishing. Yu Jinghai smiled faintly at this moment. Shiri Wuya, there's no need to be surprised. The Blue Dragon Society on the surface has pledged allegiance to our sect. Eating and taking advantage in secret should have met this end long ago. Si Wuya bows to senior brother, truly cunning. Senior brother, you flatter me. Come, let's have another drink. Fei Pan gradually left the range of the Qinglong altar. After a moment, the 4 guardians completed their mission. The sect leader has been cleared. Yu Jinghai nodded and put down the wine glass in his hand. Si Wuya calmly spoke after the lively scene. Had enough to drink, but yet to finish talking about the matter of the master brother's box. Was interrupted by Yu Jinghai. If not for 7th junior brother finding me, I wouldn't agree to open this box for anyone else. Since 7th junior brother has spoken, How can I not give face? I will open the box. But not today. In 7 days, I will personally deliver this box to Old 8 at Mangu Ridge. Take a look at 8th junior brother. Take this opportunity to reminisce. Siwuya took a long breath after hearing this. It's so good. Old 7, why don't you ask me why I'm using this excuse? Big senior brother, I've always trusted your decisions. There's no need to question them. Ha! The person I admire most under the heavens is 7th junior brother. Senior brother, you flatter me, swordsman, he said as he bowed. Senior brother, I have something else to attend to. Thank you for taking care of the box. Yu Zhenghai nodded. If you see 2nd senior brother, please pass on a message for me. If there's time, I would really like to have a chat with 2nd senior brother. If a knife wants to stay sharp, it needs to be sharpened. I think the 2nd senior apprentice's sword is also like this. What the eldest senior apprentice said makes sense. The so-called chess meets its match and a talent will be met. Without a comparable opponent, dealing with some inferior goods all day. It's also very difficult to maintain a high state. I will pass on these words to 2nd brother. Yu Zhenghai waved goodbye while drinking. Go then. Siwuya then flew away in the air, leaving Fipin. After his figure disappeared, the female subordinate stepped forward. The leader, this person is somewhat hypocritical and flattery. We must remain cautious. Yu Zhenghai's eyes turned cold after hearing the words. Then he slapped her, filmed on the chest of the female subordinate. The female subordinate groaned and hurriedly begged for the leader's forgiveness. I misspoke. Yu Zhenghai gave her a glance. His voice became much gentler. This palm is just a small punishment. How could the 7th junior brother be at your mercy? You are the most trusted and capable arm of our sect. If it weren't for the backing of the 7th junior brother, do you think the Dark Abyss sect would have the glory it has today? This palm strike is not only a punishment, but also a warning. In the future, no one should be underestimated. After Lao Chi, Siwuya handed the mysterious treasure chest to the eldest senior brother. He bid farewell and returned to his own place of seclusion. Seeing his return, several subordinates all bowed and saluted simultaneously. Leader's dark web intelligence. Wei Zhuyan's men have arrived at Tongzi town. After hearing this, Siwuya waved his hand and continued to monitor. With that, he turned and headed towards the direction of the Divine City. Meanwhile, in the general's mansion of Changning, the Divine City, Wei Zhuyan lay comfortably on the chair basking in the sun. A soldier stepped forward to report to the general. Our people have already arrived at Tongzi town. Wei Zhuyan nodded after hearing this. It's just a formality. Just accompanying them on a trip. Taking such a small group and cultivators to the Devil's Pavilion is no different from sending them to their deaths. She likes to throw eggs at stones. Just let her be. General's words are quite right. But Mode is now a prominent figure by His Highness's side. We can't afford to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuyan's face showed a trace of displeasure. This general wants to see how long she can stay prominent. Her subordinate Qin Zhu was originally one of the 3 great divine archers of the divine capital. Not long ago, she went to Dishiang River and met her fate in the midst of the witchcraft formation. She did everything to conceal it, thinking that General Ben would not find out. The female servant on the side was somewhat startled by the words. Is Lord Chen Shu dead? Good riddance. General, I hate arrogant people the most. Thinking they are skilled in archery, no one could control him in this world. No one in the palace knows about this yet. You intentionally leaked the news to His Highness. The soldiers received the order and immediately started arranging it. The female attendant beside her asked in confusion. I am very curious if Chen Zhuanai is a 6-leaf divine archer. His arrows never miss. Who can kill him? Wei Zhuyan furrowed his brow and shook his head. Even I, as a general, have considered it. Unfortunately, there are too few clues about the Battle of Dudutianjiang. Sorcery formation. After activation, it means to destroy the clan and leave no trace. Also can't figure out the reason. But the person who can kill Qin Zhu must be a master. Hopefully, it's not my enemy. A general is an important minister of the country with a large army in his hands. Who dares to be your enemy? The Matian Pavilion sends a message for you to confess. Obviously, they don't take us seriously. The master of the Netherworld sect, Yu Zhenghai, has immeasurable strength. We might as well form an alliance with the Netherworld sect. As the saying goes, the righteous and the evil cannot coexist. Let's not mention this matter again. At this time, in the town of Tongzi, not far from Jinting Mountain, Wei Zhuyan's men and the red-clothed practitioners have arrived here. Distinguished guests, Tanzizhen is not far from Jintingshan. We can go up the mountain today. The red-clothed practitioner in front waved his hand after hearing this. No hurry. We'll head to Jinting Mountain early tomorrow morning. Having said that, he then signaled to the 30-plus scarlet-robed practitioners around him. and arrived at an open area. 3,000 cavalry behind looked puzzled. What are they doing? Performing rituals? The red-robed practitioners are getting faster and faster. Their feet are gradually leaving the ground, like souls floating in the field. They constantly emit eerie energy. The birds and beasts in the nearby jungle were all startled and fled in all directions. Sometimes, the red-robed practitioner arranged them in 3 rows, sometimes in 1 row, and sometimes in a semicircle, advanced towards Jintingshan. In the blink of an eye, they disappear into thin air. 3,000 cavalry look stunningly handsome. They had no choice but to camp near Tangzi town and wait quietly. At dawn, the group of red-robed practitioners reappeared in the military camp. The leader immediately issued the order to depart. At this time in the Moyun Pavilion, Lu Prefecture, he glanced at the mission interface. The progress of the open box is showing 46. That means there are still 2 weapons yet to serve as keys. I have a passionate ring in my hand. Outside, there's only Yu Xinghai's Bu sword left. He slowly got up and walked outside the main hall. At this time, several disciples were roasting suckling pig in the courtyard. Lu Zhou asking little Yuan Yu, has there been any news from Jianai Jian? Not yet. I'm afraid he's busy getting his dragon shadow sword. When the master came out, several people quickly bowed in salute. A female disciple walked slowly into the courtyard. Hao Gao told the lord of the pavilion that someone from the palace requested an audience. Who is it? In response to his question, the female disciple respectfully arched her hand. It's someone from Wei Zhuyan. Lu Zhou picked up the fragrant roasted suckling pig and took a bite. Where is Wei Zhuyan? He's not here in person. However, the cultivator in the red robe seems to have a high level of cultivation. Xiao Yuan actively volunteered to serve the master. Shall I go and send them away? Lu Zhou shook his head and rejected her offer to let them come up. Leave it to Ming Shirin to handle. This master is tired. At this moment, Duang Xing bowed and spoke. Master, Wei Zhuyan has an inflated opinion of himself. He doesn't take Matian Pavilion seriously at all. This disciple requests to go to Shindu to kill this villain. Seeing his reckless behavior, I'm somewhat speechless. Hua Wudao walked over and tactfully advised him. Mr. San is commendably courageous, but the gods' defenses are tight, and there are many skilled experts. It's been said that Wei Zhuyan has at least reached the level of a 6-leaf cultivator. Of course, Mr. San's Tiani decision is also quite formidable, but it's best not to act rashly. 2 fists are hard-pressed against 4 hands. Lu Zhou called out that he's here. Come over and have some food together. What Elder Hua said is extremely true. I heard that you have been frequently practicing with Elder Hua recently, San. This is a good thing. Elder Hua's unique 6 harmonies Dao imprint. If you can break through, your strength will greatly improve. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxing's expression brightened. He hurriedly replied that he would work hard. Elder Hua has a difficult time speaking. I could only cough helplessly a few times. Giving guidance to the younger generation is good, but I am already old. And shouldn't cut the frequency too frequent. Duan Muxing responded eagerly after hearing this. Change it from 3 times a day to 2 times a day. Hua Wudao blushed and coughed again. Lu Zhou slowly spoke on seeing this. It's best to limit it to 1 glance every 3 times. Too frequent. It's not fair for you to win like this. Just then, 2 red-robed practitioners, led by the female practitioner, entered the courtyard. Several soldiers followed closely, carrying boxes. I, Wu Guan, pay my respects to the lord. Lu Zhou ignored what they seemed to be thinking. Ming Shuri, having sensed the intention, took the initiative to stand up. Wu Sheng Wu Guan, are you descendants of the 10 witches? Wu Xing on the left answered respectfully. My 2 brothers and I are indeed descendants of the 10 witches. You are the ones who sealed the cultivation of my junior sister, right? It's all a misunderstanding. My brother and I came to the Demon Tower to resolve this misunderstanding. Although we are descendants of the 10 witches, but loyal to the great Yan dynasty. Lately, there have been some minor conflicts with the Demon Sky Pavilion. Misunderstandings have led me to visit the Demon Sky Pavilion, to apologize to the pavilion master. Before this, my family visited Jingning Dao. Lingqiao Jingning Dao's master captured Master Dao Yu, and then sealed Master Zhao Yue's cultivation. Regarding this, my family is willing to offer 5 mystical-grade weapons. 12,000 taels of gold as a reconciliatory compensation. Ming Shi, not agreeing, takes out his farewell hooksheath weapon. A mysterious level weapon. I doubt you have anything better. Take a look at what I have here. Duan Muxing saw the situation and showed off the tyrant's spear. Seeing these 2 supreme weapons, Wuxing and Wuguan both showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. The Demon Heaven Pavilion really has made people take notice, to casually produce supreme weapons. Mingshi glanced disdainfully at the shiny gold. Since you knew, why did you still bring a bunch of junk up the mountain? What's your family name and who are you? Actually, this information is quite easy to find. After the numerous encounters during this period, basically clear. This master is currently by the side of the second prince. The outstanding figure of our family, Lord Emoli, or the strongest sorcerer in the present world, the great Yen god. When Wixing said this, his face was filled with admiration. Xiao Yuan couldn't resist, but retorted with a few jibes. The most powerful wizard in the world? You can boast all you want, but I don't believe it. Wu Xing and Wu Guan glanced at Lu Zhou, and quickly changed the subject. This is not important. What matters is the attitude of the Lord of the Pavilion, Mingshi, laughing at the sound, if he comes in person. There might still be a chance, but the two of you and the master are not on the same level. Wu Xing was dazed for a moment. I won't hide the truth. Recently, Lord Qinzhu tragically passed away, unable to leave the capital due to Lord Mo Li's excessive grief. Wu Guan is also providing assistance. Lord Mo Li has been searching for the murderer during this time. The Lord is busy tonight. If you don't find the murderer who killed Qinzhu, I will tear him into 1,000 pieces. Once this matter is resolved, the Lord will definitely personally visit the Motian Pavilion. I received news from the palace that someone is pretending to be from the Modiange in the Dutianjiang area. That's really audacious. In order to resolve the conflict with the Modiange, Lord Mo Li has also included the imposter in the investigation. Mingshi did not speak and her brain was working fast. The witchcraft array by the Dixiang River. Qinzhu, one of the 3 great marksmen, was killed by the Malong Pavilion. The field was filled with obstructions at that time. Ding Fanqiu impersonates the magic heavenly pavilion, shifting the attention of the palace. In other words, the palace still doesn't know that the magic heavenly pavilion killed Qinzhu. Just then, Lu Zhou has spoken. Regarding the matter of Zhao Yu, I can choose not to respond. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples all looked at him in surprise. Didn't expect. Master, the venerable elder, is unexpectedly so tolerant. It's like night and day compared to before. Wu Xing and Wu Guan both bowed in appreciation upon hearing this. Thank you, Lord. This visit to the Devil's Pavilion carries another layer of meaning. The Devil's Pavilion is of the demonic path. The top 10 aristocratic families are watching closely. Lord Mo Li sincerely admires the strength of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Now, the great Yen royal family urgently needs support. Why doesn't the Demon Heaven Pavilion serve the court, and benefit the people of the world? This made Mingshi a bit resentful. Zhaoan? It doesn't count as Zhaoan. Lord Mo Li genuinely admires him. The Mo Tian Pavilion only talks about friends, not about Zhaoan, and from now on, once the Demon Heaven Pavilion steps onto the right path, it will be respected by others. Just as the words of admiration were spoken, Duan Muxing tightly gripped the Overlord's spear and fiercely smashed it down. Others can say those words, but only you cannot. How many people have been harmed by your witchcraft? I'm afraid only you know best. How dare you talk about the right path and evil path? Wuxing and Wuguan are speechless. Mingshi questioned with one sentence. If you are truly benefiting the people of the world, how do you explain the slaughter of innocent people? In the Duty River region? Wuxing furrowed his brows, and once again felt a sense of foreboding. Does Motian Pavilion also know about the matter of Dutian River? Mingshi sneered at him. Qinzhu Dan dared to speak out arrogantly. His master has already sent him to the west. After hearing Mingshi's news, Wu Xing and Wu Guan were shocked and stood still. Did Motian Pavilion kill Master Qinzhu? But they quickly forced themselves to calm down. At this point, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Master Qinzhu received the news. Appearing in the area of Duxiangjiang, the Moding Pavilion, is actually someone impersonating. Grand Master Qinzhu must have encountered the Pavilion Master, and a conflict arose between them. Although Grand Master Qinzhu is a master archer, he lacks composure in his actions, offending the Lord. He deserved to die. Mingshi smirked after hearing it. He said that you really have thick skin, and it's not fake at all. It seems like it was you who said it. Gotta smash the killer of Qinzhu into 1,000,000 pieces. My master is right here. Dare to make a move? Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized. I spoke in haste. I hope master can forgive me. It seemed like Lu Zhou didn't care, as if he hadn't heard anything. The awkward explanations from the wizard in the back were all misunderstandings. Before this, I didn't know that Master Qinzhu died at the hands of the sect leader. I thought the sect leader, with a deep sense of righteousness, wouldn't bother with the younger generation. You are wrong. A small Chinju can't satisfy the Motianga. After saying this, he called the female practitioner. They lifted the unconscious Yi Tianqin. Seeing this, Wu Xing looked puzzled. This is Master Jia's sixth disciple. Yi Tianqin was born in the fish dragon village of Dutian River. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing couldn't stop sweating. He finally understood. He understood why the demon hall had such an attitude. I must tell the truth, the massacre in Yulong village was orchestrated by General Changning Wei Zhuyan, and has nothing to do with Lord Moli, Duan Wu Xing coldly interrogated. You mean it's no big deal? Wu Xing and Wu Guan's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly knelt down. I, as a junior, had no knowledge of this at all. If there's really some connection, we are willing to offer our apologies and hope for Master's forgiveness. One can sense from the tone of these two that the relationship between Wei Zhuyan and Mo Li doesn't seem very good. You keep saying that the affairs of Dutianjiang have nothing to do with your family. The port where sunken households were salvaged is guarded by a great magical array and overseen by skilled individuals like Qinzhu. Do you think I'm a fool? Upon hearing Ming Shuying's doubts, Lord Mo is just following orders. The salvage port is set up in a grand formation. The fish dragon village incident was already there. It really has nothing to do with my family's lord. If there's even a hint of falsehood, you won't have a good death. At this moment, Pan Zhong stepped forward and spoke. The master of the 10 witches. Why is his surname Mo? And namely, everyone can practice cultivation. Lord Mo Li's cultivation is profound, and we are willing to follow him. Since ancient times, the 10 witches have been the powerful figures feared by everyone, skilled in medical skills and divination, mastering the art of witchcraft. Since you are descendants of the 10 witches, why are you seen as lackeys by some people? The witch's expression turned extremely ugly after hearing this, but he dared not show any dissatisfaction. Who are you? Pan is confident and fearless. He directly stated his identity. A real man doesn't change his name or surname. I come from the Jingming sect. Nowadays, I am a member of the Magic Heaven Pavilion. The matters of the Magic Heaven Pavilion are my concern. The two men immediately gestured in response to the words. So it's Brother Pan. The title of the descendant of the 10 witches is not worthy of showing off, as long as one can serve the court. It is to seek blessings for the people of the world. Pan Shao listened and sneered, saying, well said. I have consulted Master C. There are witchcraft traps along the 100 miles of the river. Even strong individuals like Master C would be ambushed when encountering them, let alone ordinary people without any power. Back when I was on the pure enlightenment path, I often heard about the common people dying tragically by the river. How do you explain this? Wu Xing, respectfully, there are often practitioners near the Dutian River who frequently harass the local people. With the witchcraft grand array, many of these incidents have been reduced. Things have two sides. Brother Pan's statement is unfair. Even so, the sunken households salvaged from the witchcraft grand array, piled up in the warehouse. Death is a serious matter. You have no respect for the dead. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you go out? The two of them felt guilty upon hearing this. After this matter, we will definitely invite a Buddhist master to chant and transcend, praying for the deceased to be reborn in the Pure Land. Pan Chong laughed heartily. Those who practice witchcraft will also invite Buddhist masters to chant. If 10 witches hear this, they might be angered by you. Don't hit people on the face. Pan Zhong's words are a bit serious. For Witch Xing and Witch Guan, 10 witches are the ones they deeply respect. How can we tolerate being insulted if we fear it? Brother Pan, we sincerely come to seek reconciliation. We have no intention of making enemies. If we have indeed offended the Mo Tiange, we are willing to make amends. Wu Xing is very clever and heads directly towards Lu Prefecture. Lu Zhou slowly said at this moment that if you want to seek reconciliation, it's not impossible. I'm very curious whether Bai Min's bones can really break the limit of lifespan. Wu Xing hesitated and replied that for now, it is not possible. Then why continue to salvage? This matter involves palace secrets. Master of the pavilion. Xiao Yuani couldn't help but wave her fists and threaten. Even if the master of the house gives you a way out, you still won't relent. What secret? Hurry up and speak. Lu Zhou's expression remained unreadable. You don't have to say. You can even leave Modiange safely. I never force anyone. Wu hesitated for a moment before speaking. This matter is confidential, but it has never been broken in the past 10 years. Rumors say that Bai Min has unbreakable bones and is long-lived. This rumor is untrue. It took 10 years for the palace to realize that it's Bai Min who truly breaks the limits of lifespan. Riding on yellow, there's riding on yellow. Its appearance is like that of a fox. It has horns on its back. Riding a life of 2,000 years, riding the yellow is a different beast. In the Battle of Tianjiang that year, Wei Zhuyan and He Shifan pacified all the alien races in Tianjiang. His true purpose is to find the bones of Bai Min. Later they changed their target to search for the Chongwang. Even Wei Zhuyan and Fan Shuan don't know about this. The palace suspects that Chongwang sank into the river with the Bai Minzi Valley in a battle back then. Pang Zhong's puzzled inquiry. So the one you really salvaged is Cheng Huang. For so many years, you still haven't found Wu Xing? Shaking his head at the words, if he were found. How could there be today's misunderstanding? I have confessed truthfully. Is what the Lord said before true or not? After hearing this in Luzhou, he waved his hand. The priest has always kept his promise. Send the two guests away. Hearing this, he quickly bowed and left. Thank you, Lord. Before long, the two arrived outside the barrier of Jinting Mountain. It was not until then that they let out a sigh of relief. Mo of Tianga killed Chenju. If we do this, how will Mo Durin handle it? I have my own plan. You can't let the Mo Tianga relax without spending a penny. The secret of the takeaway is a strong medicine. The world knows it. Ji Tiandao's deadline is approaching. What do you think he will do when he knows this secret? Wu Guan suddenly realized. Elder, you are insightful. What about Pan Zhong? I didn't expect this thief to join the evil tower. Just now he insulted the 10 witches. It's absolutely despicable. Pan Zhong from Jingming Dao only learned the 3-yin style. After being expelled from the sect, his bitter cold condition flared up. He sought medical help everywhere. Only white witchcraft can relieve this bitter cold condition. Later, he was rejected and left out. From then on, there was resentment towards witchcraft. Never did I expect him to join the Magic Sky Pavilion. It's hard to dispel my hatred without killing him. First, I will report this matter. Pan Zhong must die. Wu Xing finished speaking and ordered the 3,000 soldiers to wait in place. He took the red-robed cultivator and walked towards the gentle area. Then he began the strange movements again, continuing for about an hour. Big Brother has already contacted Little Jin, and the arrangement is complete. Let's begin. With that, he knelt down and respectfully, Master Mo, there are 2 things I need to report. As the grand formation gradually took shape, a cold testing sound also came from inside. What's the situation? Hearing this, Wu Xing quickly and respectfully spoke. Subordinate has 2 items to report. First, Master Chenju was killed by the Lord of the Mo Heavenly Tower. Ji Tianao has personally admitted it. Moli gave a cold, sardonic laugh. Good. One can't tell if he's mocking others or himself. It seems a bit amusing and exasperating. Wu Xing seems to be accustomed to the unpredictable mood of Lord Moli. He's used to it. Not feeling surprised. The second category, the 6th disciple of the Magic Heaven Pavilion, Yi Tianxing, is actually Bai Min. Yellow Ride. In exchange, he seeks peace with Ji Tianao. The deadline is approaching. If he knows Huzhou's situation, he will definitely go crazy looking for it. This news is of great value. Ji Tianao will also believe in the sincerity of the adults' peace talks. We have already been 5 miles north of Tongzi town. The formation of the subordinates is in place. The grand formation will be completed shortly. After reporting, Mo Li's voice came from within the sorcery circle indifferently. In that case, continue with the plan. Shenjuji's revenge will be avenged. In the end, I hope that Wei Zhuyan will be the scapegoat. Wu Xing heard this and hurriedly returned 3 yes. After speaking, he then issued orders to the surrounding red-robe practitioners to continue the formation. The 3,000 cavalry in the rear were somewhat confused by the situation. Should we report to Master Wei Zhuyan? These red-robed cultivators have no intention of returning to the divine capital at all. They've just been wandering around near Tongzi town, continuously coming back and forth like this. At this moment, in the distant woods, Yu Shangjia, the swordsman in a green robe, smiled slightly at the situation. After speaking, he disappeared from here in a flash. At the same time, Ming Shirin bowed and spoke inside the magic tower. Master, these 2 are descendants of the 10 sorcerers. They must have ulterior motives, fearless and audacious. They dare to provoke the Grand Duke's authority. Dumashi also expressed his agreement. 4th brother speaks the truth. Xiao Yuana angrily waved her fist. Master should not have let them go. Should have arrested them and interrogated them severely like Fan Shuan. I don't believe he won't talk. What are you all looking at me for? Did I say something wrong? Lu Zhou picked up a calligraphy book and fell into contemplation. How could I not know that they might deliberately leak the news? Chen Zhu is one of the 3 great marksmen in the God capital. He is truly a skilled expert. Qinshui's death has dealt a heavy blow. How could they let it go so easily? Furthermore, with the matter of Zhao Yu, the resentment has already been settled. With them around, Wei Zhuyan won't live in peace. I believe that although they have a common master, it seems that they are now like water and fire. When the two belligerent parties fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Just as the words left his mouth, Duang Mushi hastily flattered. Master, your insight is truly profound. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. Glancing around, he couldn't find Hua Dao's figure anywhere. Now, the magic pavilion can only produce useful opinions. It also takes talented people like Hua Wudao. Where is Elder Hua? Du Mu respectfully replied. Elder Hua has been weary and resting in the West Pavilion for the past 2 days. Mingshi, remember to take back the box in time. Hearing Master's expectation, Mingshi felt a bit embarrassed. The box should be in the hands of Lao Qi at this time. Without accident, Lao Qi will go to find the eldest and second martial brothers. My strength and cultivation are not their match. I'm just afraid they won't want to open the box. After hearing this, Luke Ho calmly responded. Old Seventh is a smart person. The following disciples did not understand the meaning of this statement. Does being smart mean opening the box? Lu Zhou shook his head and explained. Smart people tend to be self-righteous. Ming Shiyan swallowed his saliva. Is Master warning me with the tactic of scaring the snake by beating the grass? Duan Yuxing. I reluctantly flattered him. Master, what you said makes sense and I agree. Ming Shiyan spoke up, saying that the Master's words are reasonable. When the 7 days are up, I will go to Lao Ba's to retrieve the box. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Not far from Manghagang, a huge fei pan slowly appeared. The fei pan seems to be not fast, but in the blink of an eye, just arrived above the Minghu Hill. Chi Piao Zhai Zhu discovered unidentified flying approaching. Hearing his subordinate's words, Shu Honggong Yaij Jiling Mingran Jingxing. Could it be that the Master is coming for revenge? I suggest we escape now. Tao? Are you joking? How can I, the mighty evil king, fear a mere righteous Tao? Although Zhu Hong is tough-talking, her body is actually storing honest energy. A subordinate from the rear reminded. It is said that the current sect leader Zhang Yuanshan has cultivated to the level of 7-leaf golden lotus, though I don't care about the 7-leaf level. Your suggestion just now is worth considering. Where can we leave from now to make the fastest exit? The quickest route is through the back mountain, the subordinates quickly responded. Shu Hong and the others immediately rushed over upon hearing. But just as they exited the cave, he was so scared that he wet his pants. In the air, there are 2 7-leaf lotus flowers and 2 6-leaf lotus flowers, surrounding the entire mountain stronghold. What's wrong with you, Chief? I forgot to bring my pants. 2 subordinates hurriedly supported the trembling Shu Honggong. At this moment, a figure flashed past from the flying rubble above. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared on the ground. Following that, Yu Xinghai's voice could be heard. 8th junior brother, long time no see. Shu Honggongli greeted with a flattering tone. So it's big senior brother visiting the ferocious Tiger Ridge. I thought it was some unenlightened junior. I was just about to show off my power and destroy everything. Yu Zhihai smiled indifferently after hearing it. Your little bit of skill can still scare some people. Senior brother, you are busy with thousands of things every day. What brings you here? Just as I finished talking, a young follower stepped forward. Do you still need to change your pants, Chief? Shu Hong pushed him away in anger, making him step back. He didn't show any respect at all. Didn't you see that this is my senior brother? Yu Zhihai turned to look at his subordinate. Leave the box and take Feepin back with you. It's been a long time since I saw 8th junior brother. I want to catch up with 8th junior brother. These days I have been staying at Minghu Mountain Stronghold. Upon hearing this, the 4 guardians responded with a sound. They then put down the box and jumped onto the cliff, disappearing. Yu Zhihai looked towards the calmly open box. The difficult question posed by 7th senior brother, Shu Honggong's eyebrows furrowed, smilingly answered that the 7th senior brother has really gone to find the 1st senior brother. I think this box shouldn't be opened. Why would he do that? It's not worth fighting and getting hurt later on. Yu Zhihai overlooks in the distance. He smiled grandly. I'm not interested in the things in the box. The only thing that can attract me under the heavens is this beautiful landscape. Senior brother, I don't have such grand ambitions as you. I just want to live a peaceful life. 8th junior brother, if the box contains a celestial weapon, how would you react to your favorite thing after hearing this? At these words, Shu Honggong's eyes lit up. It turns out that the heavenly weapon is hidden inside. We should open the heavenly weapon. Seeing what was sealed in Zhihai, he shot him a look. You also learned from 7th junior brother's words. Normally, you should practice diligently in plain clothes. Your current cultivation is far from enough to control the heavenly stage. Only by reaching the primordial spirit tribulation realm can you qualify to control the heavenly stage. Hearing this, Zhu Hong could only sigh helplessly. I don't understand what senior brother said. But master taught me the 9 tribulations thunder technique. But there are only 7 layers. 2 layers are missing. It's already quite challenging for me to reach this level. Jiujia Thunder Gang will be postponed first. There are many classics in the world's famous sects, which can be replaced first. I'm not used to those so-called classics of famous sects. After practicing, it feels completely weird and unsuitable for me. I just love the 9 tribulations thunder. After Yu Jinhai entered the mountain stronghold, it was as if he had returned to his own home. He went directly to the throne and sat down. 8th junior brother, for these years, you have been doing things for 7th junior brother. Zhu Honglong laughed mockingly. It's just mutual assistance between senior brothers. You, too, are a disciple of the Motianga. This small stronghold truly doesn't live up to the title of evil king. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honglong immediately looked aggrieved. Junior brother, I didn't want either. I've been living in fear every day. Last time at Qingyu altar, I ran into our master. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen me again. Master is advanced in age. How come you are at the Qingyu pool? Zhu Hong honestly replied that he didn't know either. Qingyu pool is the territory of the Jingyi Wei. If you dare to go there, you're not afraid of Zhang Yuanshan killing you. Should I be afraid of him? Zhu Hong finished his sentence. One of his subordinates hurried in from outside. The chieftain was also approached by Fei Pan. This time it was a bit smaller than before. It seems like a Fei from Jingyi. Zhu Hong and the others looked anxiously at the eldest senior brother. Yu Zhihai remained calm, as if watching a play. Lao Ba, let the eldest senior brother see how much progress you've made over the years. I'm not getting involved. Zhu Hongwei and Yiting both felt like crying. If you, big brother, weren't here, I might have already left. But that's not the answer. Crying won't solve the problem. If I really can't win, I won't back down even if I run. With this in mind, he plucked up the courage and spoke loudly. I will fight alongside His Majesty. The subordinates on the side hadn't reacted yet. Mountain leader House Han is fast. Zhu Hong kicked him angrily. What hinterland? Prepare for battle. Then he waved the big flag and began to deploy quickly. Brothers, start training. Those who do not cultivate themselves, avoid preparing for the initiation of Tong Xian and Ningshi, serve the trap. Assemble immediately above Fan Hai. Brothers of Minghu Mountain Village who received the order, shout! Then he acted at a very fast pace. Yu Zhihai glanced around and nodded slightly. A small stronghold. It's not easy to respond to this extent. I underestimated you, Lao Ba. Senior brother. After all, this is our old haunt. We must have some tricks up our sleeves. Otherwise, it would have been taken long ago. This city defense crossbow is the bane of tigers climbing the city. Fire at me. As the words fell, the subordinate quickly began to operate. At this moment, the practitioner on Feepan's face changed slightly. Everyone gathered their protective chi. In the blink of an eye, one by one, giant crossbows shot into the sky. Flying around, a layer of faint golden shield appeared, blocking the incoming crossbows. Then a deep voice echoed without end. Zhu Hong, you're really hiding here. Last time I let you escape from Kinjiyitan. This time, let's see where you can run to. Seeing that the giant crossbow cannot break through the enemy's defense, one of the subordinates hastily told the village master that the crossbow was useless. Should we retreat? Shut up, Zhu Hong scolded him. How could the eldest senior brother allow him to mock us here? Immediately, he shouted to activate the 8 diagrams formation. Then, voices echoing from all directions responded. The dragon, tiger, bird, and snake of the world are all in position and activated. In an instant, a huge light blue circle rises, centered on Mount Mangu. It envelopes the flying pang in the sky. Yu Zhihai sees the situation. A slight smile seems to indicate that my 8th junior brother is not too stupid. The terrain of Menghu Mountain Village is indeed very suitable for the 8 formation to display its power. Zhu Hong and others were overjoyed upon hearing this. Eldest brother, you praise me too much. It's not easy. I've never been praised in my life. The 8 diagrams array is a method of Tao that can disrupt the surrounding vitality and gather in the middle to form a gushing force. Approaching from above will inevitably lead to destruction. The primordial chi condenses into a gang under the agitation of the 8 trigrams array. The entire area above Minghu Mountain has produced a huge vortex. Seeing this, the senior immediately gave the order. It's the 8 diagram array. Get out of the formation quickly. Yu Jinghai reminded me not to act rashly. Wait for Feepin to run out of the 8 diagram array. You'll be wasting years of hard work if you stay in this formation. Stored vitality. The God Court is always the God Court. Don't hide or hold back. When the Hong Kong Association nodded together, they suddenly exerted their force. Their figure moved like lightning and instantly arrived in midair. With a single grab, a giant vortex surrounded by Gangchi immediately gathered. 9 Tribulations Thunder Gang. Wen's place, instantly, crackling thunder quickly wrapped around the Gangchi. Different from the thunder formation used by Leju. The 9 Tribulations thunder formation used by Shu Gong consists of condensed primal chi. The intense crisscrossing of spiritual chi creates an illusion of thunder and lightning. Yu Zhihai found it interesting. Unleashing the full power of the 9 Calamity Thunder Force. At this moment, Zhu Hong concentrated his mind and spirit. The thunderous force in his hand, resembling a gigantic dragon of lightning, was thrown directly out. As Fei Pan struggled to break free from the vortex, struck instantly, the brilliant and dazzling power of lightning exploded and dispersed, fluttering in the sky. It bloomed immediately like fireworks. Some weak cultivators were directly fried by the electricity. As a disciple of the Magic Pavilion, how can you become a formidable sorcerer, solely relying on the Divine Court mirror? The answer is obviously right here. Countless brothers at Minghu Ridge look on. They all admire and look up to this earth-shattering blow. They had never seen Zhu Honggong so brave before. In an instant, their morale and confidence soared. The village chief is mighty. The battle is not over yet. Zhu Honggong shouted loudly, and the 7 calamities celestial phenomenon suddenly swept through the sky like thunder and lightning. It headed towards the scattered practitioners. The celestial phenomenon is the 7th calamity of the 9 calamities thunder. It's also the strongest move controlled by Zhu Honggong. At this time, a Baisajayagiri Dharmakaya actually appeared, blocking the falling weak practitioner. The Dharmakaya sat on a 4-leaf golden lotus, shining brightly, completely isolating the celestial chi. Seeing this, the onlookers were furious, feeling that it was outrageously unfair, after enduring so much hardship to store up all that energy, gathering the 8 formation array to unleash the most powerful move. It was unexpectedly blocked by the great move of the 100-fold Death Cave. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he wants to try again, but the Dharma body of the 100-fold Death Cave has actually disappeared. Immediately, a figure flashed across the sky. With a single palm, he gathered his strength and punched out, risking his life. Zhu Hong used the energy of the 8 trigrams formation to condense into a protective aura, and launched a defense. The old man is Zhang Chunlai, not the sect master. Zhang Yuanshan's palm prints collided with the vortex of the 8 trigram array. The banging sound was incessant. Zhang Chunlai was slightly surprised. There are practitioners in the Divine Court who possess such abilities. Buhai is a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Zhu Hong naturally won't give him a good face. Stop babbling. Zhang Chunlai didn't see you at the Blue Jade altar last time. Didn't expect you to come on your own. After Zhang Chunlai listened to these words, Leng Ting gave a cold snort. Unfortunately, the level of the Divine Court will always be the level of the Divine Court. Do you want to defeat me by using the 8 diagram formation? Although Zhu Honggong is panting, he is not afraid at all. Then let's give it a try. The range of the aperture has unexpectedly expanded after the conversation. The black half and the white half intertwined together. The array of light from all directions became even stronger. Zhang Chunlai saw the situation, raised his eyebrows at the powerful array formation. A small Tiger Mountain stronghold. How could that be possible? He immediately looked around for a stronger opponent, but unfortunately found nothing. Yu Zhihai tightened his breath and looked calmly at the excitement. The old man in front wasn't stupid. Lao Ba's cultivation is relatively weak, but as a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, over these years, so many people have tried to take his life but failed. If he didn't have a special skill, Lao Ba wouldn't have survived until now. Moreover, there is Si Wuya behind it as support. At this time, the surrounding spiritual energy has all gathered outside Zhu Honggong's body. In conjunction with the more powerful 8 formation, his breath and energy have already reached the level of Yuan Xinjie realm. The onlooker practitioners were incredulous. They underestimated the fat man from the magic tower in the end. Zhu Hong and Lei Lei were surrounded by lightning, and there was a loud shout. The raging thunderous aura instantly fell like rain. he headed straight for the practitioners around him. Zhang Chunlai frowned when he saw this. I've said that the God's Court is just the God's Court after all. As he spoke, the indestructible Vajra body reappeared. This time it was different from before. This competitive meet features the 5-leaf golden lotus. Xu Hong and others present felt their scalps tingle at this sight. Who have I offended? Yu Zhihai gave a faint smile but did not intervene. Zhang Chunlai unexpectedly conceals his true skills. You still have some skills. You know how to exploit the gap in realm, and forcibly break through the 8-directional vortex. The main function of the Dharma body is to enhance one's own cultivation, while shocking the target and defensive capabilities. Practitioners often focus more on amplification and shock ability. Once the Dharma body is broken, it loses its function. However, if one uses the Dharma body to suppress the opponent with a gap in realm, then there's nothing that can't be done. Zhang Chunlai wrapped his imposing momentum around Fa Shin and instantly flashed in front of Zhu Honggong. He took a palm strike. This move is fast and accurate. Zhu Honggong couldn't dodge, so he had to take it head-on, forcing the control of the chi grid with his scalp. A palm strike to block the swelling. Direct hit on his body. Zhu Hong suddenly plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. As it was about to touch the ground, he quickly stepped on the air to stabilize his figure. Zhang Chunlai was surprised to see that he wasn't scathed. In the case of being one realm lower, this palm should have severely injured him even if he didn't die. Zhu Hong endured the violent surging of blood and energy in his body. Then he grinned and patted his clothes. You old thing, didn't expect it, did you? I'm wearing a precious Zen robe. How powerful is the senior disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion? Let's talk about it. Even when facing a Yuan Shinjia realm expert at the 5th stage of cultivation, they can instantly end the situation with overwhelming dominance. After blocking Zhang Chunlai's palm, Xu Hong seemed rather pleased. Old man, didn't expect that, did you? This is the precious Zen robe. Among ordinary people, the precious Zen robe is impervious to swords and spears. Among practitioners, it can also withstand the harm of spiritual power. It is said that it is the treasure of the Tianquan Temple, one of the 4 major Buddhist sects back then. How can it be on the disciple of the demon heavenly pavilion? Although Zhang Chunlai can't understand, he doesn't care either. Since this old man has come, he swears to take your dog's life. After saying that, he waved his arm. The scattered cultivators around immediately gathered together. Don't bother with those small fry. I've heard that the 8th disciple of the demon tower is adept at escaping techniques. Surround him. I'd like to see how long his treasure robe can last. Without the support of the formation, maybe his Hung has the precious Zen robe. At best, he's just a punching bag. How can he compete with me? As the words fell, there are a large number of practitioners. Xu Hong and others quickly launched an attack. He saw the situation was not good. Immediately, he looked at Yu Xinghai with a mournful face. Senior brother, I can't hold on anymore. Yu Xinghai smiled lightly. Not bad for a comic book. Actually know how to use formations and the soul realm to compete in a casual manner. After saying that, he lightly stepped on his feet and flew into the air. Zhang Chunlai looked a bit puzzled. As a disciple of the Mo Heaven Pavilion, why would he bow and scrape to a middle-aged man? Big brother, quick! My small stronghold has been broken by this old thing. Yu Zhihai calmly stepped forward and comforted. Junior brother, don't be anxious. Humph, bluffing. I won't be fooled by you again. Take them down! Many practitioners rushed up at the words. Qian Xinghai was somewhat puzzled by his words. Falling for it again? Zhu Hong bowed his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Numerous practitioners launched their attacks from all directions. Zhang Chunlai didn't sit idle either. From top to bottom, he slapped out a palm. Dozens of palm prints came crashing down. In an overwhelming manner, descended in an instant. He calmly reached out his palm and turned it around. An inconspicuous wave of energy instantly emanated from the center of his palm. Suddenly expanded in an instant, forming a horizontal ripple of energy circle. The practicing cultivators around were shocked to find themselves unable to move. And then the powerful energy ripples spread out and struck them. With a resounding surge of vitality, directly cut off the encircled crowd. Zhu Hong looked on with admiration. This is the fusion palm technique of the great Xiantian, chapter of the senior brother. Zhang Chunlai was shaken in body and mind. He immediately realized that the person in front of him was an extraordinary master. He shouted loudly to retreat, and swiftly turned around to escape. However, it was already too late to flee. Yu Zhihai instantly appeared in front of him. Zhang Chunlai realized the situation was dire, hundreds of calamities and abyssal hell. In the blink of an eye, the colossal golden Dharma body shields him within it. I've been awaiting your Dharma body. As he finishes speaking, he waves his right hand, the Bishu's sword, and with lightning speed he slashed down. The celestial weapon is almost the nightmare of all Dharmakaya. It can more easily break the defense of Dharmakaya. Zhang Chunlai hasn't reacted yet, even with the Dharmakaya like tofu. Split in half in an instant. Yu Zhihai looked down on this kind of opponent. We as Yuanshin Tribulation Realm, not even his 4 main guardians are as good as that. Before long, the whole sky quieted down. The brothers of Minghu Mountain stared blankly upwards. Just a palm strike and a slash could end this. If it hadn't been seen with their own eyes, who would believe that this came from the hand of a senior disciple of the Motian Pavilion, dealing with an expert at the 5th leaf level of cultivation? With an extremely oppressive situation coming to an end, Shu Honggong regained his composure and promptly started to flatter. After the senior brother emerged from seclusion, he became so powerful. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yu Zhihai shook his head after hearing it. Not worth mentioning. Worth mentioning. It must be worth mentioning. Senior brother's move of the great mystery heaven palm. Truly something I have never seen in my life. So damn amazing. My admiration for senior brother is like the surging river, endless. Charu. Yu Zhihai glanced at him, smiled slightly, and left. You've been hanging out with Lao Chi for so long. Where did you learn to flatter someone like this? Hey, thanks to senior brother for helping. If it wasn't for senior brother being here, I would have been in real trouble today. Yu Zhihai didn't say anything, but instead asked. Was it Lao Chi who arranged the 8 formation? Senior brother has a discerning eye. It seems that nothing can be hidden from senior brother. The precious monk's robe is also made by old 7th? Hearing this, senior brother, please. This is my cherished treasure. He thought for a moment, and realized how great senior brother was. How could he be interested in Baoshan's robe, just relying on his body protection aura? It's much more powerful than my clothes. So he confessed honestly. It was indeed taken from the Tian temple by Brother 7. Yu Zhihai shook his head. With a sigh, Lao Chi's intention should not be disappointed by you. If it weren't for this precious Zen robe, you would have died long ago. Jingyi suffered heavy losses. Zhang Yuanshan probably won't dare to repeat the same mistake with his temperament, but we still have to be on guard. Shu Hong and his companions hurriedly nodded in agreement after hearing this. What senior brother said makes sense. Yu Zhihai glanced at the box beside him. Did 4th senior brother mention when he would come to take the treasure chest? He will come in 3 days. He will come to take it at that time. In that case, I will stay for 3 days. Stay as long as you like, eldest senior brother. Chatting with you is so boring. It would be great if Lao Chi were here. Yu Zhenghai stopped talking and came to the front of the box. The Biyu sword appeared in his hand at this moment. Shu Honggong saw the Tianjia weapon, the Biyu sword. He immediately revealed an envious expression. Senior brother is about to open the box. Yu Zhihai, the eldest disciple, had long ago betrayed Jitian Dao, and founded the first evil sect in Dian Tianxia. But when it comes to the master's orders, he still chooses to obey, under his control. The jasper knife slowly falls into the slot. The box makes a crisp sound. This also means, the jasper knife is functioning as a key. Weapon drawn, he took it back in his hands. Shu Honggong naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to flatter. Great disciple, well done. Yu Zhihai looked at the box and whispered a sentence. Master, oh master, just how many treasures have you hidden, old man? Senior brother, with your skills. Why not figure out a way to open this chest? What if there are unexpected treasures inside? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhihai shook his head. Since the establishment of the Motian Pavilion, the master has always given each disciple a set of martial arts, and a weapon. Since then, the Motian Pavilion has gradually become renowned throughout the world. I wouldn't be surprised to find any treasure in the box. Yes, senior brother relied on the Biyu sword and the Dakshuanshan chapter to defeat many masters. Later, he established the Yuming sect, and became the #1 demonic sect in Dian today. The second senior brother's Guanyuan swordsmanship is incredibly skillful. No one could match him in the battle in Shangyuan City. He even destroyed tens of thousands of precious items. Seeing that the flattery missed the mark, Man Yunxiao hurriedly added the last sentence of flattery. Although the boundless sword technique of second master Wan is powerful, it is still inferior. Compared to the Tai Su heavenly scripture of Grand Master Ke, it still lacks a bit. Yu Zhihai calmly speaks. Second junior's actions have always clashed with mine, but who made me the big brother? Tell your people to clean up properly. Zhu Honggong quickly arranged after hearing it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mingxue arrived as scheduled. He intended to descend directly to Manhwa Mountain. I just got close and saw traces of fighting. Skilled fighters? Is that dumb pig Lao Ba in trouble? Slightly worried, he hurried towards the mysterious tiger bandit's lair. The crashed flying mount nearby caught his attention. There is still a name engraved on the flying climb. Just as he wanted to check, a brother from the fierce tiger mountain appeared nearby. Mr. C, our village chief has been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me for a long time. Yes, Mr. D said, let us come to welcome you. Upon hearing the 3 words Mr. D Ming Shirin immediately felt uneasy. Don't tell me that the leader of the ghost sect, Yuzhihai, is on your mountain. Yes, that's right, Mr. D. Well, I suddenly remembered something else. Regarding the box, come pick it up later when you have time. Ming Shirin panicked and didn't have time to show off, so he turned around and ran. But at this moment, Yu Jinghai's voice reached his ears. Since Lao Si has come, why hurry to leave? You and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Right here in Lao Ba's mountain stronghold, let's 3 brothers have a good catch-up. I have prepared food and drinks. If you leave, you will break the heart of your senior martial brother. Ming Shi looks a little embarrassed. He inwardly curses his bad luck. Then, feeling helpless, he enters the cave. Senior martial brother, I pay my respects. He quickly bowed to Yu Zhihai upon seeing him. Yu Zhihai laughed heartily. 4th junior brother, pour the wine. Today, we will not leave until we are drunk. Ming Shirin waved his hand repeatedly at the words. Senior brother, you are a heavy drinker. My alcohol tolerance, never mind. Besides, I came here to retrieve the box. And quickly returned to report to the master. By the way, Lao Ba. Where is master's box? There's no need to rush. The box is right behind me. Come, have a seat first. Ming Shi is naturally unwilling to refuse, so let's sit down. I can't just turn my face against my senior brother and get beaten up on the spot. Lao Si heard. You often criticize me in front of master. No. Ming Shiyin's heart was annoyed. It's not true. Who is gossiping in front of the eldest brother? Don't be nervous. If you can't even tolerate this small matter, how could you deserve to be our senior martial brother? What's the situation on the mountain now? Upon hearing the question from senior martial brother, Ming Shi's candid response is a little better than before. Master, you are getting old. The people in the Motiangu just want to take a bite at every moment. Yu Zhihai sighed. How is the old master's health? Temper could use some improvement. Physically quite robust. Beating people is not a problem. As for temper, it has improved. I heard the master has bestowed upon you the sky rank weapon, farewell hook. Ming Shirin heard the words and subtly confirmed it. Big brother's information is really well informed. Yu Zhihai faintly smiled. Although I have been away from the magic temple for a long time, I have always been concerned and worried, not hiding it from big brother. I also really want to ask about a certain matter. Brother, we can speak freely. Without constraint, Ming Shirin then earnestly asked. When the eldest senior brother was at the Motian Pavilion, what kind of elegance did the Motian Pavilion possess? I'm curious. Why did the eldest senior brother choose to leave Motiangu? He already asked Lao Chi Si Wuya this question. Unfortunately, the answer was too vague. Yu Zhihai fell silent for a moment. Then I lifted the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. If I don't leave the Sky Demon Pavilion, the only way out is death. The 2 people next to me widened their eyes in shock after hearing this. Is it really that serious? Let's not discuss this any further. I, Ming Shi, dared not refuse to drink. And ended up drinking bowl after bowl with him. Before long, the wine jar was noticeably emptier. Brother, drink up the old wine from that crate. 4th brother, what will you do if I decide to keep this box? I cannot go against my master's orders. The eldest disciple should understand the master's temper. I am just following orders. If I cannot retrieve the box, the master will naturally punish me. You weren't like this before. Shiriyuya mentioned your changes in his letter. He said you've become much more honest, but I didn't believe it. Now that I see for myself, Shiriyuya was right. Ming Shirin muttered under his breath. Laochi loves to talk behind people's back. He praises you without speaking ill of you. Why take it to heart? Master, you are getting older. The glory of Motian Pavilion has passed. Can you bear it this year, master? But what about next year, or the year after, or the next 10 years? Senior brother, I understand what you mean. I know that our master is advanced in age and may not exceed his lifespan. I'm tired of hearing that. Our master is still healthy and alive. Let's not talk about things that haven't happened. Let's talk about it later. Well said. Shu Hong clumsily flattered along. 4th senior brother, that was great. Ming Shirin, speechless, gave him a disdainful look. Eat your food. Ji Tian now finally opens the mysterious treasure chest after going through many ups and downs. The contents inside make him so excited that tears stream down his face. Ming Xin arrives at Lao Ba's fierce tiger post to take the box and chats with him. Unexpectedly, he encounters his long-lost senior martial brother. After 3 rounds drinks, Shanghai gave a faint smile as Lao Si chatted idly. If you have nowhere to go in the future, the Yomi sect of the first senior brother will surely have a place for you. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi politely gave a slight bow. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. I heard that the 4 guardians of the underworld sect all have at least reached the level of 6 leaves. As someone with connections, maybe I shouldn't go and provoke their enmity. In the underworld sect, I call the shots. Yu Zhihai is full of confidence in his speech. Don't be in a hurry to reject anyone, you never know. It's better to leave a way out for future matters than to be at a dead end. What do you think, Ming Shirin? Upon hearing this, Ming Shuiyin fell silent for a moment. Senior brother. How about, I merge my fierce tiger gang with your ghost sect? Yu Zhihai waved his hand in disapproval. Guard your fierce tiger gang well. After a moment of silence, he spoke quietly. Ming Shi slowly stood up. The master has given instructions. Let me take the box and talk in private. Please, senior brother, hand over the box and talk in private. All of Zhou Han's companions trembled at the sight. 4th senior brother is really bold. He actually spoke to senior brother in such a tone. It's over, it's over. If senior brother gets angry, our little makeshift sect won't be able to survive. Realizing this, he quickly glanced at senior brother. Surprisingly, Yu Zhihai did not get angry. On the contrary, nodded calmly and took the suitcase away. Greet the master for me. Just say that Yu Zhihai may be in 9 provinces and 4 seas, but his heart still lies in the Sky Tower. Ming Shi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it. Thank you, senior brother. I will bring the message to Lao Ba. I am going back to the Demon Sky Pavilion to report. If I have time, I will come to see you often. Having said that, he then left here with the box, his figure flickering, watching the 4th brother disappear. Xu Hong then wiped the cold sweat from his face. That 4th brother really dares to speak to you in that tone. If he weren't so thin, I would have punched him already. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhihai raised an eyebrow. Zhou Honggong quickly changed the topic. Of course. How could the big brother be concerned about such a trivial matter? It's just a pity for that box. Yu Zhihai gave a faint smile. The box is made of special material. Even the 4 guardians couldn't break it. The last key to open it is in the hands of the master. So the box is useless in our hands. How amazing. The box is so sturdy, let's just use it as a weapon. Hearing this, Yu Xinghai's eyes lit up. What you said makes sense. All kinds of top-tier weapons are useless against it. The box itself can be an indestructible treasure. After Zhu Hong's explanation, everyone was frustrated, holding their heads. I regret it so much. Everyone's attention was attracted by the things in the box, leading to the neglect of the simplest fact. Not long after, Ming Yingji returned to the Matian Pavilion. Where is Master Zai Ximiai? Xiao Ying hurriedly replied upon hearing the question. 4th senior brother, you're back. No, unfortunately. Master thought you'd come back later and go to the secret room. The box has been retrieved. Ming Shi nodded, feeling a little proud, but unfortunately ran into the senior apprentice brother. Luckily, I was firm and severely criticized him. He knew he was in the wrong and did not dare to argue with me. Just give me the box. Xiao Yuan applauded after hearing this. It seems that 4th brother's handling of things is reliable. The 2 then arrived outside the secret room. Master, your disciple has not failed you. The box has been taken back. Upon hearing Ming Shirin's words, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He transmitted his voice to inquire about the situation of the box. Ming Shirin truthfully replied. The senior brothers did not make things difficult for the disciples. They all used weapons to start the box. Now it only needs the mood ring to open the box. Lu Zhou quickly walked out of the secret room and looked at the box with only 1 lock left. He muttered to himself. Opening a box still requires red hands. What red hands? Ming Shiyin's words are puzzling. Lu Zhou ignored him. He eagerly carried the box back to the secret room. Each side of the box revealed a groove. The only thing that's not moving is the pattern of the Duqing ring. I hope the mysterious treasure chest is not filled with garbage. Lu Zhou casually took out the Duqing ring. Then he poked it into the remaining groove. Click, click. As if a mechanism has been triggered. In a moment, the box split in half from the middle, and a series of prompt tones echoed in the ears. Ding! You have successfully opened the mysterious treasure chest. Received 1,000 virtue points. Experience voucher for acquiring the peak proprietress Tian Dao. Experience voucher. 3 weapon fates of the Van Tian Yu refinement. Tian Dao peaks 6 heaters and separations. Lu Zhou widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Gradually numb mindset. There was a tremor at this moment. Ji Tian Dao peak experience card. Even if it's only a 30-minute state, It's still an incredibly terrifying bottom card. After being in the dark for so long, it finally hit the big time. This feeling is more exciting than playing World of Warcraft in my past life and getting a double-bladed sword as a drop. He picked up the Ji Tian Dao Peak Experience card, ecstatic, learning from past mistakes. This time, we will not use this card unless absolutely necessary. The inactive weapon, Fan Tian Loom, suggests focusing on finding the owner. Xia Yuan gave it a careful look. He had never seen a similar weapon before. But since it belonged to his disciple, keeping it had little meaning. It sounds like it's uncomfortable for the piece of cloth to use on its own. A man's weapon should be a bit more resolute. That way, at least, I won't have to worry about Xiao Yuan's weapon. Refining incantation can refine the already recognized Tianhe Xianhuang 4th order weapon. Refining weapons has always been a difficult problem in the cultivation world. After many people kill and seize weapons by any means necessary, the most troublesome are those that have been recognized weapons. To redissipate this level of compatibility and make it compatible with a new master, it must be re-refined. The conditions for refining are very stringent. Not only does the practitioner need to reforge with their inner energy as fire, but they also need specially crafted energy stones for weapon refining. Mingxue can improve the quality. This determines its preciousness and value. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered when Mingxue killed Zhang Qiuqi and recovered the Tianjia weapon, the beheading sword. If there is no refining symbol, then the Zhanming sword would at most be a Xuanjia weapon. Refining and acknowledging a master again will make it a Tianjia weapon. Thinking up to this point, he directly used the refining symbol. The next second, a fiery red light appeared. It wrapped towards the suspended Zhanmei knife. With special flame energy, the Zhanmei knife was burned to a bright red. Lu Zhou originally thought it would take a long time to refine, but it didn't take long to hear the news of the activation of the weapon. Slashing Fate. Slashing Fate. Re-refining a sky-level weapon takes at least half a year, and at most 3 to 5 years, plus the time needed for material preparation. Did not expect to only need a refinement symbol at the moment. Refine this weapon. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. After putting away the killing blade, he looked at the last reward. 6 exchanges and harmonization. This character is selling for 12,000 points. The cost of buying a treasure chest was only 2,000. Blood profit in one wave. Then Lu Zhou clicked to use it without hesitation. In an instant, a strong aura filled the secret room. Lu Zhou finally opened the mysterious treasure chest. The contents inside made him excited to the point of tears. Not only were there celestial weapons and peak experience cards, but there were also rapid realm advancement items. The 6 exchanges and separations of cultivation. The 6 exchanges and separations can be achieved through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Skilled manipulation of Yuan Qi. The 8 extraordinary meridians in Lu Zhou have long been opened, so when the 6 exchanges and separations are infused with power, directly elevating his cultivation to the peak. Previously, he can only be considered a quasi-8th vein practitioner of the Brahma Ocean. With all his veins open for cultivation, with his breakthrough, a burst of primal energy soared into the sky, prompting Mingxue to feel the energy. Then he started to explain. Junior sister, no need to go and look, it should be our master. Trying out the techniques of other sects. Last time, someone from the magic pavilion opened the 8 meridians. I thought it was an invasion by foreign thieves. Luckily, Master only punished me with reflection in the cave. Obviously, Master is practicing techniques from other sects. This energy fluctuation is at most from the Vajrasi. Don't forget the Zen of the left heart. I was sent to the Western Heaven by my Master's fearless Buddha's handprint. Xiao Yuan felt a little ashamed after hearing it. What 4th senior brother analyzed makes sense. I'll go practice. I'm too lazy to depend on others. Master, at such an old age, you are still working so hard. In contrast, I'm idle all day long. Junior sister. The path of cultivation is long, one must not be impatient. Your talent is rare in this world. Future senior brother, the senior sisters might still rely on you for protection. Xiao Yuan is being praised and is in high spirits. I'm not going to protect you. With that, he left without looking back. At this moment, Zhao Yu walked in quickly. 4th senior brother Tang Zizhen has had some unusual movements. It seems that someone wants to target the Matian Pavilion. Someone wants to target the Matian Pavilion? How did you find out? Although Tangzi town is very close to Matiangu, there is still some distance. People from Matiangu usually do not leave Jinting Mountain, unless there is something special happening. Before my master got information from the outside world, Dove went to the Tangzi town post station to inquire. During this time, Dove did not leave. Zhao Yu answered that someone must have leaked the information. The informant is an ordinary person, but it should be guided by an expert behind the scenes. I sent several female disciples in disguise to investigate the matter in Tongzi Town. It has been confirmed that there are unusual activities in Tongzi Town. The presence of 3,000 cavalry is nothing to fear. But in addition, there are over 30 red-robed practitioners appearing, often wandering near Tongzi Town. Ming Shi is somewhat speechless after hearing your description. It's like a fox or a wild ghost. The focus is not on these red-robed practitioners. It should be that day, visiting the descendants of the 10 witches of Motoink, so I suspect they are up to something. Master didn't bother with them. They didn't submit? After all, they come from the palace and are skilled in using behind-the-scenes tactics. On the surface, they fear the power of the demon tower of Jichuan, but behind the scenes, they engage in some unsavory activities. It is highly possible. After hearing this, Ming Shi nodded. Let me handle this. How is your cultivation recovery? Zhao Yu's answer is about 50%. Ming Yu's skill has the advantage of natural therapy. After the master has completed the skill, it greatly benefits one's cultivation. As they spoke, Lu Zhou slowly walked out. The two quickly bowed in respect. Disciples pay their respects to master. Lu Zhou then glanced at them. After Ming Shi went to retrieve the box this time, his loyalty did not waver. Siwuya and Yu Zhihai are both skilled at winning people's hearts, but Ming Shi was not swayed. It indicates that the series of actions taken earlier have had a significant effect. Fruit Zhaoyu's loyalty has increased a lot. Although it is still not up to 70, but the trend of continuous increase is very obvious. After observing, he spoke and said /. I heard everything you said, /. Ming Shi bowed and actively asked for the guidance of the master. These people do not recognize the good intentions on the surface and seek peace, but secretly they plan to attack the Magic Heaven Pavilion. Disciples are willing to go down the mountain to teach them a lesson. Lu Zhou shook his head. Things are probably not that simple. Since Mo Li knows the strength of the Mo Tiange, how could he only prepare these methods? What does the master mean? The 10 witches are good at formations. Wu Xing and Wu Guan have been trying their best to hide their cultivation, but not less than 4 leaves. Upon hearing this, Ming Shi and Zhao Yu were momentarily stunned. There are many low-level practitioners in the cultivation world. After entering the Brahman Sea and mastering the art of flying, one can only be considered a beginner. Stepping into the divine court can be considered a small achievement. Only by entering the realm of the spiritual tribulation can one truly become a strong individual. Only then can they gallop through the world of cultivation. The gap in cultivation from 1 leaf to 3 leaves is not great, but once it surpasses 4 leaves, each leaf that is open represents a qualitative leap. Wu Xing and Wu Guan look ordinary, but they actually have the cultivation of the 4-leaf level. But master, could it be that we just stand by and watch them cause trouble right under our noses? Upon hearing Ming Xi's words, Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. If the peak experience card isn't extremely precious, I could just go by myself and crush them all. After some thought, where is the skyway of the Magic Pavilion? Flying Cloud is parked in the North Pavilion. It hasn't been used for a long time. Master, don't you have a mount? Using Flying Cloud is not quite fitting for your status. Lu Zhou smiled slightly. The mount can't always accommodate too many people. Since they like to stir up trouble, bring a few people to accompany them. The 2 people were very excited after hearing this. Master, are you going to take the disciples out to conquer the world? It's been a long time since I did this. Just thinking about it is exciting. Master, your disciple is ready to clean up and climb quickly. It will be ready soon. After Ming Shi left, Lu Zhou turned its attention to Zhao Yu. It's not too late for Zhao Yu to start now. Her cultivation is not just a little lower than Yi Tianxin's. She also lacks the pinnacle skill of the Shining Moon in the God Court. It has a big impact on her, and she can't become strong without mastering weapon skills. If we calculate it this way, Zhao Yu and Xiao Yuan each need a weapon. Xiao Yuan has the Vanti Angsu. What about Zhao Yu? The decapitation blade? This weapon is too bulky and heavy. A woman who looks delicate using such a weapon. Isn't it a bit awkward? He sighed heavily after considering it. How is Mingyu's martial arts training going? Upon hearing the master's question, Ao Yu hurriedly replied, making a lot of progress. Since completing the Mingyu skill, my cultivation has also been increasing. Disciple will not disappoint master's expectations. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, you are cultivating Mingyu skill. I don't have a suitable weapon right now. Zhao Yu immediately knelt down upon hearing this, saying that I am satisfied with this is already enough. I dare not ask for more from my master. Lu Zhou's words were just offhand. I didn't expect Zhao Yu's loyalty to increase by 2 points. This effect is beyond his expectations. It can be seen how strict Ji Tianao was in his attitude towards his disciples in the past. Then he asked Zhao Yu to step down, then took out a box cut in half. Casually threw it out. This box can withstand the unnamed sword. It is not ordinary. Lu Zhou thought of this and hurriedly picked it up again. The box that Siwuya, Yu Shangrong, and Jinghai saw, It also makes no sense. I don't want to open it and check. Clearly, they didn't open the box either. The box has recesses on all 6 sides, 3 on each side. On the left, 3 on the right. The grooves on the left side are automatically spliced together, forming a strange shape. The grooves on the right side are also spliced together, forming an object with the same shape as the one on the left. Just at the moment when the lands spliced together, suddenly a prompt sounded in my ear. Ding, the default form of the Tears of Vermilion box is Knuckles. Lu Zhou didn't expect this box to also be a weapon. After he fiddled with it for a while, it unexpectedly turned into the shape of Knuckles, although it doesn't display the grade of the weapon. Being able to withstand the attacks of many Tianjia level opponents with just a pair of gloves definitely makes it a Tianjia level weapon, but I didn't see any indication about the day of acknowledging its master. Previous weapons all had suggested master acknowledgement targets, but this box doesn't have it. Shouldn't I suggest recognizing the main target Zhao Yu? Immediately, he imagined what Zhao Yu would look like using boxing gloves. Suddenly felt a bit awkward. Anyway, this is a treasure. At least it is no weaker than the Zhanming sword. Lu Zhou then put away the weapon and walked towards the main hall. At this time, Xiaoyer and Zhao Yu were already waiting in the hall. Disciple greets master. The 7th junior brother has sent a letter. The chief of the Mocha sect, Renbuping, has also gone to Tenjin, and the descendants of the 10 witches are currently stationed there, intent on stealing the Jinting mountain barrier. After hearing this, Ludger furrowed his brows. Is the news about Laochi reliable? Xiao Yuan is a bit angry. While scolding, she handed over Jiang Aijian's flying book, not only 7th brother. Jiang Aijian also sent a flying book. Master, they seem to be seeking reconciliation on the surface, but what conspiracy are they plotting in secret? We should have dismantled them that day. Lu Zhouqing stroked his beard in contemplation for a moment, as Siwuya and Jiang Aijian simultaneously relayed the message. It's the same thing again. The formidable barrier of Jiting Mountain is there for all to see. Although the 10 masters besieged Jiting Mountain in the past, they were unable to break through this barrier. But if a powerful formation were to steal the barrier away, it's hard to say who will win in this battle of formations, and this involves the descendants of the 10 witches and powerful sorcerers. Moly, their sorcery is at play. They are doing it unnoticed by the gods and ghosts. Stealing the barrier shouldn't be a problem. Handle them with caution. What can I borrow to get it back? I can't wait for them to actually steal the barrier before I argue. No! I am a demon. What do you need to borrow? Since that's the case, then take the initiative. Upon thinking about it, Lu Zhou issued the order, urged Ming Shirin. Also bring Fan Xiuan and He Qi Yaoyu. The two of them agreed and quickly went to make arrangements. At the same time, in the north pavilion of the Matian Pavilion, Ming Yinin is leading several female cultivators to clean the flying shoes. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace curiously watched. Is this the largest flying shoe in the Matian Pavilion? They are all made of rare materials. Longer than 10 zhang in length, with a width of up to 3 zhang. The whole body is engraved with patterns, and adorned with intricate and beautiful decorations. At first glance, the appearance is average. Upon closer inspection, it is appreciated. The patterns and decorations are very regular. When infused with vitality, it creates a stunning effect. Flying in the sky at night is like dragging a long-tailed meteor. Small-scale flying can be pulled by ferocious beasts, can only carry 1 or 2 people with limited effectiveness. This large flying machine is like a moving house. Ming Shi is standing on the flying machine and walking back and forth. He feels a little lacking in manpower. How can he fly such a large flying machine alone? It's such a big flying machine. At least 30 practitioners at the Fan High stage and 5 above the Divine Court are needed. For smaller sects, they can produce a practitioner above the Divine Court, which is already remarkable. The 8 Vimlakurti veins are the backbone of these sects. Originally, the 3 major sects of Yitian Luo cooperated, and from over 10,000 disciples, only a dozen or so Shin Court practitioners were selected to cooperate with Yitian Xian in besieging the master, but was instantly defeated. The 3 sects were furious, losing so many elites. How could they not hold grudges against the Devil Pavilion? He then inquired about a female cultivator. How many female cultivators are there in the Yanyu Palace in total? How many of them have the highest level of cultivation? Mr. C, please respond. 10 in the Tongxian realm, 10 in the Ningxia realm, and 20 in the Fan Hai realm. Some were puzzled after hearing the Ming Shiyin's reasons. Is there no Divine Court mirror? The female cultivator shook her head. Originally, there were 3 Divine Court cultivators, 1 defected, and the other 2 were killed by the Mo clan after the Lord of the Palace encountered trouble. Even the disciples of the Tianxin sect may face betrayal in the Yanyu Palace. Is the management not very good? Upon hearing this, the female disciple hastily replied, so the princess has set a rule. That anyone entering the Yenyu Palace must never have children. Is it so cruel to have such a personal affair? Nuruz scratched his head with a complicated look on his face. We only need one more person to complete the 20 required for the expedition. It's a bit difficult to handle. Some flying climbers need to infuse vitality while hanging outside the cliff, but this requires a practitioner with the ability to control the air. If we can penetrate the clouds and soar within, we can infuse our vital energy. The problem is that we don't have enough manpower. Just then, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng walked over. Does Master C have something to discuss with us? Ming Shiyan he smiled just right. Let's see how this Fei Pan is. Pan Zhong's eyes showed a look of admiration. Climbing through the clouds, it is as deafening as thunder. Back then, the Lord of the Pavilion rode this climb and crossed the Great Yen and the north of Rome, renowned throughout the world. That's good. Do you want to do it? You look like you really want to. It's okay, let's give it a hand in a while. No matter how good the flying climb is, it's a waste if it can't take off. People were a bit at a loss for words at the mention. What's wrong? Do you two have different opinions? No, I'm willing to wait. Both of them trembled in their hearts and hurriedly nodded in agreement. One of them is Zhou Jifeng, a former senior disciple of Tianjianmen, Shintingjing's cultivation. One is Pan Zhong from the Jingming Dao. Although these two are slightly stronger than the average Shintingjing, there are still not enough people. What about finding the junior sister? Forget it, junior sister seems to be in a bad mood these days. Hua Wudao is no good either. After all, he is an elder of Matian Pavilion now. Si Shui Yuanji is still at the level of Liu Ye. I really feel sorry for her status. Just as he was in a fluster, Zhao Yu hurried over. Master Sishi is urging. Ming Xin hurriedly got off after hearing. Fifth apprentice sister is in need. Your 3 Shinting seem to be slightly insufficient. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Zhou strode over here. Xiao Yu, Duan Wuxing, and Hua Wudao accompanied him. Fan Xiuwen, He Qiyu Chong, and Duan Yanhong were tightly bound. Rushed together. Lu Zhou looked satisfied at Feepin, then waved his hand towards the upper generation. Ming Shirin awkwardly bowed his hand at the words. Master Tangzijin is not far from Jinting Mountain. Shall we walk there? Using a flying rope is too conspicuous. Sian looked at him with an ambiguous smile. Fourth senior brother, are you asking Master to walk? Hua Wudao spoke calmly. With the giant cloud-piercing shoes, the speed of the burst is fast. It is said that the descendant of the 10 witches is in Townzi Town. They are good at large witchcraft formations. This climbing can avoid the influence of the formation. And at the same time, it can effectively pursue the enemy. The great magical technique is ultimately too wasteful of energy. To climb the natural is to make good use of it. Mingshi was at a loss and didn't know what to do. No one paid attention to him as he put on his flying shoes. Fan Xiuwen's face looked a bit ugly. It's no use grabbing me. She won't be threatened by you. Although I am the leader of the Black Knights, I have long seen through life and death. Xiao Yuanyuan listened and gave a cold rebuke. Why so much nonsense from Jiaxiaci below? Why haven't we left yet? Hurry up. It's been a long time since I last rode the cloud-piercing Fei Pei, Ming Shiyan helplessly replied. We're still waiting for 2 more mirror spirits to board before we can take off. You're in charge. A single person in the realm of Yuanshan can withstand 10 members of the Divine Court. Ming Shi, are you secretly lamenting in your heart again? Why is it my master again? Disciple, it's great that you're one of the main forces of the Demon Sky Pavilion. It seems like you've been a little off recently. Hearing this, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yu Zhihai has been in charge for 10 years. Without ever complaining. Are you more precious than him? This disciple dares not. The apprentice just said it casually. Take the helm. Ming Shirin, after speaking, he looked at the 3rd senior brother with ill intentions. Dumu Xing chuckled \. Don't underestimate my master's abilities. \. Let me take a good look at Fan Xiuwen and the other 2. No mistakes are allowed. You hold steady. 3rd senior brother, you may seem honest on the surface but your heart is dark. Feeling wronged and helpless, Ming Shirin came to the helm of Fei Pan. Remind him to leave. At this time, Lu Zhou ordered Tangzi Town not far away. Slow down to the slowest speed. Then he looked at Hua Wudao. The scenery at the bow is pleasant. Elder Hua, please. Master Hua's a little overwhelmed by the favor. Well, thank you, Lord. At the moment when Ming Shi's vital energy poured into the helm, the patterns and decorations on the flying board suddenly shone brightly. Spirit chi emanated from the patterns and condensed into a surging gongqi bursting outward, generating power. The enormous, long-tailed flatboats slowly lifted off. Hua Wudao standing at the bow, overlooking the land and mountains, sunlight piercing through the clouds. The scenery is indeed pleasant. Such a beautiful sight inspires me to recite a poem. Before he finished speaking, Fei Pan suddenly accelerated. Oh no! Elder Hua has fallen. Lu Zhou led the Mo Tian pavilion to mobilize fully, and surged toward the outskirts of Jinting Mountain. Hua Wudao looked down at the beautiful scenery. I intended to recite a poem with a roguish persona, yet, inadvertently, I fell from the sky-piercing climb. Spectators quickly approached and inquired about his well-being. Hua Wudao blushed and assured everyone of his safety. The Cloud Sect has 2 climbing peaks. The sect master resides is far less comparable to the Cloud Soar Peak. The combined power of the 2 peaks is still far off. Upon hearing this, Lurk Zhou, it's just a means of transportation. Not worth mentioning. Mode of transportation. He looked at the bound few and questioned Fan Xiuwen with confusion. But Xiuwen's cultivation had already been sealed. Since we are going to find the descendants of the 10 witches to demand an explanation, why bring them along? Lu Zhou smiled slightly, and Fan Xiuwen is the leader of the Black Cavalry, possessing profound skills, yet willing to kneel before me for Moli. The Lord's point is that maybe Moli will make concessions because of Fan Xiuwen. Not necessarily. With Fan Xiuwen's knowledge and temperament, what kind of woman make him willing to bow down and work like a cow or horse, even without concern for life or death? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a devoted type. Hua Wudao furrows his brows. After pondering for a moment, could it be sorcery? Lu Zhou's answer is almost the same. Sure enough. I thought that such evil methods of control had long disappeared. I didn't expect it to still exist to this day. Fei Pan quickly passed through Tongzi Town. Some practitioners were surprised and stopped to watch. Which major sect does the flying shoes belong to this time? I can't see the flag, and there's no brand. Younger practitioners. It's impossible to break through the clouds and fly. Older practitioners witnessing the breakthrough immediately changed their expression. This is the cloud-penetrating skill of. It's not like Princess Hui Tian Dao is approaching her limit. Are you now living out your retirement in the Jinting Mountain? A starving camel is larger than a horse. Don't forget the last time the top 10 masters besieged Jinting Mountain ended in a bitter defeat. The giant who pierces through the clouds did not linger. We arrived directly at the stronghold of the descendants of the Wu tribe. Looking down, strange mists and clouds were rising below. Xiaoyuan spoke suspicion. It's a grand witchcraft formation, set up for the Dutian River. The mist that pervades the surface. Apart from the color not being light purple, everything else is just like that magic array. I'm so clever. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng are a bit confused. The formation and intensity do not seem like a large formation that can be set up in 7 days. Ming Shirin spoke of his own speculation. A very simple truth. This indicates that before they went to the Magic Heaven Pavilion, the grand formation has been laid here for a long time. Hua Wudao furrows his brows and gazes intently below. It seems that the one in the palace has no intention of seeking peace from start to finish. Lu Zhou remains calm without any fluctuation. Ming Shi circumnavigated Jinting Mountain. Upon receiving the order, Ming Shi quickly responded. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. The 4 people's vitality increased and surged. The speed of the cloud-piercing flying formation suddenly increased. It's almost several times as before. Buildings and scenery on the ground are rapidly receding. A flash. Before long, he returned here again. Pan Chong carefully observed the changes on the ground. The master has seen clearly. Only the southern 3-mile radius of Jiting Mountain has been fully arranged with formations. There are none in other places. Lu Prefecture nodded after hearing. The descendants of the 10 sorcerers have never been the 10 sorcerers, unable to achieve the means of the 10 sorcerers. Hua Wudao agrees. A 10 sorcerer is the culmination of sorcery practice. However, the descendants of the 10 sorcerers are able to set up a large array of 3 miles. It's already very difficult. The speed of the cloud-piercing flight gradually slowed down. The red-robed cultivators below all stopped their movements. They raised their heads and looked up. Wu Xing and Wu Guan's faces revealed a sinister smile. It is the flying climb of Motionj. They still couldn't resist in the end. The Mocha sect agreed to join us. Don't know when it will happen. Which gate? Just as the words were finished, a loud and ear-piercing roar came over. Flying through the clouds, they descended some distance. Lu Zhou and Hua Wudao stood at the forefront, gazing below. Wu Xing and Wu Guan, accompanied by several subordinates in red robes, immediately flew into midair, bowing with luggage. I have seen Synergy before. Lu Zhou sneered and looked at them. How is the formation set up? This sentence gets straight to the point. The witch fell silent for a moment. Obviously, the Demon Sky Pavilion already knows about their formation, but all of this is not important anymore. The pavilion master was joking. I was just staying in Tangzi Town by chance on official business. It's meaningless besides a perfunctory response. Lu Zhou spoke again in a cold voice. Where is Mo Li? Master Mo is far away in the capital and unaware. What's the matter, master? I can convey it for you. Lu Zhou looked indifferently at the few people. They are not only unafraid, but also sneaking into Kai Matian Pavilion to steal the power of the barrier. They even pretend to know nothing. Such hypocrisy. Without waiting for him to speak, Ming Shirin angrily rebuked, daring to hit Jin Tingshan's idea. I'm tired of it. Quickly destroy these formations. Kneel down and surrender obediently. Perhaps Master Xing will spare your lives in a moment of joy. Wu pretended to be innocent and smiled faintly. I really can't understand the formation. Lu Zhou couldn't be bothered to talk further. Du Mu Xing, since they don't understand, you should teach them. Duan Mu Xing, who received the order, was overjoyed. With a shout, he hoisted the Overlord's spear and flew down. Lu Zhou immediately invited Hua Wood out to watch the battle together, seeing Duan Mu Xing's fierce momentum. Wu Xing quickly ordered his subordinate with lower cultivation to retreat. They stood straight without any intention. Both their momentum and attitude changed significantly. The junior came to visit the Magic Sky Pavilion with sincerity. The junior could only act in self-defense. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing this, angrily pointed and scolded them for being shameless. Third junior brother, quickly attack him. Duan Mu Xing naturally doesn't bother talking to this kind of person. One move, the thousand-fold layered waves, unleashes the Overlord's spear, stirring up fluctuations of aura all around, immediately charged towards the two. The first round of confrontation between the Matian Pavilion and the Witch Clan. Under the command of Xing Duanyu and Lu Zhou, he leaped into the air. The tyrant's spear in his hand was wrapped in raging energy, and rapidly attacked the Witch Xing and the Witch Guan. Thousands of dense spear shadows fell during the intersection of the energies. The two witches quickly made hand gestures and chanted spells. A mysterious light purple halo appeared immediately, completely neutralizing Duan Muxing's attack. Seeing that the move was ineffective, Duan Muxing shouted angrily. It is indeed a sorcerer at the nascent soul tribulation level. Come again. He fought even more bravely and fought with the other two again. Hua Wudao commented approvingly upon seeing this. Du Muxing wields a weapon of the heavenly tier, taking on two opponents at once, certainly fearless and unmatched. It seems that Lu Zhou is not satisfied with this. Duan Muxing's cultivation is still in its early stages. How much longer will it take if this continues? But such battles can sharpen him, forcing him to grow rapidly. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a deep call came from the distance. Looking towards the sound, a sight of dark dragon, slightly smaller than soaring through the clouds, slowly approaching. Near Tengzi town, lower-level practitioners dare not approach. They hide in the formation and watch quietly. Around the dark and towering ink, at least 400 cultivators of the ocean of Vanis, with profound cultivation, are flying in midair, above which are the flags of the Emoshi Zoo. Each and every one of them, a 10 evil sinner. Quick, go back to the room and hide. The ink-colored dragon firmly stops. From within comes a deep voice, Senior G. Long time no see. Dressed in a black robe, warm and lively, a wrinkled face slowly walked out. This is the head of the demon sect. In Lu Zhou's mind, his previous appearance emerged. You've aged. Far from the level of the previous Senior G. Living 100 years is no problem. Lu Zhou glanced deeply at him. I bet you won't live past today. Ren Buping's expression remained calm and without any intention. Senior G, don't you realize, is everything here strange? Tell me about it. When the dark ink dragon appeared, the battle between Duan Muxing and Wu Xing had already stopped. Neither side was injured. The witch immediately answered. I originally visited the Demon Sky Pavilion, with sincerity. However, the Demon Sky Pavilion forced my hand. I had to resort to this plan to bring you here. Senior, I came to seek peace, but changed their mind halfway. I only have one request. I hope, Senior, hand over the traitor Yi Tianxin of the Demon Sky Pavilion to the palace. After hearing this, the people on the top of the climbing cloud and flying screen looked good. For Yi Tianxin? Deliberately tempting the Mo Tian Pavilion? Zhao Yueji is feeling mixed emotions. She quickly lowered her head to explain that her disciple didn't know it was a trap. Please forgive me, Master. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating it was fine. Even without Zhao Yu, this would happen. The Matian Pavilion cannot watch the descendants of 10 witches stealing the Jin Ting mountain barrier. Who gave you the confidence? You and Ren Buping are also worthy of setting up a trap. Wu Xing stretched out his arms, a smile on his lips. Confidence? I am confident here. The only worthy opponents here are Ren Buping, Wu Xing, and Wu Guan. The Magic Sky Pavilion has flowers but no morals. Duan Wuxingming is here, and the founder of the Magic Sky Pavilion, whose cultivation is unfathomable, is personally present, along with over 20 red-robed cultivators with their hands together. A faint aura of vitality emanated from the body. At this moment, both Witch Xing and Witch Guan also joined hands. The mist within a 3-mile radius immediately disappeared. With the red-robed cultivator as the center, there was a semicircular formation in front with special angles. 10 more light circles of light purple appeared. After completing all of this, Witch Xing explained with a sentence, /. The large array we set up is not for stealing the Golden Court Mountain Barrier. That was just a deliberate message released. This formation is called the Great Formation of the Sages. Upon hearing this, Hua Wudao's face shows a shocked expression. Great Formation of the Sages. Xiao Yuan tightens his fist. In a fierce manner, he asks, "What do you mean by sages and later sages? I don't care if it's salty or bland. I'll beat you to a pulp and make you look for your teeth all over the ground." Hua Wudao shook his head. 10 witches are the sages. This formation can provide the power of the 10 witches to possess the body. In other words, we are facing masterful 10 witches. Ming Shirin quickly looked at Master Luzhou after hearing this. Shall we go out of harm's way? Does the Grand Master of the Magic Tian Pavilion need to escape? Luzhou waved his hand to indicate no need. Let me see how capable your 10 witches are. Purple chi continuously rose around the witch. Why bother, Lord? The 10 witches are far superior to the top experts of the 10 great sects. How can the seniors outside the barrier cope with this? When Renping seized the opportune moment, where are the 3 leaders? The subordinate quickly bowed and replied. The 3 masters and the sword St. Luo 13 will arrive soon. Hua Wudao frowned. The thing I least wanted to happen has finally occurred. I have always come from the Yun sect, and now I have joined the Demon Heaven Pavilion. The last person I want to meet is a former fellow disciple. Ming Shi asked Elder Hua in confusion. Sword St. Luo 13 always only asks about cultivation. How could he collude with the Mocha sect? Isn't Yunzong a respected and upright sect? Hua Wudao's face turned red and he didn't know how to explain it. Even he himself has joined the Demon Heaven Pavilion. What else is there to say? Pan Zhong let out a long sigh. Sword St. Luo 13 is one of the 3 major sword fanatics. Young Master Luo's brother, mastering the peak of swordsmanship together. Focused on pursuing the way, rarely involved in conflicts. Unexpectedly, 13 Luo eventually became someone else's pawn. Wu Xing does not agree with his statement. Brother Pan, what you said is wrong. You come from the Pure Brightness sect, a respectable and righteous sect. Now you've entered the Devil's Pavilion. Are you telling that you are not a pawn of the Devil's Pavilion? Pan weighed these words with a cold snort after hearing it. But I have a clear conscience. You, the proud descendants of the 10 witches, are regarded as the eagle dogs of Emily. Do you really feel no guilt towards the ancestors? The witch laughed, and the power of words was useless. My loyalty to the court is as clear as the sun and the moon. Pan Zhong just couldn't bear it anymore. Who is Emily? Dare you say you don't know? Hearing this, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Do you know something? What a coincidence. Back then, I also went to the palace to see the imperial physician for treatment. By chance, I found out some things. The curiosity of the people behind me was aroused. What kind of person is Emily after all? Pan Zhong slowly and deliberately revealed the explosive news. Emily belongs to the second prince, Lu Huan, and he is also a man. The Motan Pavilion is facing its strongest enemy ever. The 10 witches are coming, and they are joining forces with the great demon sect to launch a massive attack, just as the 2 sides were about to start. Pan Zhong unexpectedly revealed explosive news. The beloved consort of the second prince, Emily, is actually a man. The crowd was shocked to hear this. They all showed expressions of disbelief. Eating this news is really mind-blowing. Even Luzhou didn't expect it. If that's the case, then the second prince, Lu Huan, is Dong Sian, isn't he? No. Maybe Molly is. Just thinking about it, in my mind, the scene of the second prince taking a knife to cut his sleeve actually appeared. He then looked at Fan Xiuwen with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Fan Xiuwen at this moment looked distressed. A pair of eyeballs almost popped out. Lips couldn't stop trembling. Silent expression became very unnatural. Burning anger ignited Pan Zhong's heart. Previously, you insulted the 10 great witch ancestors in the Magic Heaven Hall. I won't hold you accountable for the sake of the Lord of the Pavilion. And now you insulted Lord Maluo again. If you don't die today, I will be too ashamed to meet the 10 wise men of the witches' clan. As the words fall, 30 red-robed practitioners instantly gathered together. Their vital energy suddenly became extremely powerful. At the same time, the 10 faint purple light rings below became increasingly intense. Renbuping laughed smugly at the sight. The power of 10 witches. Jitian now, looks like you can only escape. The 10 witches are not just top 10 masters. In the blink of an eye, 10 circles quickly form. Luzhou's face remains calm without any fluctuation. Is this the so-called power of the 10 witches? The witch's body is stirring with the surge of vitality. The clothes on the body have long been shredded. The pupils gradually turned into one black and one white. He smiled, and the only thing the junior saw was, "Hand over Yexinchen and I will let you go." And Mo Tiange Luzhou calmly said, "You want Yexinchen?" The momentum on Wu Xing's body surged again. "Yexinchen is an elder from Bai Min. Why deceive yourself and others?" "Ren Buping is here," Shi deliberately said loudly. "Ji Tiandao, you have lived for so long in vain. Don't you know that a white man can live for 2,000 years? Hearing this, Yaxing suddenly turned around and looked at him. The expression in the eyes, the momentum has undergone a completely different change. He felt that something interesting had happened. He confirmed. The person in front of him who was floating is no longer wishing. The light purple aura around was completely gathered back into Wu Xing's body. The faint pressure emanating from his body made the air tremble uncontrollably. The head witch, Wu Sian, officially descended upon Wu Xing. The unchanging red-robed practitioners also paid their respects at the same time. "Please refer to Mr. Weibo Qing. There is a mountain named Refengzu in the fire. There is a spiritual mountain where the sun and moon enter. Wuxian, Wuji, Wupan, Wuping, Wugu. Wuxia, Wuluo, the 10 witches go to the sky and the earth and there is nothing they cannot do." Ren Buping also lowered his posture, bowing and making a polite gesture to welcome Master Wu Xian. Hua Wudao noticed, and quickly asked about Lord Luzhou's plans. Luzhou was amazed, but still keeping a calm facade. "I thought this was a large array for stealing barriers. But it turns out to be the power of the 10 righteous ones. This means that the opponent has become 10 witches. Such a powerful opponent, absolutely not something a few disciples can handle. Do we still need to use the peak experience card? It's not even heated yet. See Master Wu Pan." Every time a person with red eyes appears, someone will bow. Wu Ping, Wu Gu, Wu Zhen, Wu Li, Wu Di, Wu Xia, Wu Luo. The remaining 7 witches possessed the practitioners in red robes one by one. A pale purple energy, like flames, burned on their bodies. The head of the 10 witches, Wu Xian, looked coldly at Lu Prefecture. "It turns out that you're just a junior approaching a millennium. Your arrogance is undoubtedly impressive. Under the heavens, only he can utter such words. Senior Wu." The possibility of Mount Huang possibly being on Yi Tianxin's person. "Please make your move to calm down." The demonic heavenly pavilion. The purple flames emanating from the 10 witches are becoming increasingly intense, their momentum also getting stronger than before, as they confront the people who are flying up. Lu Zhou quickly pondered a countermeasure. The 10 purple auras are still constantly rising. The mysterious vital energy. It won't be long before it can all descend. According to the previous situation, Duan Mu Xing and Ming Shi are able to deal with Jing Xing and Wu Guan. Ren Buping only needs one fatal blow to solve. Others are just a loose sand and not to be feared. In addition, Duan Xing and Luo Shisan are unparalleled. At 13 years old, Duan Xing is an interesting person. He probably won't join the battle due to his temperament, but even if he joins, we can at most play another card. Based on the current prices of items, we will still make a profit. But it's hard to say now. The 10 sorcerers appear temporarily through the grand formation. How could the disciples of the 10 great masters be opponents? The 10 witches are already deceased sages. If a fatal blow is used and there is no merit reward, it's a waste of the usage. Wouldn't that be a big loss? This situation is a bit difficult to handle. Wu Xian sneered at Ren Buping's words. Cheng Huang? Ignorant. This statement left many puzzled. Lu Zhou then looked at him. You are the chief of the 10 witches, Wu Xian? Wu Xian also looks directly at Lu Zhou. Are you the master of the Demon Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao? Since you are a respected elder of the 10 witches, why are you willing to be a lackey for Moling? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Wu Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened. As his palms intertwined, a violently pale purple energy gathered. The 10 witches' affairs do not concern you. With that, he unleashed the gathered energy. The raging energy kept growing in the air, until it turned into an energy impact with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Seeing the opponent making a move, Lu Zhou remained unmoved, because he had already sensed that the energy on Hua Wudao's body had started to fluctuate. Hua Wudao rushed towards the purple light ring in front of him. The Bagua pattern interchanged between yin and yang. 6 large seal script characters emitted golden light surrounding the body. The Hegram talisman shield immediately appeared, blocking the pale purple light ring. The strong wind is blowing. Ming Shi and a few others quickly made a move to steady themselves. Chuan Yun Fei Pan Wu Xian furrowed his brow and looked at him, muttered 2 words from his mouth down men. Hua Wu Dao arched his hand. The 10 witches were the sages. The formation of the ancestors can only unleash 80% of its power. And time is limited. Why bother to distinguish right from wrong when you are an ancestor? Wu Xian clearly didn't want to waste any more words. He waved his arm forward. 80% is enough. After speaking, the 9 witches quickly came to his side, in a row. Wawudao is not at all. Unfortunately, witchcraft is not good at close combat. The spell takes too long. I have enough confidence to leave here through the clouds and fly. It depends on whether you have the ability. As Wuxian's voice fell, Wuxia, Wugu, Wuzhen, Wooly, Woody, the 5 people, immediately emanated a special vitality throughout their bodies. The purple flames all over the body spread rapidly. The 10 warlocks are finally going to take action. The mighty and unrivaled Devil Patriarch is now directly attacked at the mountain gate by the 10 warlocks, who are even more powerful than the top 10 masters. Ranked last, Wuxia. Purple flames spread all over his body. He clasped his hands together and saluted the sky. Weird sounds emanated from Woody's mouth. Ripples of sound swept forward. The trembling air ripples and waves. Upon witnessing this, Mingshi raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he very much wanted to turn and run, but his master, an old man, remained in place. Without any intention of ordering a retreat, Wawudao fearlessly floats in front of the flying shoes. The 10 of them each specialize in different directions. But when they cooperate, their power is terrible. Luzhou sneered at the sight. This humble one has never seen the methods of the 10 witches in all my life. Now let's take a look at the witchcraft of the 10 ancient witches. He has made up his mind. At the very least, he will clear all his merit points, and take them all away. Even if there is no reward, he cannot risk his life. At this moment, Danmushing roared and attacked with his spear. Chaotic and disorderly. Let me show you. Divine deficiency. In an instant, the densely packed gun shadows aimed to strike Tsuwu. The casting time for witchcraft is long. This is a fatal flaw. But how could there be no protection measures? At this moment, Wuxian pointed forward. A purple light ring instantly expanded, enveloping the 10 witches like a shield. Countless gun shadows smashed against the magical shield, creating ripples. The leader of the 10 witches, Sian, easily blocked this big move. The sound of the witches' arrival continues. The gathering spiritual energy above them is increasing, gradually turning into substance like the tide. Renbuping watched the scene with interest. Prayers, praises, and sacrifices were all taking place. The power of witchcraft is helping them to gather their vitality. This is an attempt to eliminate the entire Motian Tower in one move. Cease. The accumulation of vitality stopped increasing once it reached a certain level. Sudden condensation of purple energy in the sky. It felt as if a purple meteor shower had come crashing down. Huawudao's eyes showed a strange light upon seeing this. It just so happened that he didn't have the chance to use his strongest move in the Motian Pavilion. Today, let this old man give it a try. As he spoke, his figure flashed and blocked Feepin from above. A loud shout, the Vajradhara emerged. Underneath, the golden lotus with shining golden light bloomed with 6 leaves, feet stepping on the combination of yin and yang of the 8 trigrams, the creation and destruction, water and fire, existence and nothingness of the universe. 8 large seal script characters rotated rapidly around him. The Izhou of Luhadeo shines brightly, enveloping the entire soaring cloud in it. Purple chi rains down heavily, all smashing onto the Izhou of Luhadeo, just like raindrops hitting a shining glass. The chi is splashing, ripples fill the sky. Dumu is surprised, looking up. Elder Hua and I are practicing. It turns out we haven't been using our full strength. Wu Xian sneers, struggling meaninglessly. Hua Wudao's face was solemn, and his whole body was filled with a mix of chi. He knew that his old bones probably wouldn't last much longer. After all, his opponent was a strong practitioner of the 10 witches. Pavilion Master, take the opportunity to scatter. His words had just fallen. A figure suddenly appeared behind, wielding a shimmering long sword, and launched an attack, a traitor to the Cloud Sect. Today, I will clean house. Renbuping noticed something was amiss. The sword Saint Luoshur-san was able to break through the enchantment set by the 10 witches. Duanxing, you're back too. Perfect timing for Duanxing to give a bow. We rode here with the sword Saint. Good thing we made it in time. We've already informed Xing in advance. This enchantment won't bind the members of the demon clan, so Renping can be in a good mood. They are staring intently at the astonishing swordsmanship of swordsman Luo 13, who is the brother of Luo Changqing, one of the 3 sword fanatics. However, in his early years, Luo 13 gained fame and the title of Sword Saint. In recent years, he has been focused on practicing, gradually losing some of his limelight to Luo Changqing. His strength is beyond doubt. This sudden change has made everyone fearful. Only one person can save Hua Wudao. Duan Muxing and Mingshi looked eagerly at their master. At this moment, Luzha stood with his hands behind his back. At his fingertips, a faint glow of firefly light appeared. A prop card immediately appears. Just as he was about to make a move, Hua Wu Dao's voice resounded in his ear. Guildmaster, please step back. Obviously, he can still continue to fight. As the voice fell, the 8 seal script characters surrounding Hua Wu Dao suddenly doubled in size. Suddenly it's twice as big, and almost at the same time. Their sword thuds suddenly pierced the seal of Liu Dao. Hua Wu Dao glared angrily and shouted the name of Luo 13. Their eyes locked like enemies meeting, full of hatred. Luo 13's eyes were fiery as well. Traitor! Lu Prefecture was surrounded by a powerful enemy and fell into a life-threatening crisis. At this critical moment, the divine beast Bays actively descended to protect and bless. Just moments ago, Hua Wu Dao resisted the power of the 10 sorcerers, while also blocking the attacks of the 13th swordsman, Luo, when he heard him call me a traitor. Hua Wu Dao coldly spoke. I already resigned from the position of elder. Where does the word traitor come from? Luo 13 continued to mock. As soon as the front foot leaves, the back foot enters the Magic Heaven Pavilion. What's the difference between you and a traitor? Talking more is pointless. I'm cleaning house on orders from the sect leader. Mingshi, who was on the side, couldn't help but sigh at the situation. The power of the 6 Harmonies seal is truly strong, as the continuous invasion of the 10 Witch Purple Rain persists. The sudden attack of the Sword Saint is also withstood. Lu Zhou hasn't hurried to make a move, still waiting for the most appropriate moment. 10 Witch, Renbuping, Luo San, Duan Xing. There may also be Morley peering behind the scenes. And there are too many skilled individuals on each side. Blindly using item cards will only lead to a passive situation. Luckily, Hua Wu Dao is strong enough. Renji, not wanting to miss out on the interesting show, watched attentively. The power of the 10 shamans is about to be in place. Next is the moment of the final battle. At this moment, Shaman Sian raises an eyebrow. Sure be you. The red-robed practitioners around respond with billowing robes. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have gone dark. Hua Wu Dao suddenly felt a surge in pressure. Prayers, praises, sacrifices, plus divinations. The power of the 10 witches has become even stronger. You retreat quickly. The sword in Luo 13's hand, transformed into 13 waves of bodyguard energy, suddenly surged. Want to leave? Can you resist my famous skill? As soon as the words fell, 13 sword guards condensed. In an instant I stabbed towards Hua Wu Dao. The power of the 6 Harmonies Dao seal is indeed powerful, but it is always primarily for defense. The sharp sword force concentrates at one point, unstoppable like breaking bamboo. Wu Dao has no tricks left, and can only resist with all his strength. Fire! Just at this moment, a thunderbolt descended from the sky towards Luo 13, and crashed down. 13 sword rays instantly dispersed. Row 13 flew out backwards. Everyone's gaze was immediately attracted by Lu Zhou. The owner of the majestic Mo Tiange took action. Who dared to underestimate? Lu Zhou waved his arm and spoke in a deep voice, bullying the weak with numbers. How is this reasonable? He didn't show any surprise. Xu Huang, the 8th disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, is proficient in the 9 Calamities Gang Qi. It's not the true Thunder Gang. Duan Xing frowned. Is he really impersonating a master of Buddhism? After the incident at the Qingyu altar, Jingyi Dao did not miss the opportunity to blame the Mo Sha sect for this matter. Later there was a conflict. Jingyi Dao and the Mo Sha sect lost contact. At first, he didn't believe it, but now he has finally seen it with his own eyes. Hua Wu Dao let out a sigh. Thank you, master. It's no big deal. What bad luck. Only triggered the probability of hitting and repelling. The probability of causing injury hasn't been triggered. The 100 points of merit have gone to waste. At this moment, the 10 purple light circles below are continuously providing the power of the 10 witches. The power of the 10 witches is also continuously increasing, Ren Buping quickly reminded. Master Wuxian is ruthless. Time is running out, don't give them a chance. Even the 10 witches understand. The great array of the ancestors will last at most half an hour. But the problem is that the spell also requires a long time to release. Prayers, praises, and sacrifices all take time to complete. Under the impact of the purple rain, the hexagram seal is on the verge of collapse. Once the witchcraft of the 10 witches is fully formed, the hexagram seal will be impossible to resist. Xiao Yuan hurried to Ming Shirin's side. Fourth senior brother, I will take the helm. You go and help. Ming Shirin responded and immediately flew upward. After being repelled by Luo 13, he quickly adjusted his state. He then turned to look at Wu Xian. The witchcraft quickly formed. Lord Wu Xian, please lend me a hand. Wu Xian, with an expressionless face, raised his arm. Immediately, the vital energy of the purple rain in the sky gathered. Together we head towards the concentrated 6 Harmonies Dao seal. Ming Shirin flashed like lightning and quickly arrived above. Danger, I'll help you. Hua Wu Dao turned to look at him. At this critical moment, you should continue to steer. By using the characteristics of the cloud-piercing flying shoes in conjunction with the 6 harmony Dao seal, as long as the helmsman's strength is strong enough. Leaving the large formation is not a problem. By then, even if the cultivation of the 10 witches is higher, they will still be unable to do anything outside the dark space. Don't speak for now. Elder Hua, you should feel honored that I can do this. Ming Shiyin responded with some excitement. After saying that, he turned his palm forward. The majestic vital energy flowed into Hua Wudao's body. Under his empowerment, the real fire of the 8 triumph seal script appeared, and filled the original position. At the same time, the 8 large seal characters are even more dazzling than before. The Dao imprint of Lilhideo has also become stronger. The vitality of the purple rain is blocked by the stronger Lilhideo imprint. The banging sounds are incessant for a while. Just gasping for breath, Luo Shisan coldly snorted in disdain, and was about to launch an attack. But at this moment, a powerful voice sounded in his ears. Do you want to die? Luo 13 stopped, looked alertly at Lu Yong. The thunderous blow just now caught me off guard. But after being repelled by a move, I didn't feel too much power. Is this all the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion can do? Scare me? Not enough. Just as he spoke, the sky suddenly turned dark purple. The 10 purple light rings on the ground completely disappeared. The power of the 10 witches has fully descended. In the dim sky, slowly emerges a wave-like spell. Power surges forth like darkened seawater. The combined power of the 10 witches. Even a formidable 8-leaf user cannot withstand it. The crowd showed a powerless expression. The flying cloud started to shake. Xia Yuner was sweating profusely. Clearly, she couldn't hold on much longer. Lu Zhou helplessly shook his head. It seemed impossible to save any energy. He promptly took a step forward, reaching for the sky. Wu Xian sneered at the sight, capturing the leader first. I've been waiting for you. As soon as the words fell, countless purple cone-shaped energies instantly appeared all around. They are all heading towards Lu Zhou to attack. Lu Zhou frowns at the situation and picks up an object with his hand. A faint light emanates from the prop card in his palm. Just as he is about to make a move, a clear and bright hoofbeat suddenly comes from the sky. With it, the auspicious energy falls like heavy snow. The purple tide is pushed back by the auspicious energy, and began to weaken rapidly. Everyone was shocked and stunned by the scene. Looking up, I saw the auspicious beast, Bai Zhe, shrouded in auspicious qi. It seems to have sensed the danger to its master, and appeared above, continuously circling and running in midair. Lu Zhou finally made a move. Only used one move, and killed the Yuanshan strongman Ren Booping in seconds. As the legendary divine beast Bays kept hovering in the air. The sky was filled with purple qi, suddenly weakened by the auspicious aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and stunned on the spot. The reason legends are legends is because they possess extraordinary abilities. When the master needs it, they will release this ability voluntarily. Wu has an incredulous look on his face. The clear sound of hooves completely overwhelmed the praise of 10 Wu. How is that possible? The 10 witches are sages. How could they be opposed by Bays? This is more than just one thing overcoming another. It's like a perfect restraint. The power of the 10 witches greatly weakened. Bai Zhe symbolizes auspiciousness. Anything recognized by it as opposing is considered evil. Even Ren Ping was stunned. Where exactly is the problem? Ascending among the auspicious clouds? At this moment, shining even more brightly, the 8 seal scripts of the seal of the 6th harmony, the 9th word, leave, came out. Hua Wu Dao can't believe it himself. He has been studying the 6 harmonies Dao seal for decades. The 9th character has never appeared. Now it has appeared under the bathing of Bai Zhe. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good, it's really unexpected. Saved another prop card. At this moment, Duanmu's body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming surge of vitality and inner energy. Those inner energies began to vent with him at the center. It shoots out in all directions like a sharp knife. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were amazed at the scene. Master San has opened the leaves again. The anger that had been suppressed by the 10 wizards finally erupted. By Jia Dongming's Dharmakaya and the appearance of the 2 golden lotuses in the air, Duan Mu is angry and powerful, holding the Overlord's spear, pointing at the 10 witches from a distance, ready for another battle. Ren Booping sees this scene, and immediately rushes to launch a sneak attack on Duan Mu. Want to harm the honorable witch? It depends on whether I agree or not, Duan Xing. Duan Xing made a sound after hearing the move, but still stood still and did not move. A shout of injustice was heard. The incarnation of Bai Jia Dongming method appears. Motage Duan Mu Xing is dying to me. Faz Hin Jin Lian, in the 7th seam. But as a strong person, he chose to sneak attack. The most hated person in Luzhou is the one who attacks by surprise. He coldly snorts at the situation, decisively crushing the prop card. I've said it before, you won't live past today. The words fell. A golden vortex immediately appeared in the palm. Renbuping chuckled. Ignored it completely. I, the old devil, have been in seclusion for many years. You can't do anything to me. 7-leaf body. Protective energy shield. As he spoke, a strong barrier gradually solidified around his body. The next second, Lutz Ho pushed his palm forward. The golden energy blooms in an instant. Those to face the battle move forward in formation. 9 golden lights faintly emerge. Innumerable ancient seal scripts surround and correspond to them. At this moment, uneasiness arises. My heart sank to the bottom. The 9-word true spell of Taoism is the highest skill of Taoism, secret techniques, and so on. Can I take back what I just said? Lu Zhou's eyes were sharp. Cannot speak. As his words fell, a burst of golden light shot out instantly, accompanied by a 9-word mantra hand seal. Every word holds immense power. 9 words strung together in a line. From a distance, it looks like a huge beam of light, directly piercing through any uneven hardships. 7-leaf golden lotus dharmakaya. The huge dharmakaya shattered like glass. The uneven body also gave rise to a huge basket. He came to a halt in midair, as if frozen in time, his eyes filled with both fear and unwillingness. In this moment of impending death, he suddenly understood why Wishing Chan had such means to manipulate the heavens. How could Cha-Cha take an interest in the demon sect? Renbuping's body seemed to fall like a deflated balloon. The onlookers, who were cultivating quietly, were all dumbfounded. It's said that Renbuping has been in seclusion for many years, and his cultivation has greatly advanced. Since the Mo Tiange killed the second leader of the Mo Cha zone, Swishinchan, Renbuping has been seeking revenge. He even went to the Qingyu altar of the Jingyi sect to unite with Zhang Yuanshan. Unfortunately, he has always underestimated him. The seemingly fragile grandmaster of demonic cultivation can be killed with just a lift of hand. On the Fiepin of demon slaughtering sect, Duan Xing quickly bowed and showed respect. This whole incident was initiated by the leader of the demon sect. I dare not be an enemy of the demon sky pavilion. I, as the third elder, swear. From now on, the demon sect will no longer offend the demon sky pavilion. If this oath is violated, this person will meet his end. Having said that, his figure moved like lightning, and immediately killed several experts of the Mo Sha sect. Those he killed were all trusted aides of Renbuping. O tigers in the mountains, the monkey proclaims himself king. At this moment, Duan Xing is the strongest person in the Mo Sha sect, who dares to go against his will. He doesn't make vows lightly. This move kills 3 birds with 1 stone. It can both express the intention to the Mo Tiange and establish one's own prestige, while also dealing with any dissatisfied followers. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou nodded. Not bad at all. Watching the Fei Pan of the Machazong leave, the 13th sword Saint Luo still stands in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. The 10 witches still refuse to believe what has just happened. The one who soars above the clouds is the true evil. They deserve to die. Observing spirits. The truth of what lay before his eyes. He really wants to see clearly whether the circling in the sky is the real Shirasaji. Yet the light on Shirasaji is extremely pure. When observed with the technique, it even emits a colorful radiance. There is no doubt that it is the genuine Shirasaji. How is that possible? At this moment, Zhi is spiraling towards the sky. The figure gradually disappears in the same place. Xiao Yuaner seems a little reluctant to leave when seeing this. Bai Zhe has gone back. Hua Wudao nodded. Baize, while powerful, its abilities are not unlimited in use. It also needs rest. Lu Zhou glanced at the system panel. Sure enough, he found an additional note behind Bai Zhe. Resting. Without specifying the rest time. It was unexpected for Bai Zhe to exhibit such ability. It's beyond expectation. If that's the case, can Xing be the one to slaughter all directions? At this moment, the sword Saint Luo 13, who had reacted, arrived at the side of Shi Wu, Great Master Wu Xian. Wu Xian ignored him, and looked at Lu Zhou with an unwilling look. He really couldn't understand why this person was so weak, yet exuded a dangerous aura. Returning to Rong, Lu Zhou looks very weak, but can kill the demon clan with 1 palm. The sect master is dissatisfied. This scene, the head of the 10 witches, which Sian, began to feel apprehensive. He is the strongest of the 10 witches. If even he can sense the danger of the opponent, then this person is truly dangerous. At this moment, Duan Muxing leapt up. The overlord's spear in hand fiercely attacks like thunder. The purple shield begins to weaken. Bai Zhe not only weakens the sorcery, but also enhances the combat power of the ally. In the next moment, the shield shatters with a bang. Duan Muxing's gun shadow finally broke through their defense. Wu Xian summoned the 5 wuxia back with a wave of his hand. Xianqing Luo Shisan also came to his side. The magic power was weakened. He dared not attack again. Hua Wudao reacts, Ling Ting with a cold voice. Luo Shisan, do you want my life? I'll give you a chance. The sword Saint Luo Shisan has some concerns about climbing up to Luzhou, if you are willing to fight me one-on-one. For the 9th time, Hua Wudao's confidence will soar. Just as you wish. Master, please refrain from intervening. If I die, it's because I am not as skilled as others. Okay, I will go. Looking for death. He knows, looking for death. The grudge between Hua Wudao and Yun Zong must come to an end, otherwise this matter will become another knot in his heart. The power of witchcraft has been weakened by Baize. What's left is not to be feared. After that, Hua Wudao fought against Luo Shisan. They kept moving the battlefield further away. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Wu Xian. The 10 ancient sorcerers actually called him a lackey. I'm very disappointed. Wu Xian heard this. He spoke in a deep voice. If it weren't for Baize's sake, insulting the 10 witches would have warranted your death. Ming Xin listened and began to mock mercilessly. Stop boasting. The power of magic has disappeared. Now you are at most 4 or 5 leaves. You are the head of the 10 witches, right? Now you're just 7 leaves. But can you take a hit from the head of the family? Wu Xian is already on the brink of exploding. Now that I've heard this, how can I still endure it? A burst of bull energy instantly shot out from all over the body. The 5 of them also erupted with energy at the same time. Outrageous. Mortals are always just mortals. The ants end up as ants. How powerful is the 10 witches? Then what can be imagined? Pan Zhong saw this scene, hastily reminded everyone to be careful. This is the spell of spreading witchcraft. It's equivalent to the peak of the 7 leaves. It's difficult to restrain him without the 8 leaves. Ming Shi was somewhat surprised by the situation. At this moment, Lu Ko made a big move. He attracted Fan Xiuan to his side, the leader of the Black Knights. Formerly ranked first on the black list. Let me show you clearly, he said. The palm that contains the extraordinary power of the heavenly book suddenly slaps directly on the back of Fan Xiuan. The aura is as bright as the stars, directly reaching the opponent's extraordinary channels and collaterals. The binding power that trapped Fan Xiuan instantly dissipates. It's you again. A skull-shaped mist drifts out from his mouth. Gazing at Lu Zhou, he roars, It's you again! Lu Zhou snorts in response. Once again, Fan Xiuan was sent flying by a palm strike. The infatuation spell has been dispelled. Why are you still not leaving? At this moment, Fan Xiuan's mind is completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? The memories surged like a tide and emerged. I remember now. 10 witches. Moly. His eyes were blazing. He roared out these 2 names. The surging vitality all over the body suddenly bursts like a blazing flame. The immense vajra of 100 trials. The Dharma body solidifies and emerges, as the 8-petaled golden lotus blooms with dazzling light. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong looked incredulous. What have you done? Shut up. Fan Xiuan was ensnared by a love spell. The pavilion master helped him break the spell. Don't underestimate good strategies. Yu Chong was shocked to hear this. Infatuation witchcraft? Pan Zhong nodded. See for yourself. I studied witchcraft for a while. People who don't understand witchcraft can't see anything special. Of course, I'm also very embarrassed. The sealing technique of the pure light Tao was shattered by a palm strike. Great power of the Lord. At this moment, Fan Xiuan was extremely furious, like a wild beast gone mad. Death to those who defy Lord Lingluo. With a swing of his arms, he unleashed the powerful hidden Tao technique. Under the protection of the 8 leaves 100 decimation abyssal law body, the sky is filled with the legacy left by Fan Xiuan. The former top of the blacklist has finally returned. The fist wrapped in Gangqi is like a rain of bullets. It's overwhelming, and instantly smashes towards Wu Xian. The mighty top-ranked Ban expert has been controlled by infatuation witchcraft for hundreds of years. Fan Xiuan, upon awakening, was thoroughly enraged. The surging qi around him is like a storm of bullets, oppressing Wu Xian from all directions. Continuous attacks. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng on the flying face were dumbfounded. I'm afraid this is the true strength of Ling Luo. After all, he has reached the 8-leaf realm. Hundreds of years of preparation. Who exactly is Mo Li in the end? How could he firmly control Fan Xiuan of Bei? Upon seeing this, the other 9 witches want to support Wu Xian. At this moment, Tuan Wuxing wields the Overlord's spear, stopped their footsteps. Your identification is me. Ming Shirin holds the Farewell June scabbard closely followed by, and me. They all have tier 9 weapons. Now we only have to face the 3 or 4 leaf 9 great witches. It can hold for a while by force. But the problem is, there are 9 opponents. Even if they are sorcerers, their spellcasting time is long. Duan Wuxing and Ming Shirin have always been just 2 people. How to deal with the 9 great sorcerers? The bound Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong shouted. Leader! They saw Fan Xiuwen fighting to the death with a powerful enemy. How can one stand by idly? Lu Zhou, hold on for a moment. Take a look at them. Do you see clearly? Pan Chong on one side began to explain. Ling Luo is being controlled. The 4 of you brothers are all pawns being used. Now, the person manipulating you is right in front of you. After understanding the cause and effect, they are equally furious. I will untie the band for you. Turn around. Pan Zhong spoke and then quickly lifted one palm, and swiftly brushed over the 2 men. With 2 thumps, the long-lost power returned to their bodies. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong exchanged glances, then leaped out and climbed into the air, heading towards the battlefield. The addition of the 2, this instantly increased the pressure on the 9 witches. Ming Shirin and Duan Wuxing can each take on one of the 2 adversaries. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong can each deal with 1 person. As a result, it's still to the advantage of the 3 downstairs. Wu Xianxiang and Fan Xiuwen fought fiercely, but still remained confident. Even so, the 10 Wu Xianxiang are invincible. Lu Zhou can't be bothered to argue with him, pulled out 3 props directly. You have ignored me. As the words just finished, 3 dazzling thunderbolts fell instantly. Thunder mixed with gongqi. Like a heavenly punishment, it immediately struck Wu Ji, Wu Peng, and Wu Jin. The 3 of them vomited blood, and were flying backwards. Wu Ji directly turned into flying ashes and dissipated. Ding! Killing a target earns 100 merit points. Lu Zhou heard the system's prompt, and shook his head immediately. 1% chance of landing a fatal blow. You can only get 100 merit points if you kill them with poison. Thank goodness I restrained myself from using the death blow recklessly before. Otherwise, I would have lost all my karma points. With the help of the recently deceased, the merit points gained from killing them will only be attributed to the living. Just as he contemplates, Wu Xian's voice came down. There's not much time left. Let the anger in your heart go together. So that he really doesn't want to continue fighting. But there seems to be a voice in his mind resisting. Lord Wu Xian, do not self-destruct. As he constantly defends against Fan Xiuwen's relentless attacks, he speaks. The reputation of the 10 ancient witches has been completely ruined by you all. May this serve as a warning to the future generations of witches around the world. The other 8 witches responded at the same time. We swear to follow Lord Wu Xian to the death. When Lu Zhou heard this, he immediately gave the order to take off. Little Yuan responded with a sound, and immediately began to activate the flying technique, speedily flying towards the battlefield. 3rd and 4th senior brothers. Upon hearing little Yuan's reminder, the 2 quickly followed behind with flashing figures. I can't beat the 2 of you. You are indeed the 10 wise men of the witches, great Manhwa, able to bend and stretch. We'll fight again next time. Wu Xian will naturally not let them off. The purple tentacles in his palm lashed out, trying to stop the 2 of them. But at that moment, Fan Xiuwen launched a sudden attack, interrupting his spellcasting. Moli Loro. Even if it means dying, I won't let you off easy. There's a resounding shout, into the netherworld for 100 lifetimes, and the Dharma body expands again. At this moment, Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong reminded a sentence, but Fan Xiuwen, obviously, he already had the idea of dying together. If you are afraid of death, then leave quickly. I, Leng Luolai, will stay to block them. Wu Xian is ultimately time-limited. If you're stubborn, you won't outlast Fan Xiuwen, so self-destruction of witchcraft is the best choice. Anyway, they are already dead. So they won't truly die. The monk in the red robe below saw the situation, and immediately fled for his life. But their cultivation level was low, and their speed was ultimately too slow. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong did not leave. Instead, flying towards Fan Xiuwen, but seeking to die on the same day of the same year. Having said that, summons his Dharma body, standing side by side with Fan Xiuwen to resist. The 8 sorcerers are now surrounding Wu Xian, releasing all the energy. The next second, centered on him, the energy releases immediately. A violent explosion accompanied by a loud noise quickly spreads outward, like a devastating sandstorm, sweeping towards all directions in an instant. The great battle outside the Demon Heaven Tower finally comes to an end. The 10 sorcerers initiate self-destruction, attempting to take everyone down with them. The force of self-destruction sweeping in all directions like a sandstorm. The fierce flames chased after everyone with their teeth and claws bared, flying through the clouds and climbing, swaying under the explosion's impact. Little Yuana anxiously pointed backwards. Master! 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Duan Wuxing and Ming Shirin rushing towards here at full speed. With their cultivation level, it's difficult for them to leave the affected area in a short time. We have to wait for them. To ponder on this, he quickly asks Xiao Yuan to slow down. Lu Zhou remains indifferent on the surface, but inwardly feels a pity. The 10 witches are already dead. Wu Xing, Wu Guan, and Fan Xiuwen, the 2 dark knights, have certainly earned a lot of merit points, but they probably won't survive this wave of energy explosions. They won't live. The merit points were not earned. It's a real loss. When Duan Wuxing and the others board the Fei Hun, Lu Zhou orders an acceleration once again. They have delayed some escape time for them. The rhythm has been significantly slowed down. The overwhelming purple energy is like a huge wave. It's about to engulf the climbing. Lu Zhou frowned. He began to ponder a countermeasure. Do we need to use another flawless card? It's probably as deadly as. It's probably a single target defense. Just then, the radiance of the 8-leaf Dharma body suddenly shone brightly, under the push of the giant wave and strong wind. Fan Xiuwen inside the body spat out blood, emitting endless resentment in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou became alert immediately. Going to bite me before you die. The shaking tree. He was about to use a prop card. Fan Xiuwen suddenly turned his figure and stood in front of Fei Pan. Ming was extremely surprised. He is helping us. Lu Zhou was also somewhat surprised. In theory, Fan Xiuwen should be at odds with the Mo Tiange. I can't wait to let these bursting energies destroy the cloud-soaring clan, yet he chose to help Mo Tiange. What is the meaning of this? After all, Fan Xiuwen has the strength of the 8 leaves. To have survived the self-detonation of the 10 witches is quite reasonable, but he is already seriously injured. Now he is risking the destruction of his Dantian and Sea of Qi to perform this technique. I'm afraid I will die here. The towering waves are completely blocked behind him. Fei Pan, who was not affected, quickly fled. Fan Xiuwen struggled hard. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, he shouted, I, Leng Luo, have never begged anyone to risk their lives to stop these 10 witches. I only ask for one thing from the predecessors. Help me kill Emoli. No sooner said than done. A purple giant wave swept him away. The Dharma body shattered and dissipated. His figure also disappeared into the air, before Lu Zhou could respond. The power of the self-destruction gradually weakened. As the purple smoke billowed up, a huge human face appears in a transformation. Foolish choice. The practicing monks watching from a distance are continually pushed back by the aftermath. Moments later, the magical power completely disappears. The only thing left is a battlefield filled with flying dust. The onlooker quickly looks towards the center of the battlefield. Their line of sight is obstructed. They can't see anything clearly, but it's obvious that the Mo Tian Pavilion has won. How strong is the Motian Pavilion? Even without the eldest and second senior apprentice brothers, still, no one can shake it. So strong that it can witness this battle. I can brag about it for 8 lifetimes when I go back to the village. After watching this battle, my wife probably won't run away with someone. Father, in heaven's name, you can rest in peace, you little rascal. I'm not dead, you know. Just as everyone was talking about it. A green-robed swordsman crossed his arms and walked slowly past this place. This brother. It's very dangerous over there, don't go. Yu Shangrong looked calmly at the dust after the battle. Thank you? Brother, it seems like you're a little late. It's a pity that I missed that extraordinary battle. I was one of the witnesses. I didn't even blink. Did you see Feepin? It's the Feepin from the Motian Pavilion. 1 palm to subdue demons, 18 hands to open up the world, followed by an strike, yin and yang of the Chaoyang goddess. Just keep blowing, clearly summoning countless gods and Buddhas. Millions of thunder strikes fell and shattered those demons' souls. Yu Shangjie ignored the excited discussions around him. I didn't expect the formidable strength of the magic pavilion, back then, when the senior and junior disciples of Motian Pavilion had not yet left. How splendid. Their demeanor remains the same. Hearing these words, he politely nodded. Thanks for your praise. Thanks? Is this person crazy? Just as the onlooker felt strange. Suddenly bursts of exclamation erupted from the crowd. The Cloud Sky Shuttle is coming back. Let's run quickly. If a demon emerges from the Dark Tower, it will wipe us all out. The dust has already cleared, and our visibility is gradually returning. Lu Zhou stood at the forefront of the Feepin, overlooking the surroundings, finding Elder Hua. Ming Shirin and Duan Wuxing, after hearing this, quickly jumped down from Feepin to search. The ground where the battle place is full of scars. The places affected by the explosions are even more charred. Elder Hua should not be too far away. Luo 13 is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid Elder Hua is not a match. Elder Hua's 6 Harmony seal has now revealed the 9th character. I'm afraid Luo 13's 13 sword she won't stand a chance. just to get beat up. If I were Luo 13, I'd take my time and wear him out. The two of them were searching and chatting. Crack. Ming Shirin quickly arrived at the source of the sound. Then, from a pile of scorched earth, a heavily wounded hand suddenly reached out. This T-shaped, scared Mingshi, who was unprepared, a lot, and her legs went weak, holding on to Duan Yuxing and wouldn't let go. Holy cow! This is faking death! The great battle between Lutz Ho and the 10 wizards has finally come to an end. The ground affected by the battle is now scarred and devastated. As Mingshi was cleaning up the battlefield, he was frightened to the core by a suddenly outstretched arm. Duan Yuxing heartlessly kicked him away. You're making a fuss over nothing. Mingshi looked at his arm and began to ponder. Who could survive in such a powerful energy? No way. Fan Xiuwen? His two subordinates, Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, don't have this ability. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his own weapon. Master, this person is probably Fan Xiuwen. What tough luck. No need for the master to take action. I'll kill him. Such a powerful enemy must be handled carefully. Duan Muxing shook his head disapprovingly. Bullying the weak. You're the most capable. Lu Zhou saw that he was about to act. Open it up. Mingshi felt a little sorry after hearing this. At this time, Duan Muxing reminded with a sentence. Master wants you to open it and take a look. Ming Shirin, although unwilling, dared not disobey the master. He could only follow the instructions to unseal the warrior. It's a pity if I could kill such a powerful opponent. Who dares to underestimate my reputation in the future? Soon, the black knights around the arm were cleared. Mingshi glanced at the body, which had turned into a charcoal-like appearance under high temperature, but one could still vaguely recognize it as Fan Xiuwen. He actually survived the explosion. It's truly a miracle. Upon seeing this, Lilith explained that within the Daoyin, there is a technique called blood adaptation, which comes at the cost of consuming decades of one's lifespan and essence blood. Drain all the power from the lower Dantian and Qihai, and form a close-range defense. Pan Zhong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. However, the consequences of using this blood escape technique are also very severe. If the Dantian and Qihai are damaged, I'm afraid even the cultivation will be wasted. Why bother doing this? Ming Shirin muttered to himself. For cultivators, the blood Dao he displayed saved his life. But if his cultivation is ruined, then what's the point of living? Just then, Fan Xiuwen's body suddenly moved. After Mingshi's surprise, he raised the farewell hook again. Master, he's alive. But he's very weak now. It's the best time to kill him. It's a piece of cake. Haha, just at taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities, Duanmu sneered at him. What he despised most was taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. After hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Fan Xiuwen did evil all his life, never expected to end up like this. This is his choice. He's probably not afraid of death. Pan Chong echoed with a sentence. Fan Xiuwen may want to see Mo Li die with his own eyes. This grudge is lingering in him. How dare he? He wants to watch Mo Li die. Shall we fulfill his wish? Dream on. Does he think our magic sky pavilion is a benevolent hall? Ming Shirin finished speaking. He hurriedly raised his farewell hook, wanting to take action. It's too late. Before he died, I want to finish him with one slash, and thus my reputation will be greatly enhanced. Duan Wuxing couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly pulled him back. Lao Si's top priority is to find Elder Hua as soon as possible. Mingshi nodded helplessly. What third brother said is right. The order from Lu Zhou came shortly after. To bring him back to Motian Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen is, after all, an adept at the 8 leaves level. Since he hates Mo Li so much, let's keep him. Although Ming Shirin doesn't like Fan Xiuwen, but Master has ordered, we have to listen to him. So he mobilized his inner energy to protect Fan Xiuwen's heart pulse. When the characteristics of the Qingmu Heart Sutra appeared, Fan Xiuwen's breath gradually stabilized. Soon after, he was brought back to Fipin by Ming Yiqin. Zhou Jifeng stood high. Elder Hua. The crowd followed the sound and looked over. They saw Hua Wudao dragging his exhausted body, flying back. His face was full of disappointment. After landing on the flying cliffs, Ming Shi stepped forward to inquire about the whereabouts of Luo San. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. His sword skills were extremely high. I can't do anything about him. Lu Zhou smiled slightly. But he can't do anything about you either. Hua Wudao nodded. So it's a draw. Where is Luashisin? Ming Shirin asked again. Hua Wudao answered in a dim expression. He left after hearing this. Ming Shirin was somewhat angry. The person my demonic sky pavilion wants to kill. How could you let him go? After all, Hua Wudao is from the Yun sect. Perhaps it's not a fair fight. Hua Wudao thinks of his fellow disciples. Letting him go is a possibility. After all, no one has seen it with their own eyes. Who knows the real situation? Hua Wudao naturally understands this. He didn't defend himself. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou respectfully. Everything I said is true. If the Lord doesn't believe me, I'm willing to be punished. I have no further objections. Ming Shi was hot-headed and took out his wolf's teeth club. Stop pretending to be weak with me. My master has seen a lot. Lu Province waved his hand. I, this seat, believe you. Hua Wudao gratefully kneels down. Thank you? Loyalty increased by 5 points. Lu Zhou heard the cue. Satisfied, tidied his beard, returned to Magic Heaven Pavilion, then swiftly ascend through the clouds, and quickly leave this place. At this moment, in the distant jungle, Luo Shursan is leaning against a large tree, panting. This old guy is surprisingly strong. There is no more energy left in his body to continue the fight. I am the legendary swordsman who once dominated the martial world. Even someone like me will have such a day. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Just as he was adjusting his state, a swordsman in a green robe suddenly appeared. Hello? And immediately became vigilant. Who are you? I am Yu Shangrong. Hearing this name, Luo Shursan was immediately covered in cold sweat. Jianma. Yu Shangrong hugged his arms, and looked at the flying vehicle in the distance. It's just a hollow title. Not worth mentioning. Luo Shursan swallowed his saliva, and hurriedly explained. I am acting on orders from the clan leader, settling scores. I have no intention to be enemies with the Mo Heaven Pavilion, Yu Shangrong said after hearing. He shook his head. You are afraid. I'm not afraid. No. Once you're scared, Yu Shangrong mentioned this. A grin formed at the corner of his mouth. No need to worry. I won't take advantage of you in a moment of weakness, because you are very weak. Weak to the point of being boring. Just how strong is the second disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, Jianma? Even the Sword Saint Luo 13 is terrified in front of him, trembling with fear. You are very weak now. Weak and uninteresting. So, 1 month later, I will kill you. Hear what Yu Shangrong says? Luo Shursan immediately borrowed. What's the trick? You have to wait a month to kill someone. It is said that the demon head of the Mo Tiangu kills without blinking. So, can I live for another month? Yu Shangjia still embraces his arms, speaking in a gentle voice. In my hometown, there is a plant called Xianhua grass. Very short lifespan, grows in the morning, will die by evening. You are much luckier than Xianhua grass. Luo Shursan's heart is extremely angry, but he dared not argue back. He shifted his body and wanted to leave. You won't secretly pretend behind my back, will you? Yu Shangjia smiled faintly. Bibalyo 13 heard the words. I let out a breath. I am not afraid. Luomo has been practicing till now. I have never been afraid of anyone. It's just because I have been competing with Hua Wudao for too long, too tired. After saying that, he walked cautiously towards the distance. Yu Shangrong reminded him at this time. I hope you don't forget our agreement. 1 month later, I will kill you. After hearing this, Luo Shursan, his face became extremely serious. In these years, those who have fought against me, the person I least want to encounter in a sword fight, is my own brother Luo Changqing. I once asked Luo Changqing who he least wants to encounter. The sword demon. I haven't agreed yet. What kind of agreement is that? He doesn't remember. That Luo Changqing and sword demon Yu Shangrong have fought before, but based on his elder brother's words, he has always been cautious. He is an opponent who can make Luo Changqing cautious. That must mean his cultivation is not weaker than Luo Changqing, so Luo Shursan naturally doesn't want to face the sword demon. Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently / I want to kill you, / what does it have to do with you? After saying that, he disappeared in a flash, disappeared in the original place. Luo 13 looked in the direction he left, heart filled with mixed emotions. At the same time, in a certain room inside the Great Flame Imperial Palace, the room is extremely messy, things are scattered everywhere. Molly, wearing a red dress, is so angry that her whole body is trembling. The maids outside the folding screen quickly tried to persuade her. Calm down, my lord, the second prince said. No more conflicts with the Demon Sky Pavilion. What else did the second prince say? Upon hearing Mo Li's words, the maid respectfully replied that the second prince mentioned Shinju's death. He will not pursue. I hope you reflect on yourself. Mo Li was stunned for a few seconds after listening, then he punched the bronze mirror in front of him. After the hair pull, the anger on her face gradually disappeared. Her mood also calmed down. Has Jingming Dao received a reply? There is no trace of Pan Lydian. Until now, he has not been found. Since I can't find it, then let him appear on his own initiative. Spread the matter of Pan Zhong. Now that he has joined the Demon Heaven Pavilion, will Pan Lydian go to find him? My words. Do as instructed. The maid heard and did not dare to object further, quickly went to make arrangements. At this time, the group from Luzhou also returned to the Mo Heaven Pavilion. Fan Xiuwen was pushed down by Ming Shiying. Elder Hua worked hard on this trip. Go down and rest early. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Hua Wudao bowed slightly, turned around and left. Xiao Yuan came to his side. Master, you must be tired, let me help you back to rest. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating no need. He remembered what Ren Buping said about using Huang Zhe against the 10 witches. The credibility of this statement is very high. Still born for the Yi Tianxin to set up the ancestral formation in the palace, in order to salvage the bones of the common people, salvaged for a full 10 years, since the people ride on the Yellow River, and can break through for several decades. But if it is true like this, with Ji Tiandao's temperament, how could he not be at the forefront? Yi Tianxin is still his disciple. Those who are near the water get the moon first. Will he still favor the people in the palace? Shortly afterwards, Xiao Yuan supported Lu Zhou and went to the south pavilion. The female cultivator guarding the gate quickly bowed in respect. Lu Zhou entered the room and observed for a while, and found Yexin still the same. No change. Riding on a yellow is an alien beast. How could it be on Yi Tianxin's body? A faint breath came from Yi Tianxin's nose. After Lu Zhou noticed it, he immediately exerted his vitality to enter the extraordinary meridians of Yi Tianxin, and began to examine them. But shortly after, he helplessly shook his head. No trace of Cheng Huang. I didn't expect him to still be alive in this situation, but he hasn't woken up yet, otherwise I could ask him about Cheng Huang in person. Xiao Yuan approached to ask how she was doing. Lu Zhou walked out of the room slowly. Lucky. The Yanyu Palace female cultivators at the door showed excitement after hearing this. At this moment, Mingshi rushed over quickly. Jia informed the master that Fan Xiuwen has been well arranged. It looks like he will die for now, but I can't guarantee that I won't die in the future. After hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. I understand. Also, there's a messenger approaching the magic tower. It should be someone from outside trying to deliver a message. Disciple took the initiative to stop him. Who sent the letter? Present the letter from Wei Zhuyan. After reading the letter from Wei Zhuyan in Lu Zhou, his brow furrowed. The handwriting is really too sloppy. He casually handed the letter back to Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin took it, and said as he read, the matter of the battle with the 10 witches, it must have reached Wei Zhuyan's ears. He is Bo. Xiao Yuan came forward, curiously asked his senior brother. What does the letter say? Ming Shirin then revealed the contents of the letter. Wei Zhuyan will bring the Briars to apologize, to atone for the incident in Long Village that year. 2 days later, he will personally go to the Motianga to resolve the conflicts between the two parties. Duanmu is full of disbelief on his face. Can he have such a high level of enlightenment? Ordinary people under strong pressure might collapse mentally. Take the initiative to admit one's mistakes. But Wei Zhu's words are the commander of the 3 armies. With his status, how could he easily bow his head? Ming Shirin thought for a moment, and said, the wish of Tianxin Shimi in this life. I want to take revenge with my own hands. Duanmu Xing quickly nudged him after hearing this, signaling him not to speak nonsense. Lu Zhou doesn't mind. The fact that she can survive is already fortunate. After saying this, he returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion, and began to review the harvest of this trip. The current merit points are 10,412. Remaining lifespan is 5.992 days. Jiaming Sword, Fantian Silk, Weapon, Nameless Passionate Ring. Need to refine the new Jiaming Sword Fantian Tearbox technique. 3 volumes of heavenly books and battles with 10 witches. Overall, earned a lot of merit. But didn't earn what is considered a loss. Lucky number 8. Lu Zhou couldn't resist the temptation for a moment. Started the lottery. Unexpectedly, 3 times in a row, /. Thank you for your patronage /. He sat down weakly on the ground. Lottery, this kind of thing. If you're in the mood, give it a try. If you win, you make money. If you don't win, it won't hurt. The rest is just praise. Buy whatever card is missing. As long as the points are enough, purchase directly. 7-star transformation of the Dharma body. Requires 15,000 merit points. After seeing this price in Lu Zhou, he held his breath, thinking about Ziyue, Chengduan, and Wang Sheng, also those red-robe practitioners. Maybe killing them all would be enough. Yet who can say for sure what has passed, or continue to comprehend the heavenly book? In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Early in the morning, little Yuan anxiously rushed to the door of Lu Zhou's house. Greetings, master. Wei Zhuyan really showed up. Lu Zhou would never have expected that the mighty 7-leaves spiritual master would actually seek death in front of him. Upon hearing that Wei Zhuyan had arrived at the Motian Pavilion, he immediately leaped out room. Quite thoughtful. He could be considered a smart person. Xiao Yuan curiously asked him, aren't you afraid that the master will kill him? Lu Zhou shook his head. No matter what Wei Zhuyan's purpose is, it will be revealed when we meet him later. At this moment, Xiaqing had no objections. Quickly, Ming Shirin led a team of people into the courtyard. The leader in a red cloak wore dark armor, with piercing eyes, tall and burly. And he is Wei Zhuyan. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng showed appreciation. No matter who comes to the Matian pavilion, all are trembling. Looking around, he showed no signs of fear. Confident and composed. Unfazed by the surroundings. Remarkable mental fortitude. Mingshi gave a slight smile at this time. To be honest, Matian Pavilion has never seen anyone like you. Take the initiative to come and confess. It's not a bad idea for an opponent. It's much better than the head of the family coming to kill. After hearing Wei Shui's words, there's no change in his expression. A real man always takes responsibility. Since it's my fault as the general, I have the courage to admit it. Your words have the air of a noble and upright family. Which sect did you belong to before? Wei Zhuyan replied calmly. I, General Wei, have no sect. Then the group entered the grand hall. Lu Zhou sat upright in his chair, and looked down. Wei Zhuyan did not hesitate at all, and went straight down on his knees. The sinner Wei Zhuyan is here to confess. After saying that, he devoutly bowed his head to the ground. Ming Shi was somewhat surprised to see this. There was no psychological barrier at all. He decisively knelt down like this. The movements were neat. It's like they've rehearsed for a long time. A real man can be flexible. But this flexibility is a little too extreme. How can such a person not be able to command the army? It's a shame, such a shame. But he offended the master. Framing the people of Tianxin Senior Sisters clan on behalf of the Matian Pavilion. This is an unforgivable grave mistake. Wei Zhuyan. Wei Zhuyan picked up his head and looked at him, repeated again. The sinner Wei Zhuyan came to confess as agreed. This confession is too thorough. He didn't even ask for mercy. This is unreasonable. Could it be that Wei Zhuyan is intentionally enduring, using himself as a trap to learn the 10 witches technique? If so, they want to perish together with the demon tower. As Lu Zhou was about to step down, he was intercepted by cautious Ming Shirin. Master, wait, Disciple thinks he has a problem. Xiao Yuana chimed in. I think he's also up to something, Ming Shirin said. He then looked towards Wei Zhuyan in the main hall. How daring of you! Wei Zhuyan looked puzzled. I don't understand what Mr. C meant. Stop pretending. I really didn't understand what Mr. C meant. Ming Shirin chuckled softly. As the commander of the 3 armies, with heavy weapons in hand, are you willing to come and plead guilty? Wei Zhuyan sighed deeply. I've been restless these days. Pondering again and again. Can't sleep at night. I can't do things with a clear conscience. The affairs of Yulong village are all my doing. One does the deed and one takes the blame. Whether the Motage wants to kill or not, it's up to them. As you wish. Ming Shi seemed stunned after hearing it. This person's level of enlightenment is quite extraordinary. Aren't you going to plead for mercy? Mercy is not to be sought, since you're here. I didn't plan on leaving alive, if possible. I only have one request before I die. What request? At this time, several soldiers brought a tiger head over. Wei Zhuo then honestly lay on top of it. I want to end it myself. The crowd looked at each other in astonishment. Such a request is really the first time I've heard of it. Since the retreat of the top 10 experts. Whether it's Wixinchen from the Amosha sect, or Hei Qi Fan Xiuan, or Hua Wu Dao, who is trying to unravel the mystery, they all stand against the Amotian Tower, opponent on the facade. The more he does this, Ming Xin feels more and more strange. Probe and respond. But you are a master of the 7 leaves. Will you not resist? Wei Zhuyan shook his head. He took the rope handed to him by his subordinate. Why does Mr. C doubt like this? If the Demon Heaven Pavilion wants me to confess, then I will confess. Do you want me to go back and start over? You don't like it when I go against you. What should I do to satisfy you? This speech is quite bold. It seems to make some sense. Xiao Yuan stared at his every move with wide eyes. The 4th senior brother may have had a real change of heart, and then regretted it at home for a long time, before realizing to come to the Matian Pavilion to repent. Junior sister, you are still too naive. I don't believe a single word. Xiao Yuan is pointing at, putting a noose around his neck. Wei Zhuyan is putting a noose around his neck. But he is willing to die now. Yeah, no problem. They are willing to die. Without complaint. But Ming Shirin always feels something is wrong. He quickly waved the dagger in his hand. Speaking might have hidden some terrible sorcery trap on him. When the master gets close, they will perish together like Jin. These means and manipulation are just too crude. Back up a bit. Can't let his cunning scheme prevail. The dagger spun and cut the rope above. Wei Zhuyan looked helpless. Lu Zhou was also puzzled. Mingshi's words sound very nervous. But I have to say there is some truth in them. Wei Zhuyan is really enlightened. Doesn't seem like the demeanor of a commander-in-chief. And not long ago, when the Maotian Pavilion asked Jiang Aijian to pass on a message to Wei Zhuyan, Jiang Aijian's letter also stated, Wei Zhuyan didn't take it seriously at all. How long has it been? And then suddenly understood everything. At this moment, Wei Zhuyan spoke loudly. Even if there is, but now you have taken precautions. It's just my despicable, evil thoughts. Please grant me death. Duanwu sighed. I admire him as a real man. Maybe junior sister is right. He may have already had a realization. Wei spoke one word at a time. Indeed. I have seen the light. Lu Zhou appeared in front of him at this moment. Wei Zhuyan looked up, went into a deep eye contact. They say that eyes are the windows to the soul. From his eyes, we can see that Wei Zhuo is not afraid. He's even very courageous. Are you really not scared? Hearing what Lu Zhou said, Wei Zhuyan decisively shook his head. I'm not afraid to die. What else is there to fear? Lu Zhou smiled slightly after hearing this. If it's me. It's not just me who wants to kill you. When Wei Zhuyan heard this, he was instantly stunned. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. How terrifying is the fury of Lutz Ho. He's ready to kill your whole family at the drop of a hat. If it were up to me, I wouldn't just want to kill you. After he said those words, the entire hall fell silent. Mingshi didn't expect Master to be so ruthless. They all looked meaningfully at Wei Zhuyan. Wei Zhuyan felt uneasy. Why make things difficult, Lord Ge? Lu Zhou stared at him, laughed sarcastically. Because you are not honest. Wei Zhuyan was stunned by this. He hesitated for a few seconds, then hurriedly started to explain. It doesn't matter, nothing matters. Motian Pavilion wants me dead. I don't care. It's meaningless. Lu Zhou bends down, the body sighed. It's meaningless. Since you want to die, I will personally fulfill your wish. Wei Zhuyan showed a sad expression. Okay. Immediately, Lu Zhou then held his finger close to his forehead. Energy gathered at the tip of his finger. Then he exerted force. The next moment, Wei Zhuyan uncontrollably flew out. The soldiers behind saw this, and quickly went forward to support him. This scene left several disciples puzzled. The master's techniques are truly terrifying. It's not fair for a master like you to be re-elected. A slap from you could kill someone, and yet, Wei Zhuyan seems to have just been slapped away, without any sign of injury. Lu Zhou paid no attention to their puzzled looks, but staring at Wei Zhuyan. Answer me, have you pleaded guilty? If you want to kill me, please let the Motian Pavilion give me a quick death. Lu Zhou heard this, Cold Ting's surprised voice, admitting foolishness from reality. Then I won't punish you for impersonation. Impersonation? Upon hearing these words, several disciples were bewildered. Wei Zhuyan shivered all over. Open your eyes wide. Reveal an expression of disbelief. Senior, I don't know what you mean. The voice of Lu Zhou. This matter has become more serious. Wei Zhuyan became famous on the battlefield, commander of the 3 armies, leading the troops to the northern frontier, fighting fiercely against foreign cultivators. In the midst of a great battle, open the 7th leaf. Cultivation is profound, occupying a high position, is a general who truly climbed out of a pile of dead bodies. Duanwu Xing doesn't understand the meaning of these words from the master, but still pretend to understand. Xiao Yuana also doesn't understand, but master said, there must be his reason. Ming Shirin is different. He patted his head. Suddenly I understand. So that's it, you're a fake. No wonder you're just acting. I thought something's off. You want to be the scapegoat. Your awareness is quite high. Unfortunately, your cultivation does not match your momentum. Your words and actions are too rigid. Although you are trying to act as if you are ready to die. But you lack the decisiveness and aggressiveness of a soldier. And also, I heard that Wei Zhuyan's several deputy generals are also very powerful, even without 7 leaves, at least 3 or 4 leaves. What are all these little minions you brought with you? Come on, what's your real name? Are you the twin brother of Wei Zhuyan? Lu Zhou is holding a fake beard, nodded in satisfaction. Although it seems a bit like a hindsight Zhuge Liang for this operation. But the questions he raised later are also what he had in mind. Actually, the moment Wei Zhuyan stepped into the grand hall, Lu Zhou knew he wasn't the real Wei Zhuyan. The true eye revealed his true cultivation. Ming Shi immediately understood the meaning. When he saw his master wink. Master, this is asking me to continue, I'll tell you. Now we already know that you're a fake. I don't care what your reasons are. You have to take the blame for Wei Zhuyan. After you die, Moat Hall will still not let go of Wei Zhuyan. You will die in vain. Tell me, what's your name? Wei Zhuyan's face is getting worse. Obviously, things have reached this point. There's no need to continue pretending. So, he reluctantly said his own name. Wei Zhuoran. Ming Shirin heard this name. Are they twin brothers? Wei Zhuoyan is my cousin. Mingshi shook his head, feeling a bit speechless. It's no different from being brothers. He really is willing to act. He actually let you take the fall for him. Tears involuntarily fell from Wei Zhuoran's eyes. If I don't die, my entire family of 100 people will die. Mingshi heard this. Then I understood the cause and effect. Such ruthless means. Wei Zhuoyan can serve as the commander of the 3 armies. He indeed has some ability. Wei Zhuoran passed away in one breath. You don't have a choice to act. You must have trained a lot at home, right? The first time I met you, I really thought you were a general. After all, no one has truly seen the Sky Demon Tower. Wei Zhuoyan, you've also trained well. Unfortunately, you can't escape the scrutiny of the master. Duan Wuxing sees old four flatter so well. He also wants to put in some effort hastily. Master, whether it's real or not doesn't matter. Let me deal with them first. Then send a message to Wei Zhuoyan, and have him obediently accept the law. Lu Zhou has no dealings with him. He slowly walked up to the despondent Wei Zhuoran. I will give you a chance to live, including your family. From now on, you are the true Wei Zhuoyan. Hearing these words, Wei Zhuoran was stunned on the spot, not understanding what it meant. Master, you have great insight. After all, Wei Zhuo is in control of 3 armies. If he dies, it will surely be chaotic, just in time for you to take his place, to continue being Wei Zhuoyan. This is called fighting fire with fire. How? You don't want to? Then you'll have to die. Your family, and your cousin Wei Zhuoyan will have to die too. Master's words, that's the unbreakable rule. There's no room for maneuver. Wei Zhuoran nodded with uncertainty, and agreed. He had no choice if he wanted to survive, even if the people in the palace know he is a fake. Will they expose it? Dai Yan has been in a high position for a long time, as the one holding great power, naturally understands the need to preserve the overall situation. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and had them taken away, before Wei Zhuoyan dies. Do not let them leave. Du Muxing responded with a sentence. Then he took Wei Zhuoran towards outside the main hall. Just at that moment, Zhao Yu came running in fast. Master, junior sister Tianqin has changed. She was clearly a disabled person with broken meridians, but now you can still absorb the vitality and recover autonomously. After Ao Yu saw this, she hurriedly came to Master Lu Zhou to report. There is a change with Tianqin's junior sister. The disciple doesn't understand. Her Dantian and Qihai were clearly crippled, but she can still absorb Yuan Qi. The disciple finds it suspicious, and hopes that Master will decide. Lu Zhou heard and immediately led a few people out of the main hall. Immediately, he led a few people towards the outside of the great hall. The group then came to the south pavilion. Just entered the room. I felt a faint flow of vitality. Looking around, I saw Yi Tianqin suspended in midair. The surrounding vitality is slowly being absorbed by her. Her skin and appearance are gradually recovering. Xiao Yuan showed an incredible expression when he saw this. Lu Zhou still looked calm at this scene. He understood that this was a characteristic of the Bai people. Jinting Mountain is one of the 72 blessed places. It has natural geographical advantages, energetic, with protective barriers. Almost no damage. This makes Jintingshan a very suitable place for cultivation. You can feel the constantly gathering qi, and the speed seems to be getting faster. Xiao Yuan asked Master in confusion what was going on. Mingshi explained. This is probably a characteristic of Bai Min. Will Tianqin's senior sister die? Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing it. It probably won't happen. Shortly after that, Yi Tianqin stopped absorbing the energy. She slowly fell back to the ground, opened her eyes. She looked at Lu Zhou. His expression became excited indeed. He hurriedly knelt down and begged. Disciple already knows the true culprit, begging Master to give Disciple a chance to personally kill this thief. After fulfilling the heart's desire, the disciple will atone for the guilt with death. Mingshi hurriedly explained upon hearing this. This Wei Zhuoyan's words are false. You must not be confused. Yip Tinhung looked puzzled after listening. Mingshi, therefore, explained the ins and outs to her, and also informed her of Bai Ming's identity. But just as he was halfway through speaking, was interrupted by Lu Zhou picking up. Master Yashin is asking you. Chen Wang. Chen Wang. Think carefully before you answer. Hearing this, Yi Tianqin seriously pondered. But no matter how she thought, there were no memories of Chong Huang in her mind. Disciple really doesn't know what Chong Huang is. Lu Zhou immediately used the true eye to check her current status. Name, Yi Tianqin. Recovering from calamity. Loyalty has not yet been triggered. Hatred value has been cleared. This won't be faked. Probably need to re-enter the sect. In order to gain loyalty, break out of the cocoon. I might as well be binding myself with a cocoon. Lu Zhou shook his head. Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang. Now with the reversal card. In theory, you can live forever without taking risks. Then, why would we need the Huang formula? Ming Shirin didn't follow them out, but instead stayed behind patiently, told Yi Tian Xian about recent events. By Min Cheng Huang. And from the matter of Yulong village to the 10 witches. All repeated. Yi Tian Xing listened, stunned. No matter what. Fourth senior brother's great kindness will be remembered by junior sister. Don't thank me, you should thank our master. After hearing this, Yi Tianqin, his eyes gradually dimmed. I made such a big mistake. Master may not let me return to the Demon Sky Gate easily. Ming Shirin smiled slightly. Don't worry. If it were before, it would indeed be a bit difficult. During this time, Master's way of doing things and temperament have changed a lot. As long as you perform well, returning to the Magic Tower is not a problem. Besides, the Magic Tower is currently short-staffed. Yi Tianqin asked cautiously upon hearing this. Junior brother, are you serious? Ming Shirin replied with a smile. Of course, it's true. Master, please give me the farewell hook. This alone, I won't dare to speak ill of him again at this point. Don't give me that look. I'm not sick right now. After Lu Zhou left the South Pavilion, he took Xia Yuaner to the North Pavilion. He looked at the tasks on the system interface. Apart from tasks for disciplining disciples, and still underway is the task of making Wei Zhuyan confess. Shall we conduct it as planned? Xiao Yu curiously asked Master Qin. What brings you to Beige Tower? Lu Zhou glanced at Shu Yu. She seems to be preoccupied. So I asked her what was on her mind. Xiao Yuan, rubbing her hands together, spoke. Lately, the training has been too easy. Yu Jian always feels like something is not right. Lu Zhou nodded after listening. Afterwards, he will review Fan Xiuwen. The two then entered the North Pavilion. Only to see Fan Xiuwen covered in black, continuously trembling in pain, relying on a strong belief to support. Lu Zhou calmly spoke coldly. Do you really want to see Mo Lishan dead like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Xiuwen exerted all his strength to clench his fist. I can help you kill Mo Li. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiuwen desperately opened his eyes. But there is a condition. The condition is very simple. That is from now on. Loyal to the Demon Heaven Pavilion, once the top-ranked blacklist strongest. Now burned to charcoal. At the mercy of others, he still wants to bring him into the Motian Pavilion. Faced with his invitation, Fan Xiuwen fell into silence. There was a self-mockery in his expression. He also has self-awareness. The current self completely lacks the qualification to negotiate with the Demon Sky Pavilion. What Black Knight commander has completely lost its meaning, heavily injured and dying, cultivation completely wasted, no value at all. Even if the Demon Heaven Pavilion is big, there is no need to accept an opponent. Xiao Yuan feels a little nauseous. She doesn't dare to look at Fan Xiuwen's current appearance, although she doesn't quite understand why Master is doing this. Master must have his reasons for doing this. Lu Zhou smiles slightly. If you agree, I have the means to save you. Hearing this, Fan Xiuwen's pupils suddenly dilated. His trembling body struggled to lift his head. Helpless and seriously injured, I can't even perform the simplest movements. At the moment I fell to the ground. Good. Because he had obtained an 8-leaf subordinate at the Yuan Xinjie realm, merit points obtained 2.000. It is recommended that the subordinate with high difficulty driving be advised to increase his loyalty. Name, Ling Luo, race, human, cultivation, Yuanshan shortcut, heavy wasteland, loyalty 2%, loyalty, 2%. After finishing reading the prompt, Lu Zhou satisfactorily extended his hand. These 2 points of loyalty indicate the difficulty of controlling this person. After all, Fan Xiuwen was once the top of the black list. It's the hand of the Black Cavalry again. Together with his terrifying 8-leaf cultivation, it's normal to have some backbone. It's great that he's joined the Demon Tower. There should be no treachery from that side. Fan Xiuwen listened, a surge in the throat. I don't know what to say. Then in Lu Zhou's palm, a force healing card appeared. Costing 300 points, can exchange for a powerful subordinate. It's very worthwhile. In addition, the system also provides an extra reward of 2,000. A faint green light immediately falls from the card. Waves of warm energy continuously pour into Fan Xiuwen's body, slowly seeping into his extraordinary channels. Lu Zhoming, like Fan Xiuwen, is one of his subordinates. It's indeed a bit difficult to handle. But we can take it slowly. Fan Xiuwen is in a critical condition. Even with advanced healing, he can only recover 30% of his injuries. With his current state, he can't pull off any fancy moves. The effect presented by this Jedi healing card is somewhat like the healing method of Buddhism. Sihang Pudu is generally only used by powerful individuals in the Yuanshan purgatory realm, and it consumes a lot of energy. It's like transferring all the energy of the rescuer's body into the 8 extraordinary meridians of the person being saved, to let the energy re-expand the meridians. Sihang Pudu. Fan Xiuwen thought that Lu Zhou was using this move. I was instantly moved. Loyalty has increased by 2. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm and unruffled. It's already so difficult to raise loyalty in the early stages, let alone in the later stages, and 2 of Fan Xiuwen's subordinates also died in the Demon Heaven Pavilion. This determined that his loyalty would be harder to increase. To reach 70-80 is by no means an overnight matter. Time is passing quickly, half an hour later. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The skin of Fan Xiuwen, who had finished treatment, has fully recovered. The original scars on his face have also disappeared. He gasped for breath heavily, and tried to stand up. The hoarse and blurred voice came out from his mouth. From now on, there will be no Fan Xiuwen in the world. Only Ling Luo. After seeing his appearance, Lu Zhou couldn't help but express his surprise. Has 30% of the healing power been used on your face? The rules of the cold roaming sky pavilion are no longer necessary for this seat to elaborate on. Upon hearing this, Ling Luo nodded in agreement. He shouted sternly, "The Lord always values commitment. But I'd like to ask why. Save me." Lu Zhou looked at him meaningfully. Because you are Ling Luo. The cold Luo of a powerful 8-leaf realm expert cannot be without any value. After finishing speaking, Lu Zhou then asked again, "Do you really want to kill Emoli?" Ling Luo replied, "When did you see Emoli?" "I can't remember. I only remember her having a close relationship with the people of Jingming sect." "Is Emoli from Jingming sect?" Lanzhou listened and held the beard. "Mention 2 names, Moli and Machi." Pan Chongzing said. Jingming Dao. Many predecessors and elders remained silent on the matter of Asia arts. You have led the Black Riders for so many years. Do you know what her cultivation level is? Ling Luo shook her head after listening. I have never seen her make a move. But I guess she must have. It will not be weaker than the appearance of Wu Qing in the formation of the ancient sages. Calculating it, we can figure out that Emoli's cultivation is equivalent to 7 or 8 leaves of the Dharmakaya. So if we do the math, Jingming Dao is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Compared with it, it seems much weaker. Both are of the same origin, but the difference in strength is vast. Just as he was contemplating, the voice of Du Muxin came from outside the prison cell. Master Wei Zhuoran has already made arrangements. His true cultivation level, but even if God Court grows wings, it's hard to escape from another letter from Lao Qi. Lu Zhou asked what happened after hearing it. Du Mu started to read Fei Shu. Xingyi led people to besiege Lao Ba. Returned in failure. Lao Qi didn't mention the reason in the letter. He also said that Zhang Yuanshan had gone to Jingming Road. They were originally from the same sect. Jingming Road is the fierce tiger mountain that wants to bloodwash Lao Ba, to avenge Zhang Chanlai. After listening to the content inside, Lu Zhou shook his head, quite speechless. The answer is self-inflicted. Can't blame others. Xiao Yuina. I pictured the scene when Zhu Hong was caught by someone. She spoke up with some concern. 8th apprentice and I have similar cultivation levels. If Master Jingming took action, he'd probably be killed. Meanwhile, Zhu Honggong, who has no idea about his situation, is still leisurely roasting the suckling pig. Lu Zhou has just subdued his strongest subordinate, Ling Luo, but then immediately afterward, Lao Qi sent a message saying that Jingming Dao is planning to attack the Zhuhong gang. Xiao Yuan is worried about 8th senior brother. His cultivation is at the same level as mine. If Jingming Dao takes action, he will be chopped to death. When De Anmushing heard, he chuckled. He won't die so easily. At this point, your whole family, the sneeze of Shu Hong, who is thousands of miles away, couldn't be stopped. Who's thinking about me? Lu Zhou knows. Shu Hong is also a disciple of the Matian Pavilion. With his level of cultivation, it wouldn't be so easy to die. He's been dead for a long time. How could he still be alive now? At this moment, Siwei is suspected of using Fei Shu as a tool for murder. No matter what his purpose is, as long as no questions are asked, Lao Qi would be helpless. Upon reaching this point, he took Xiao Yuiner and left. Midway through their journey, he actually stopped cold. Emoli, insidious and crafty, living deep in the palace, you hold a grudge against him, and personally killed him. After speaking, he then left the beige. Duan Mushing followed behind with some doubt. Master, Ling Luos once was an employee of Moli, and we killed his 2 brothers. You are harboring a tiger, ah? Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing it. Luo Sian is still seriously injured and has not fully recovered, not causing any waves. If he really regains his 8-leaf cultivation, the first thing he will look for is definitely not the Demon Sky Pavilion. Hearing this, Duan Muxing slapped his forehead, suddenly realized the disciple understood. Ling Luo now hates no one more than Moli, who resides deep in the palace. Lu Zhou nodded and instructed Pan Chong to watch him. Understood, Master, Duan Muxing responded, and quickly began to make arrangements. Lu Zhou then glanced at the system interface. Currently possessing 12,112 merit points. He suddenly felt like it, so he started drawing prizes, but to his surprise all 6 draws. Thank you for participating. He was so furious that he kicked away the messenger bird next to him. Xiao Yuan seems a little down. And when Lu Zhou noticed, are you having trouble with your cultivation? Xiao Yuan nodded and replied, I've been practicing the Tai Chi Niu Jing scripture lately. I always feel like my cultivation is not progressing, and I'm just treading water. After hearing what Lu Zhou said, it feels strange. There shouldn't be any issues with the complete Qingyu scroll. Xiao Yuan's talent surpasses the other 8 top disciples. It's impossible to stand still. Lu Zhou then grabbed Xiao Yuan's wrist to infuse qi, and began to examine. But the detectable results surprised him greatly. Only the elixir field. Cultivators progress from tempering the body to entering the profound. Then they move from solidifying awareness into the Brahma Sea. When the Brahma Sea opens the 8 channels, they can then develop the Dantian and open the Sea of Qi. So it is named Fan Hai. The lower abdomen is the Dharma body, the basic maintenance of the lotus under the seat. The lower abdomen is the lotus, and the ocean is the lotus leaf spreading around. Without the Sea of Qi, it is difficult to progress in cultivation. One's cultivation will be limited by the elixir field. Xiao Yuan can, in the absence of the Sea of Qi, cultivate to the divine courtyard stage. It's already commendable. Thankfully, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, continuing to practice like this, the Dantian won't be able to withstand the elemental energy, and the body will perish. Xiao Yener saw the surprised expression on her master's face, worriedly asked what was wrong. Lu Zhou patted her head and said, Tai Chi Niu Jian should be put on hold for now. Your Qihai has not been opened yet. Forcing practice will only backfire. There's no need to worry about the minor question. Xiao Yuan listened, nodded obediently. Although it's a small issue, it's not just a coincidence. What's even more strange to Lu Zhou is Xiao Yuan's Qihai is in a closed state. With Jitian Dao's ability, it's impossible not to have noticed, so it's very likely that Jitian Dao has tampered with it. At this time, a messenger bird flew over. Xiao Yuan caught it in the nickname. Master is shameless again, Jiang Aijian said. Just open and read it. Thank you very much for the sword given by Senior Ji. It truly is an exceptional sword. I am very satisfied. To express my respect and gratitude to Senior Ji. Reveal a few rumors. After hearing in Lu Zhou, he stroked his beard. Let her continue to read. Be careful and vigilant. Your 7 disciples can really cause trouble. This is trying to disrupt the world. Secondly, Wei Zhuoyan who went to the Demon Tower is a counterfeit. The real Wei Zhuoyan is hiding in Qingyang Lake. There are rumors that Senior Ji's life is nearing its end in about 10 years. He has already prepared for hiding for 10 or 8 years. Besides, is there a time point for our cooperation? In my whole life, I want to exchange for a good sword. I always feel a bit disadvantaged. After hearing this, Lu Zhou looks down at the distance, breathing deeply as always. It's the 10-year deadline. Everyone is waiting for the master to die. Xiao Yuan hurriedly kowtowed to show loyalty. Master, your disciple would never dare to have such thoughts. Lu Prefecture sees the situation, slightly smiling. Fei Shuzhang's beloved sword tells him, since there is a 10-year limit, after this old man dies, the cooperation will cease. Xiao Yuan responded and conveyed it. Time quickly passed. Early the next morning, Jiang Aijian returned the message. Senior Ji joked. Even if it's 15 years, I'll still take it. In 15 years, I will exchange for an extraordinary sword. I think it's worth it. Lu Zhouqing gently stroked his beard and calmly told him. I have always valued promises. And I detest those who do not keep their promises. Disciple obeys orders. Xiao Yuan then went downstairs after speaking. Make arrangements to inform your 4th senior brother and 3rd senior brother as soon as possible. Quickly arrange to notify your 4th senior brother and 3rd senior brother. Bring Wei Zhuoran along. Xiao Yuan listened, puzzled, asked the master what he was up to this time. Lu Zhou looked deep into the distance. Someone is in a hurry to reincarnate. How could I not fulfill their wish? Meanwhile, at the central courtyard of Qingyang Lake, a woman wearing a bamboo hat respectfully arrived at Wei Zhuoyan's side. Can General Wei Zhuoran deceive the old devil? Wei Zhuyan's face revealed a meaningful smile. Wei Zhuyan sought death wholeheartedly. You've trained him again. No problem. Even if you take a step back and assume that Wei Zhuyan can't fool the old devil, I won't lose anything. At this point, the woman added a sentence about the old devil's temperament. I would indeed not hesitate to kill Wei Zhuyan. But everything is afraid of what might happen. No need to worry. As this general commands 3 armies, I will have the people of the world buried with me. You'd rather have me owe the whole world money, just to escape the pursuit of the Demon Hall, the great general of the Flame Empire, choosing to hide in the deep mountains, living incognito for 10 years. Wei Zhuyan paused. Continuing confidently, he said, You have followed me for many years. I know it's secretive. But sometimes you are also prone to overthinking. The old head of Moshinj may only have a few more years to live. I have just spent 10 years in Qingyang Lake. It's only a blink of an eye. Perhaps it won't take 10 years. The old head may soon be too busy to care for himself. You don't have time to bother with me anymore. In the cultivation world, it will rapidly decline with age. Mosen Gate has a lot of treasures. There will definitely be people in the cultivation world who can't help but make a move and snatch them. Once the old demon is dead, there will be no more Devil Pavilion in this world. General Ben has been waiting for 10 years, and can afford to wait. No one in this world can do anything about it. General Wei Zhuo said this. Unable to help himself, he burst into laughter smugly. Li Jini nodded slightly. The general has great insight. Does the second prince have any news? Li Jini answered, Your Highness. I heard that general is going to the Demon Sky Pavilion to confess, and is very sad. Want to lead the army to attack the Demon Sky Pavilion personally, but was stopped by Mo Li. Hearing this, Wei Zhuyan raised his eyebrows. Your collaboration is impressive. Has the general's whereabouts been leaked? Li Jini shook his head. General, please rest assured, apart from the 4 vice-generals and their subordinates, no one else knows. When the general is in seclusion at Qingyang Lake, it's fine even if someone comes. No one can stop me at Qingyang Lake. My lord. Genie, don't you think the scenery here is particularly pleasant? Just as the words were spoken, a shooting star swiftly streaked across the sky. Look, even the shooting star is appearing for General Ben Jun. Li Jini heard these words, and looked up. Wei Zhuyan looked somewhat pleased. After all, she was a woman, carrying the thoughts of a young girl. I also want to take a closer look at the shooting stars. At this moment, Li Jini's pupils suddenly dilated. Something's not right, General. It seems to be suspicious. Wei Zhuyan looked at it puzzled. Sure enough, he found no meteor there. But a huge flying shoe was flying in the sky. The subordinate behind hurried forward to report. The general found the flying climb of Madian Pavilion. General, please take cover. Wei Zhuyan is confident. A smile won't hurt. The Motian Pavilion would never know I'm here. They probably passed through Qingyang and want to go to the capital, Li Jini hurriedly advised. I think this trip to the Demon Heaven Pavilion is unusual. General, it's better to avoid it. Wei Zhuo proudly opened his arms. The small Demon Heaven Pavilion really thinks that I am afraid of them. This general is a 7-leaf Dharmakaya. As soon as he saw the flying climb, he turned and fled. How can he still command the 3 armies in the future? After a moment, the speed of flying climb through the clouds did not decrease at all. Wei Zhuyan was relieved to see the situation. As expected, it was just as General Ben had predicted. Just at this moment, a golden light in the sky gradually grew larger. When the golden light approached, everyone finally saw the appearance. It is a seal with the character Lin in seal script, attack at extreme speed. The target Wei Zhuyan is in trouble. Is this the Dao seal? Did Wei Zhuyan's face change drastically when he was discovered? This means that all previous plans have failed. But I am a master of the 7 leaves, he shouted loudly, then spread his arms to block. The huge 7 leaves Dharma body suddenly appeared. The buildings and air around us were shaken to the core. The words, Prosperity Fighter, are stacked one after another. Li Jini was shocked to see it. This is the 9-word true mantra giant handprint. Could it be a master of the Taoist sect? Wei Zhuyan was continuously forced back by the attack. After the 9-character true words, 7 additional handprints are overlapped. Outer circle seal, inner 8-character seal, unbounded seal, the 8 trigram seal, the treasure gourd seal, the sun and moon seal. When these hand seals are superimposed, they have already reached a terrifying power, completely ignoring the 4 vice-generals and Li Jini. Shoot in the direction where Wei Zhuyan was pushed back. The mountain peak is pierced through, the earth is shaking. Who can withstand such supremacy? Master Li Jini responds first. General, hurry, don't die. As he finished speaking, several people followed the pierced tunnel and searched past. Passing through mountain after mountain, galloping non-stop. Stop, there's movement ahead. Hearing Li Jini's words, several people hurriedly hid. They were also afraid of the old demon doing things on his own in the town, so they dared not look up. A huge kite flew out of the dense forest. Gradually getting farther away, Li Jini had a bad premonition. Wei Zhuyan is likely to be in danger. The sound of rustling leaves in the ears as the wind blows. Just as everyone was fully focused, a figure slowly emerged. After seeing the person's face clearly, the 4 lieutenants were immediately excited. General, you're okay. That's great. Wei Zhuo remained silent for a moment, then he slowly spoke, as if he had become a different person. I, General Ben, am tired. Deputy General, seeing him, hastily knelt down. Li Jini anxiously gestured with his hand. General, this place is no longer safe. Several other deputy generals also echoed and came to their senses. Yes, General. Wei Zhuyan, with a tired look on his face, walked past Li Jini. Shindu return. And then, upon meeting his gaze, Li Jini vaguely sensed something amiss. She was about to say something, but then swallowed her words. Wei Zhuyan strode towards the center of the lake. Remember, today's events will be treated as if they never happened. The few of them then all responded in unison. I'm following orders. At this time, Fei Pan from the Matian Pavilion, Ming Shi began to kowtow and flatter his master. The master's power is unparalleled. Disciple, broaden your horizon. When Lu Zhou stood on the flying peak and looked into the distance, it was also the will of destiny. Ming Shi chuckled. Indeed, he has bad luck. If he stays in the divine capital and never comes out, perhaps he can live a little longer. But even if he stays in the god's place, Master can still capture him easily. Duan Muxing hesitated while steering the ship. Master, we let Wei Zhuan go. What if they kill him? Upon hearing this, Lutz Ho shook his head. They won't, even if they find out Wei Zhuyan is a fake. They wouldn't dare expose him. They might even cooperate in the act. If Wei Zhuyan dies, we'll have a powerful army without a leader. At that time, many will vie for a piece of the pie. Before this, Wei Zhuyan's power was unparalleled. He's been walking on the edge of danger. Now that Wei Zhuan has taken over, it's certain that he will show restraint. The Dian royal family is eager for such a talented person to take the lead. From now on, Wei Zhuan will be the true Wei Zhuyan. Xiao Yuan crossed his legs, and leisurely said, Jiang said there are power struggles in the palace. Once my master said that, he found it quite boring. Ming Shi let out a long sigh. Some people are obsessed with power. There's no way. It's just a pity that the mighty 7 Leaves master ended up like this. 5 leaves, Lu Zhou responded. 5 leaves are recorded, not 7 leaves, no matter the rumors of how many leaves he is. Lu Zhou only believes in his own eyes. Just now that blow spent a fatal hit. The reward is 1,000 points of merit. If converted, only earned 400 points. The reward for 7 leaves is definitely not this little. I understand what the master means. After all this fuss, he's just a bluffing guy. But if it's only 5 leaves, how can he sit in the position of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies? Could it be that he has someone powerful by his side? Du Muxing didn't consider this much. Who cares who he is, as long as he doesn't provoke the Motian Pavilion? I'm too lazy to argue with them. Ming Shi nodded. Agree. Master Yulong Village's matter is considered closed. Tianqin junior sisters should also be relieved. Since I have already left the Mo Heaven Pavilion, why not take the opportunity to capture Lao Bao back? With the cloud-piercing flying shoes, it won't take long to reach the ferocious Tiger Mountain stronghold. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou trimmed the beard, began to contemplate. With Lao Bao's worth, at most, it's just providing some merit. And then, training is completed. What's more, Lao Bao's subjective mistakes are not significant. There are many times when Lao Qi is instigating behind the scenes. Lao Qi has the ability to rescue Lao Bao, but he informs the Mo Tian Pavilion instead. Where is the self-respect? He remembered Jiang Aijian's message. Lao Qi really wants to stir up the situation, but it's really difficult to catch Lao Qi. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shi. During the Qingyu altar, let him escape by luck. This time Lao Qi's letter has another purpose. Go investigate it. Ming Shi, after hearing this, hastily and excitedly taking orders, my disciple will definitely handle this matter beautifully. 4th brother, why don't we go together? Don't underestimate 8th brother's stupidity. He's actually quite cunning. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I'll first figure out Lao Qi's tricks. Then we can catch them all at once. Hearing Ming Shi's words, Duan Muxing revealed a thoughtful look. You're leaving, and there's no one to practice with me. Elder Hua is still recovering from his injuries, and doesn't have time to spar with me. Junior sister Pan Chong and Zhou Jifeng are at the Godly Realm stage. None of them are a match. Ming Shi was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Who's perverted as you? All you know is to keep practicing. Use your brain a little more in everything. Before long, Fei Pan returned to the Mo Tiange. Ming Shi left Jiting Mountain as ordered. and headed towards the direction of Minghu Ridge. Half a day had passed. Just arrived at the outside of Shu Hongdong's stronghold. Lao Ba, I'm here. Hearing someone calling himself, Shu Hongdong, who was sleeping, was startled. He immediately sat up in a panic. Who? Has the master arrived? The disciples in the village quickly packed up their belongings. Village chief, run! Just then, Mingshi suddenly appeared in the cave. Upon seeing him, Shu Hongdong let out a sigh of relief. Quickly moved a chair over to please him. What brings you here, fourth brother? Quickly sit down, Mingshi. No need to be polite. He sat directly on the chair. Brother 7 sent a letter to master, saying that Jingming Dao is coming to cause trouble for you. Aren't you scared at all? After Zhu Hong's listening, wasn't it a scare? There's this matter. You killed the elder Zhang Chunlai. Do you think they will let you go? Didn't you also kill elder Zhang Qiuqi, the righteous Taoist? Upon hearing these words, Ming Shirin immediately kicked out, and scolded the 8th disciple. Xu Hong received 100 points of merit in total. Lu Zhou, resting at the Modeo Pavilion, heard the sound of the system prompt. Ming Shi, full of confidence, spoke. Even if I were to kill the entire Zhengyi sect, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Who do you rely on for protection? The eldest martial brother? The second martial brother? Or the elusive 7th martial brother? At these words, Xu Hong fell silent. Thinking about this matter, I also want to find someone to rely on. The problem is everyone looks down on me. Lao Ba, honestly tell me. What secret dealings are you and Lao Qi up to? Xu Hong shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Absolutely not, I swear to God. I'm doing this for your own good, 8th junior brother. Your current situation is very dangerous. In the past, those people were nobodies. Lao Qi can still help you. But this time, it's Jingming Dao making the move. Apart from the Demon Sky Tower, no one can help you. Listen to what senior brother has to say. Disband your shoddy imitation and come back to the Magic Heaven Pavilion with me to repent. As soon as they heard this, Xu Hongdu was scared and trembling all over. I heard that. Xu Hong is shivering with fear. 1,000 regrets aren't enough? With master's temper. Isn't he going to skin and strip? There's a chance Ming Shi might glance at him. Who knows what kind of tricks master usually plays? Just depends on luck. When master is in a bad mood, there's nothing we can do but accept it. Zhou Xian Chan and Li Qing, one of the 3 great marksmen, were both slapped into oblivion by someone. Xu Hongxiang was pushed to the brink. So you're letting me go back to the Mo Tianga to regret it. Mingshi, because of a chuckle, I can't help you. Don't wait for the master to take action. If I go back, the demon sect master won't spare me. Instead, if I go, I won't be beaten to death. It's also not being beaten to death by the master with a slap. Did you hear about meat patties? Are the Zhuhong gang more afraid of meat patties? It's fine if you don't want to go back. Tell me where the hidden website Wulong is. Zhuhong gang obediently answered. In Izhou, specifically. Why don't you mention Dian? Xu Hong and I both looked aggrieved and spoke up. How would I know? 7th brother, Shilong, is elusive. If I could find him, why would I be afraid of Jingming Road? Just as the words were spoken, a figure slowly walked in. Ming Shiring and Xu Hong looked over at the same time. Old 7? 7th junior brother? Siwuya smiled faintly, bowed towards Ming Shiring. I have seen 4th senior brother. Ming Shirin was ordered to capture Lao Ba and Zhu Hongdong, but unexpectedly encountered Siwuya in the fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold. Seeing his figure, Ming Shirin chuckled coldly. You have the guts to show up. Siwuya smiled slightly. If the master comes in person, I will not show up. If it's the senior brother, then I can appear. You are cunning. When Ming Shi said this, he turned his head and no longer looked at him. Zhu Hongdong then flattered and bought over a chair. 7th brother, I've sat in so many seats. The fake king is on the throne. After Siwuya took his seat, he spoke slowly, saying that Wei Zhuyan went to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Ming Shi didn't like him very much, but looked elsewhere. Laoqi, just relax. It's not easy for me to get information for you. We are both from the same school. No need to be so formal. It's also for the good of the Mo Tiange. Then go back now and accept your punishment. Life and death are determined by fate. Hearing this, Xu Hong and the others were panicked. It has come down to life and death. We can still enjoy good fruits back there. 4th senior brother, why are you so angry to see me? I still have many things to do. How can I go back to the Devil's Pavilion? After Ming Shirin heard this, what is your purpose in visiting the Flying Book Magic Pavilion? It's simple, Qingming. I want to make a move against the Minghu Mountain bandits. Lao Ba is not under the protection of the Magic Pavilion. It's very difficult to escape this disaster. Ming Shirin naturally doesn't believe it. Why don't you go find the 2nd senior brother or the senior brother? The senior brother and the 2nd senior brother both have enough ability to deal with Jingming Dao. In comparison, To seek a master is the hardest part. Upon hearing this, Siwea chuckled lightly. Our eldest senior brother is always busy, and has no time to care for our youngest brother. Senior brother often travels around. His whereabouts are elusive. Only the Motian Pavilion is most suitable for Ming Shirin. He just wants to go against Siwea. According to what you are saying, I don't want to catch Lao Ba yet. Lao Ba will die, then let him die. Shu Hong, who was on the side, heard their conversation and suddenly said, Who the hell did I provoke? It's unbearable. Young masters, I'm not going anywhere. Besides, my own affairs have nothing to do with you. Upon seeing the situation, Siwea and Ming Shirin shut up. Shu Honggong, who is tough for no more than 3 seconds, was scared and sat down on his butt and started to eat obediently. Fourth master really watched Lao Ba die helplessly. Lao Ba betrayed the sect. Even if he dies, it will be well deserved. Siwea understands, arguing is meaningless. Since it's like this, then just let him die. With that, he got up and walked outside, watching his departing figure. Ming Shirin's tone softened a bit. Lao Chi heed senior brother's advice. To stop, Sui Yia remains in place, calmly saying, Master, at most you have 15 years left. Maybe 10 years, 8 years, or even less. There will be a disaster in Motian Pavilion. Ming Shi also understands this truth naturally. Let's talk about it later. Consider me not here today. Sui Yia finished speaking. The shadow flashed and then left the Manhwa gang. Ming Shi remained silent for a moment. Then he came to Zhu Honggong's side. Disband the gang. Come with me. The master has ordered to arrest you and bring you back to the Motian Pavilion. Hearing this, Shu Hong and his companions were dumbfounded. Let's forget it. Why should fourth brother make things difficult for his own family? Ming Shirin raised his eyebrows after hearing this. What do you want, Lao Ba? Sorry, senior. I don't want to go back yet. Goodbye, said Shu Honggong. He turned and ran. I used the fastest speed in my life. Ming Shi followed right after with his flashing figure. I see where you are trying to escape to. Shu Hong and Bai Jing are both cultivators in the Divine Court realm, far behind Ming Shi, who is in the Yuanshan Catastrophe realm in terms of speed. In the blink of an eye, Ming Shirin arrived behind him. With one hand, he directly slapped Shu Honggong's back. However, the force of that slap seemed to be blocked by something strange. Not only did it not cause any harm, he was pushed out. Shu Hong continued to accelerate to block him. Quickly, the subordinate on the side hurriedly directed after hearing this. This way, chief. Run quickly. Ming Shirin is somewhat speechless. Even a disciple of the prestigious Ma Tiangu has become like this. He has completely disgraced the reputation of Ma Tiangu. You have nowhere to escape. After saying that, he disappeared again and chased after. With the display of vitality, a large number of vines immediately appeared in front of Zhu Honggong. These vines completely blocked his escape route. Zhu Honggong's expression changed. Fourth senior brother, don't force me to use the 8 diagrams formation. Ming Shi looked at him with a smile that may or may not be a smile. Stop scaring me with your broken formation. Don't blame senior brother for being heartless. I had already made a move when you came last time. After listening, Zhu Hong was about to cry. The brothers behind were also scared and trembling. The village chief, or not, you should just give in. Ming Shirin nodded when he saw this, very satisfied. You're the one who understands how to behave appropriately. With that, he lightly flew towards Zhu Honggong. Senior brother. Ming Shirin patted his shoulder, helplessly sighed. Then he looked at the brothers of the fierce tiger gang. Go and find your own way to survive. Hearing this, the brothers of the gang all knelt down at the same time, eyes filled with hot tears, reluctantly looking at Shu Honggong. All simultaneously speak, village chief. Shu Honggong didn't expect it. Brothers who usually look weak and timid are now gathered together. This suddenly moved him to tears. Tears could not stop falling from his face. All the goods in the stronghold are taken and shared. Then roll. Thank you, chief. You can rest assured. I will definitely not let you down. After saying this, the brothers then quickly got up. The crowd dispersed in a panic. Zhu Hong saw the situation and everyone was dumbfounded. They really are a heartless bunch. Damn it, I'm deeply moved. The 8th disciple of the prestigious Motian Pavilion, Shu Honggong, actually had a day when he was so scared that he almost wet himself. Just a moment ago, Shu Honggong tearfully disbanded the ferocious Tiger Mountain lair. I plan to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion with Ming Shirin to face Master's anger. When his brothers found out, they happily dispersed immediately. Village chief, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this scene, I was moved to tears just now. I couldn't help but be touched. I was itching with anger. Intense. A group of unscrupulous people. Ming Shirin was speechless at the sight. Don't linger in this shoddy mountain stronghold. Can the demon tower not accommodate you? Xu Hong's face was full of reluctance. Brother, this ferocious tiger mountain stronghold is all my hard work. Every single plant and tree here, I have put my feelings into. Get lost. Quit being so sentimental. Well, let's go. Mingshi grabbed him and asked in confusion, what precious treasure are you wearing on your body, Lao Ba? Xu Hong tightly covered his clothes nervously. Sure, don't think about taking advantage of me. Stop being so secretive. You think I don't know? I just didn't expect it. Lao Chi really helped you get the Baoshan robe. You didn't get killed by those bald donkeys. It's amazing. Hee hee, it's nothing. As they chatted, they walked further and further away, leaving this place. Meanwhile, at the Motian Pavilion, Lu Zhou received a reminder from Xu Hong, who had been captured. He was somewhat surprised by the situation. Originally, he had wanted Ming Shiyin to probe into Lao Chi's background. Now it seems, 3-volume book. Command knife, Brahma Tianling, tears box. He then glanced at the system panel. 2 days have passed. Bai Zhe still shows resting. The energy consumed in the battle with the 10 witches was too much. It's also unknown how long it will take to rest completely. He's bored, thanks. Decided to have a routine draw, thanks. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. After Hua Wudao entered the room, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, master of the pavilion. I have a request. These past few days I have been thinking, and I can't let go of this matter. Ding Fanqiu is from the Cloud sect. And he was also under my instruction. At the end of the day, the main culprit is me. It has nothing to do with him. Just as I finished speaking, Mu Xing came in with an angry look on his face. Elder Hua. I'm sorry, I cannot agree with Ding Fanqiu impersonating the Motian Pavilion. According to our rules, we should break him into pieces and throw him out to feed the dogs. You are from the Motian Pavilion, but you think of outsiders. Ding Fanqiu would never let him leave. Hua Wudao heard this, and lowered his head in shame. Since I have left Yunzong, I should sever all ties with Yunzong. Ding Fanqiu is the last connection. Then Elder Hua can kill him. To show your attitude. After Hua Wudao heard this, he was speechless. Duan Muxing is simply my destined nemesis. Every time I see him, I feel flustered. Let's not talk about it. Since I became a training partner, Duan Muxing always finds me to practice. Repeated defeats expose the battle. Is it because he lost a lot? I find it unpleasant. Lu Zhou is enjoying himself watching the trial with the Jade Maiden in his hand. After hearing the two people arguing, shook his head immediately. Forget it, Benzwick can let Ding Fanqiu go. But there is one condition. Hua Wudao's eyes lit up after hearing it. Please speak, Guju. Although I have left the Cloud sect, I still have some say. Some of the elders in the Cloud sect will give face. Lu Zhou stands with his hands behind his back, slowly opening his mouth. He says that I only need the Blackwood Lotus. Flower Wudao was stunned when he heard the words. How precious is this Blackwood Lotus to the Pavilion Master? How could Cloud Sect exchange Ding Fanqiu for Blackwood Lotus? After hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Don't refuse hastily for now. Go back and think about it carefully. Hua Wudao heard these words. He had no choice but to bow. He left with a dejected farewell. This old master has ulterior motives. What about? Duan Muxing made a throat-slitting gesture. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating no need to give him more time. What does Master want with the Blackwood Lotus? Your younger martial sister's Qi Hai is not yet open. The Blackwood Lotus is a natural treasure, best suited for opening the Qi Hai. Master's cultivation is profound. Why bother with the Black Lotus? Forcibly opening the Sea of Energy is not as effective as the Black Lotus. Disciple understands now. During their conversation, Xiao Yuan suddenly ran in to report to the master that the fourth senior brother is back. At this moment, outside the main hall, Mingshi saw Xu Hong grinding and dawdling. I was instantly filled with anger. We have already arrived at the Demon Tower. Do you believe I will break your legs? I'll just carry you over myself. Xu Hong and everyone heard this, hastily explaining. No. I just really needed to pee. Entering the main hall, after seeing Lu Zhou, all of Xu Hong was so scared they immediately kneeled down, constantly kowtowing. Disciple pays respects to Master. Master, may you live long and healthy. Ming Shiyan's eyelid involuntarily twitched. Feels like sucking up in this aspect. Seems like I've met my match. Respected disciple. Xu Hong was so scared that he was crying and sniffling. He hurriedly began to explain. Master, please listen to my explanation. I did not betray the sect. Leaving the demon sect was my only choice. This disciple was influenced by seventh senior brother. Please forgive me, Master. Zhao Yu and Xiao Yuan on the side heard this. Full of disbelief on his face, Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows, questioning with a sense of urgency. Why are you the only one being affected? Xu Hong's whole body kept trembling. Disciple's sincere heart, clearly visible as the sun and moon, hoping for master's perspicacity. Luzhou slowly rose, and arrived before him. Lao Ba, do you really want this lord to die early? Shu Hong trembled slightly, and answered in a rush, Disciple does not dare. Lu Prefecture noticed, shaking his head in silence. I don't know what Ji Tiandao was thinking at the beginning. To accommodate so many disciples, only this old 8 is timid. In these years, with the help of old 7, you have made quite a name for yourself. The evil deeds you have done are just trivial matters. The infamous reputation can all be borne by the Mo Tiange. As Shu Hong heard this, his face lit up with joy, humbly admitting his mistake. Ding commended Shu Hong and awarded him 100 merit points. Lu Zhou continued to inquire about Lao Si's intentions over the years. Shu Hong answered truthfully. 7th senior brother never talks to me about these things. I really have no idea. It seems he's closer to the 1st and 2nd senior brothers. They often discuss the current situation in the world. I have no idea what they are talking about. Why did you appear at the Green Jade altar that day? 7th brother said. That the demon sect wants to unite with the orthodox sect, in an attempt to isolate the dark web and the underworld sect. How could 7th brother let them have their way? There's no gap in Luzhou anymore. He immediately glanced at Shu Hongdong's panel. To his surprise, Lao Ba surprisingly has a loyalty of 5%. The talents of the 9 disciples of the Motage. Not everyone is a rarity. The reason why Shu Honggong's cultivation is currently at the peak of the God Court realm is largely because of the incomplete cultivation method. He practices a cultivation method called 9 Tribulations Thunder Prison, but lacks the final 2 tribulations. This also means that Lao Ba can never enter the Yuanshan tribulation realm. People always say that Lao Ba's cultivation level is low, but no one has noticed a flaw in his cultivation method, and Lao Ba has always had a loyalty rate of 5%. This also means, from beginning to end, he has a little concern for the Mo Sky Pavilion. After the rebellion, Lao Ba was brought back to the Demon Sky Pavilion, but Luzhou did not punish him heavily, because he has been loyal all along. This also indicates that Lao Ba has a little bit of attachment to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Since you know your mistake, I will first punish you to enter the Cave of Reflection. After reflecting, Luzhou said, and then turned around without looking at him anymore. After hearing this, Zhu Hong immediately borrowed it. In my mind, I remembered Ming Shirin's return journey, to one's own exhortation. The apprentice knows the seriousness of his guilt. Duan Wuxing and a few others saw the situation. Kai Yi looked at him strangely. Surprisingly, someone still complains that the punishment is too light. It's really the first time I've seen it. But besides Yi Tianqin, Master has never punished anyone severely. Ming Shirin echoed with a sentence, /. Master, / Lao Ba committed a big mistake. Should be heavily punished. Yes, should be heavily punished. Xiao Yuan waved the iron rod, expressed her own opinion. 8th junior brother has thick skin. The Sigu cave is actually convenient for him to reflect on himself. Master, why not break his legs? To prevent him from running around in the future. After hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They say my junior sister's mind is pure, innocent and naive. But why does it feel like it's not quite like that? At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly speaks. 50 tortures with a cane, repairing the golden court in the mountains. Afterwards, seal the cultivation and reflect in the cave of self-reflection for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Shu Hong and the others broke out in a cold sweat. The first 2 things can be tolerated, but sealing the cultivation and staying in the cave of self-reflection for 3 years, I'm afraid I will be frozen into ice pops. Why, don't you agree? Seeing the master looking at himself, Shu Hong and others hurriedly nodded and expressed their willingness to be punished. Then take him down. Disciple obeys orders. Ming Shirin finished speaking and dragged Zhu Hong away from the hall. Is this stupid pig so scared that he can't move? Shu Hong hasn't recovered yet. Master didn't hit me. Senior brother, am I dreaming? Pinch me quickly. Shirin was speechless for a moment. Are you so afraid of getting beaten up? Of course I'm scared. Master's temper is so bad. No, it seems that Master's temper is different from before. Indeed, it's a bit different. Consider yourself lucky. I've said it long ago. According to the routine I taught you, beg for mercy. The Master will not punish you severely. The mistake you made is not as simple as just entering the cave for reflection with your cultivation. What the 4th senior brother said is true. Lao Ba remembered in his heart, seeing the 2 of them coming. Pen Zhong and Zhou Jifeng hurriedly gathered around Mr. C. Is there a newcomer? Ming Shirin nodded with a smile. Pen Zhong responded. The 2 of them curiously glanced at Shu Honggong. This guy is chubby, but he is quite tall. He looks a bit foolish. Looks like an easy target. Pan Zhongling patted him. Introducing myself, I am. How should I address brother Pan Zhong? Zhu Hong glanced at him. He was about to say something. At this moment, Ming Shi coughed. He could only helplessly lower his head. Pan Chong saw this, approach and comfort the new person. Actually, Mr. C is very easy to talk to. Don't worry from now on. We are all brothers. Hearing this, Who can't stand it anymore. Who is your brother? Where did this crazy person come from? Pan Chong doesn't care, he just laughs. You can't talk like that. Fortunately, it's in front of Mr. C. If Mr. 3 or Mr. 9 are here, you will have a hard time. Ming Shireen waved his hand and started working. Zhu Hong nodded, and obediently started moving things. Pan Chong saw it. Hee, Master C laughed. This newcomer is interesting. He also knows how to work. Ming Shireen shook his head and said more than just work. Starting from today, no other business. He has to stay in the penitent's cave. Hearing this, Pan Chong was a bit confused. Penitent's cave? It's not easy for Motian Pavilion to accept a new member. The Lord does this, not afraid of chilling the hearts of other disciples. Ming Shireen smiled slightly, then left here. Rest assured, he will not only not feel cold, still grateful. Pan listened inexplicably. Instead there was, interested in observing Xu Hongong. Xu Hongong didn't have a single complaint. What heavy and bitter work can I take on voluntarily? Continuously working until the sunset, finally found a place to rest for a while. Pan Chong approached and started a conversation. Brother, I can do it. Xu Hong and others showed a confused expression. What does it mean? Newcomers must have the awareness of newcomers. I really admire you. Pan Chong stretched out his thumb. Xu Hong is somewhat proud. Yes, small meaning. Pan Chong sighed heavily. When I first came to the mountain, I didn't have the same understanding as you. I got beaten up a lot. Pan Chong said this. Be cautious and look around. Only dare to speak softly after confirming that there is no one around. The disciples of the brother Mo Tiangu all have strange temperaments. If you are not careful, you will get into trouble. Strange temperament. Xu Hong and his companions were somewhat confused when they heard these words. The person you just met is Ming Shireen, the fourth disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. He appears gentle on the surface, but in reality, he is not kind-hearted. Mr. Sanxian Wanmu is fine. Inside and outside are the same, but he can't tolerate any mistakes. And there's the youngest disciple of the Motian Pavilion, Sian. You must not be deceived by her petite appearance, deceptive appearance of cuteness. This girl is fierce and mean, inconsistent in emotions, quick-tempered. It's best for you to stay away from her. Xu Hong heard these words, curiously asked, Have you heard of the evil king? Xu Hong? Pan Chong was a little stunned for a moment, then he chuckled indifferently. The Modiai Pavilion doesn't take him seriously. The evil king is just a scare tactic. His cultivation level in the divine court realm may not even be able to defeat me. Brother, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be feeling well. Ming Shi flew here at this moment. Shouted the name of Pan Chong. Sealed his cultivation. Siga cave. Rifting upon hearing this, Pan Chong is a little confused. Mr. C is just new here. Is this too harsh? Ming Shi waved his hand. Do it. Pan Chong dare not have any objections. He responded with a sound. Then he pulled Xu Hong and ran into a small house. Sorry, brother. Endure it, Pan Chong said. Then he used a move called backslash. 1,000 years of death backslash. After a moment, he pushed open the door and walked out. Xu Hong covered his buttocks. With a gloomy face, he patted him on the shoulder. Wait for me to come out. Pan Chong thought he wanted to thank himself. Hastily waved his hand. Brother, don't be so polite. We are all on the same side. Just as the words were spoken, Xiao Yuan's voice suddenly came to his ears. 8th junior brother. Xu Hong laughed and greeted them, calling out backslash. Junior sister, backslash. Xiao Yuan smiled and said backslash. Master has given an order, backslash, ordering me to supervise and enforce punishment. Junior sister? Hearing the two people's address, Pan Chong was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Now it's over.